Good morning. I'm Art Blank, and we're back on the record in 25AL-0494E, Public Service Company of Colorado's electric rate case. As I understand it, the witness order today is Pascucci, Hanson, Wenner, Bulkley, Nickel, and then on to the staff witnesses. Dr. Depew, Lay, Dalkey, maybe Bongiardina, Onstey, and O'Neill. So just check in, make sure that's the order, and any preliminary matters, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify if the commission had questions for Ms. Ho from staff. I believe last week there was somebody that might have had questions for her.
Uh, I do not have questions for her, Commissioner Plant.
I do not.
Commissioner Gilman.
Sorry, I was looking at all my documents. No, I don't.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate
I think
it.
she can be excused. Thank you. Any other preliminary matters before we jump to Mr. Pascucci?
None on your end, or on our end, sorry.
I think I already said that. Mr. Pascucci, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
I think he's ready for cross. Should we just jump to cross, Mr. Zimmer, or do you have anything for him?
No, we can jump.
Okay. Ms. Nelson, I
Thank
have,
you.
what do I got? I got 60 minutes, I think.
Yes.
60 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pascucci. This is Michelle Singer-Nelson. I know we've met before, but for the record, I represent the UCA. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, Ms. Nelson.
Let's start with in hearing exhibit 310, attachment LHS 41. It's an attachment to Ms. Henry Sermos's testimony. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Pascucci, it's the May 2026 monthly Comanche report.
Correct.
So will you identify this for the record, please?
Yes, it is the monthly Comanche report filed in proceeding number 25E-0480E, filed on May 15th, 2026.
Thank you. Can we turn to page 4, please? Can everybody see that? Is it big enough? Oh, there you go. Perfect. Thank you. So this table is Comanche Units 2 and 3 production reporting, and it shows that with regard to Unit 3, that Comanche Unit 3 had 0 total megawatt hours of energy production in the month of April. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct. The unit was in outage during the month of April.
And each monthly report for Unit 3 since August 2025 has also reported 0 megawatts produced?
Yes, the unit's been in outage since August 2025 and is expected to return to service in August of 2026.
Is this, oh, here, let's move to the next page, please. And now these charts, table 2 shows for the month of April 2026, Unit 3 had actual O&M costs for non-fuel, 3.5 million. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
and actual O&M costs, including or relating to fuel, is 600,000.
Yes, that's correct.
And the actual capital expenditures for not outage related costs were 700,000. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Are these numbers for all owners related to Comanche Unit 3, or is it this just public services share? Do you know?
I do. I was just looking, I thought somewhere on this page or one of the pages we had footnoted it, but I believe might be footnote number 8. But one of the footnotes in here, I believe, states that it is Piesco's only costs.
Okay, thank you. And then table 3 shows for unit 3 again, the forecasted O&M costs for non-fuel at 27.6 million.
That's correct.
Forecasted O&M costs for fuel at 7.1 million.
That's correct.
And forecasted capital expenditures non-outage related at 1.1 million.
That's correct.
Can we turn to page 6, please? Now, I know you just mentioned that it's that Comanche 3 is slated for return to service in August of 2026. So this table shows that the return to service date is July. Do you have an update for the commission?
Yes, since filing this report, we've received additional information from the manufacturer who's working on the repair of the turbine to let us know that due to supply chain delays, they won't be able to return the unit or the turbine to us in time for the remaining installation and commissioning work to be done for July. And we now expect that to be ready on or about August 15th, 2026.
Thank you. Turning to page 7. So this is table 5 is a summary of actual costs for unit 3 return to service month ending April. And it shows the actual capital expenditures for return to service are 300,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that still true, or have the costs increased?
I believe those are costs for that month alone. It's
That's
not a
right.
cumulative number.
That's right. Thank you for that clarification. That's true. So based on what you said, do you expect the cost to increase for May?
I don't know that I expect the cost to increase. Each month will have a different cost depending upon the amount of work that's done or completed with respect to the project. So it'll depend on what different parts of the return to service work are completed in that month. I think the overall costs that you see in table 6, I'm not aware of any change to those total costs, that total range.
Okay, and that total range is 8 to 13 million.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, just sorry for interrupting, but just to clarify, the combined cost would be 10 to 18 million? Just the capital cost were 8 to 13, correct?
8 to 13, yes, that's correct, Commissioner Plant. That is the capital cost estimate of the return to service. And again, I believe that is the company's share of that, and that number would be absent any insurance-related reimbursements.
That's also absent O&M, correct? So it'd be 10 to
Yes.
18, it would be 10 to 18 million total.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question too? Did you say Comanche 3 is now coming back online August 15th, 2026?
That's the current schedule expectation, yes. Chairman Blank, I was denoting from Ms. Nelson that since filing the May report, we have received additional information that Mitsubishi, who is repairing the turbine, has indicated they will not be able to return it to us on the schedule they expected, which has therefore delayed the installation and commissioning work that is being conducted at the site. So we now expect it August 15th.
To be in service is the August 15th date.
Yes, that is the current schedule for in-service and operation.
Is there any other questions relating to this? I was gonna pull it down. No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pascucci. We can pull this exhibit down. Now let's, well, first of all, I'm gonna go to the hearing agreement, or sorry, it's early. I'm gonna go to the non-unanimous agreement in a minute, but before that, I understand that 2030 is the last planned year of operation for the Comanche 3 unit. Is that still true?
Yes, that's still true.
And in your testimony, you state that once a coal plant is designated for retirement, the company's capital investment plan related to the unit will change to reflect the goal of drawing down capital investment to where the depreciable and operational value of the unit is as close to zero as reasonably possible. Do you recall that?
Was that in my settlement testimony? I wasn't sure which part of testimony
No,
you were
it's
referring to.
hearing exhibit 112 at page 24.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds like that would have been my direct testimony then. And yes, do recall that.
And you also state in that same testimony that the strategy relating to coal plants designated for retirement is designed to maximize the customer realization of value from the investment while minimizing ongoing investment that could create stranded or undepreciated assets. Do you recall you saying that in your testimony?
Yes, and that's generally a strategy for any unit that's retiring is you don't want to be making significantly large capital investments into a unit shortly before retirement. And that's kind of the way you try to balance both keeping a unit operational, but also making sure that you're not over investing into a unit with a limited lifetime left.
Thank you. Now let's move to hearing exhibit 155. And we can pull that up, please. Mr. Pascucci, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, can we turn to page 21, please? All right. If we scroll down a little bit, the agreement starts discussing the Comanche Unit 3 agreement, or the terms relating to the Comanche Unit 3, and then the performance framework that has been agreed to by the settling parties. So starting at page 39, this paragraph shows the proposal that the settling parties agree that Comanche Unit 3 will be included in the settlement test year rate base and revenue requirement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then paragraph 40 and its subparts then talk about how the settling parties agreed to the creation of a Unit 3 performance framework to apply from the date new rates from this proceeding take effect through December 31st, 2029. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to focus on subparagraph, starting at subparagraph D. We can go there. Thank you. So here's where you talk about the performance framework and how it'll work. First, you say in subparagraph D that the framework only provides for penalties and no incentive may be earned by the company. And any penalties, the last line there says any penalties incurred would be refunded to customers the following year, but subject to true up based on final penalties and offsets. You see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so any penalties will be subject to true up based on something called offsets. And subparagraph E then goes and talks about overperformance of Comanche 3. And it says overperformance during the performance implementation period can be used as an offset to past or future penalties. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subparagraph F says the company's best estimate of any disincentive earned. So that would be the penalty. Is that right? Disincentive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would be the penalty. Mhm.
Will be returned to customers through the ECA, beginning with the second quarterly ECA of the subsequent year for a period of 4 quarters. But then it says evaluation, reconciliation, and true-up will occur as part of an annual prudence review. And at that point, the company's best estimate of any offsets earned and applied to potential future disincentives will be tracked in a regulatory asset with no carrying charge. If the company chooses to apply any offsets earned against prior disincentives, the company will incorporate its best estimate of the offset to its second quarterly ECA following year end. And this estimate will be subject to evaluation, reconciliation, and true up as part of the next annual prudence review. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So I'm trying to understand how this all works together, those 3 subparagraphs. So it looks like if in 1 year, let's say the company incurs a penalty, let's just pick a number of $10 million. And then the next year, the company earns an overperformance. What is it called? An overperformance
An
credit
offset.
or offset of, let's say, $6,000 or $6 million. In that situation, then does the company actually pay the $10 million for the first year and then get a refund of the $6 million the next year? I don't understand exactly how that works. Could you explain that, please?
Sure. So in your example where, let's say in 2027, the company earns a disincentive of $10 million, and then in 2028 earns an incentive or an offset. I shouldn't call it an incentive because it's not, there's no financial earnings to the company, but instead earns an offset of $6 million. Most likely by that time, the $10 million would have already been refunded to customers because at year end, you reconcile, we kind of set aside the first quarter for us to reconcile and calculate what the outcome is. Then beginning in the second quarter, you'd start the return with it being a $10 million. You would amortize that about $2.5 million a quarter through the second, third, fourth, and then first quarter of the following year, 2028. You then take the first quarter of the next year, you would reconcile that again. In your example, the company has earned the $6 million offset. The company has 2 choices. It can either take that $6 million offset, put it in a regulatory asset, which would earn no carrying charge. There'd be no interest on that, and use it to offset a future disincentive if one was earned, or could seek to reduce the prior year's disincentive of $10 million, resulting in a net disincentive of $4 million.
Okay, so in that situation, the ratepayers will not receive the full $10 million for that first year. Is that right?
That's correct. The offset is designed to incentivize the company to provide to exceed, or I guess in this case, have an outage factor that's below the baseline. But there's no world in which the company can receive a financial incentive for doing so. If, for example, there was no disincentive in year 1 in 2027, but in year 2 you had the $6 million overperformance and you have the offset, the company cannot then claim a $6 million incentive. We would simply hold that with no carrying charge to see if future years had a disincentive.
Is the let's say, okay, the company earned, after all of the true ups and offsets are applied in that example, is any increase in the amount, let's say the offset, does it get added to the $105 million of revenue requirement that the company earns on Unit 3?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Ms. Nelson. If there was a situation where the company never earned a disincentive, but had 105 million, or sorry, had a $6 million offset in 1 year, we would never recover $6 million, if that's your question. We would not in 1 year say, we now have an offset, we're going to recover that. The offset can only be used to offset an earned disincentive. And the point of the true up language that's in there is really to say the company makes its best estimate of what that is. Parties, through the prudence review, have an opportunity to review and evaluate that. We wanted to have language in there that should a party find an error or there be a disagreement that is litigated around the company's calculation, that there is a process by which that is trued up and reconciled. It's really just preserving the party's right to evaluate the company's calculation.
Okay, so there's not going to be a situation based on these balancing factors in the settlement agreement that the company would be able to earn more than $105 million on Comanche 3 in a year, just based on the performance framework.
Correct. The company cannot add the offset to its revenue requirement to get additional revenue. It can only use it to offset previous or future years. So I guess to be a bit more clear here is, in your example of $10 million disincentive in 27, $6 million of offset in 28, you would in 29 have more than $105 million in your revenue requirement, but that's simply a timing factor of, you can't go back to 2028 when you're reconciling or you're crediting the $10 million and reduce that to $4 million. So there could be a situation where a future offset is used to offset a historic disincentive, and so your revenue requirement may be higher, but it's only if you're offsetting a previously earned disincentive.
Thank you for that. It's very confusing.
It is a complicated mechanism, but complicated in that the Comanche 3 situation is quite complicated in itself.
Let's see. I think that takes care of those questions. But so just for clarification of the record, the overperformance that's described in subparagraph E is not limited to Comanche 3 performing at full or 100% availability in a year. Isn't that right?
Correct. It's a linear offset that's earned based upon performance. Perfect performance would get you the maximum offset, but performance above the deadband, between the deadband and perfect performance, would also earn you an offset.
Mr. Pastucci, none of the settling parties produced a quantitative analysis in this case showing that allowing penalty offsets improves plant performance, did you?
I'm not sure how you'd provide a quantitative analysis of that. I can say from the company's perspective, the more symmetric or the more opportunity for incentive that a performance mechanism has, it provides not only essentially a stick, but also a carrot, and provides kind of an incentive to plant operators to do what they can to continue to improve performance. It's kind of the benefit of having a PIM that's symmetric, provides both carrot and stick.
None of the settling parties show a comparison in this case between the incentive created by a pure penalty versus an offset mechanism, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. None of the settling parties show a comparison in this case between the incentive created by a pure penalty versus an offset mechanism that's adopted here.
No, I guess we didn't do a calculation that did not have the offset included in it. Yes, there's no analysis out there that says there's no offset, but if you look at the company's historic or backcast analysis, you have years in which there is no offset earned and only a disincentive earned. So I think you can functionally see the result you're looking for in that backcast analysis.
But as far as the company or any of the other settling parties actually showing that more incentive is created by an offset than by a pure penalty, that is not present in the record, correct?
Yes, again, I'm not sure how you create a qualitative analysis that shows incentive from that perspective. The offset provides an incentive, which from the company's perspective would be a risk mitigating factor, which is valuable. Plant operators would understand that they have an opportunity to earn an offset, and that offset could be used to reduce a disincentive. But the real important part is that at the end of the day, the company can never increase its earnings, let's say, as you would under a typical PIM because of overperformance.
And that Comanche 3 is not included in the company's generating asset PIM, is it?
No, Comanche 3 is subject to its own performance incentive mechanism.
And why is that?
Two factors. One is the limited timeline of continued operations. When the company proposed the DCA PIM, we had excluded units that were retiring within, I believe it was 5 years, which based upon our analysis of the time we filed the case, the time we expected it to be resolved, there would have been less than 5 years available. Second, many parties wanted a standalone, I'll say, incentive mechanism or performance framework for Comanche 3, which is the reason why it has its own here.
And the reason for Comanche 3 having a standalone would be that it's got a history of very poor performance. Is that correct?
I think parties, my understanding of the party perspectives is Comanche 3's historic performance combined with its relative size on the company system, it's one of our largest units, warranted its own specific mechanism.
Thank you. That's all I have this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. City of Boulder, I have 30 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Pascucci. My name is Vernie Van Giem, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Boulder.
Good morning.
We're just going to talk through a couple issues today about the different performance incentive mechanisms that are proposed.
What I would change is the drivetrain. I would focus on something that is mountain bike.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. Proposed in the and how they changed during the settlement. Are you familiar with the answer testimony of Mr. Matthew Lehrman?
I am, yes.
And you reviewed the sections on the dispatchable capacity, availability, performance incentive mechanism?
I did, yes.
You stated in your direct testimony that the expansion of PIMS continues to warrant a more holistic consideration of the appropriate financial structures to align customer and utility incentives.
Yes, I did. That's a position I think the company shared in several proceedings now, as we've developed a lot of one-off PIMs. And part of our thought process, and I think the settlement allows for this, is that there needs to be more comprehensive reporting and analysis so that all parties can truly understand the number of PIMs out there, the impact of those PIMs, and what they all mean.
You also stated that a more utility-wide approach to performance incentives is appropriate, as you just described, to fully align the commission's policy goals with operations, provide appropriate flexibility, and ensure more consistent and predictable outcomes. So that's consistent with what you were just saying. Would you agree that continued proliferation of PIMs is increasingly likely to create confusion and unintended consequences and unexpected outcomes?
Yes, I think that remains the company's position, is that we want to be judicious in the continued application of PIMs and expansion of those. And as we've talked about in the past, more performance-based rate making or utility-wide perspective might be more appropriate than individual PIMs.
And Public Service proposes that the DCA PIM be in effect from 2026 through 2029, correct?
I believe we said for 3 years, or we would have reevaluated it in the next electric rate case. So I think there's potential for it to be at least modified, depending on the timing of the next rate case.
Okay, thank you. Public Services capacity position is negative for all of 2027 and in the winter of 2028, correct?
When we say the winter of 2028, just to be clear, with that, it would be your December 2027 through, I believe it's February of 2028 position. So yes.
You agree that there is limited capacity available from units not currently serving public service customers?
I would say there is limited opportunity to bring on new generation in that time frame. For example, you're unlikely to be able to identify a new utility scale project, get it approved and built in time for summer 27. Similarly, there are market constraints that are challenging the ability to simply just purchase large quantities of energy from the market. Yes.
And so Public Service generates earnings on its own generation units, even if they are unavailable due to an unplanned outage, correct?
Generally, yes, that would be correct.
There are risks to customers if Public Service fails to maintain its generation fleet?
Yes, that's correct. And I think that's one of the reasons for this dispatchable capacity PIM, is if the company does not maintain it, there is a significant disincentive of, depending on the situation, over, I think you get up to about $15 million per year for underperformance of the fleet.
And one of those risks also is that customers could experience outages, correct?
Yes, there's a risk that if there's insufficient generation, you could be in a position where you can't serve load. I'm not aware of a situation where that's happened in Xcel Energy in the last 10 years.
Would you agree that if customers experience outages due to the unplanned unavailability of public service generation, that the cost to those customers could exceed the capped disincentive of the proposed DCM PIM?
Sorry, is your question that if the company was unable to serve load because it had insufficient generation, that the cost of, say, a blackout or a rolling blackout would exceed the PIM?
Correct.
I don't know if I can agree with that. I think it would depend on several factors. One, the number of customers impacted, the duration impacted, and how you calculate the costs of the customer impact to it. So I don't know that I can say for sure that it would or would not exceed that.
Okay, that's fair. And the cost to customers of replacement power could exceed the disincentive cap?
Yes, the cost of replacement power could. Again, it would depend on the number of units, the performance of those, but replacement power costs are also subject to review in the annual prudence reviews. So there's an opportunity for parties to evaluate those costs as well.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say that in order to earn an incentive, 18 of the 22 units that were included in the DCA PIM must have an ex-EUOF that is between 49 hours per year and 144 hours per year? And I can bring up the attachment if you'd like to see that.
Yeah, it might be best to bring that up because we shifted around some of the different baselines as part of the settlement process. So looking at that might be helpful.
Okay, can we bring up hearing exhibit 155, attachment 7, the settlement DCA PIM historical analysis?
Just maybe before we start, are we going to bring up the public version or the confidential version?
We're trying to go with the public version to try to keep us out of confidential session if possible. And if we could scroll down.
Ms. Van Giem, could I ask you one quick question or ask Mr. Zomer one quick question? I know my only question was I couldn't remember exactly if we had done a revised version of this calculator at some point. I just wanted to see if I could double check my memory of whether or not we had done a revised version before we go through something and realize we may have a Rev 1 to it. I couldn't remember that off the top of my head and wanted to pause to make sure we all had the right version first.
Sure. And from what I saw, it looked like the 7C had a revised version, but I didn't see one for the public version. But I don't know if anyone could confirm that for us. I believe.
And if we only had a revised version for 7C, I was trying to remember which had a revised version of the different attachments. So apologies, just want to make sure that we were pulling up the right one.
Okay. Yep. From my memory, I think it's a Rev 1 of 7C. Okay. So when we look at the deadband low of 0.56%, and if you multiply that by 8,760 hours per year, you'd get 49 hours. And then if you look at the deadband low of 1.65%, and you multiply that by 8,760 hours per year, subject to check, you would get 144 hours per year. So when you're looking at the historical analysis, 18 of the 22 units must have an ex-EUOF that is between 49 hours and 144 hours per year. Would you agree with that? That's excluding, yeah.
Yep, you're excluding Valmont 7,
Cabin.
8. Yep,
Valmont Cabin Creek, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And has public service quantified the benefits to customers if public service earns an incentive payment based on an ex-EUOF that is better than 49 to 144 hours per year?
I don't think we've calculated that. There could be potentially several different benefits. Improved performance of the units and availability of the units does improve the forced outage rate, which is an assumption in electric resource planning. It could reduce the resource needs you have. It could also mean that especially newer or more efficient units are running more frequently, which means older or less efficient units are running less frequently, could potentially reduce fuel costs or other associated costs with operating the fleet. So I don't think we've calculated, but there are some, I think, reasonably assumed benefits associated with better performance.
And has public service quantified the benefits to customers if public service achieves the maximum incentive available?
No, I don't think we've calculated what that would be, just as I don't think we've calculated how underperformance, what the relative costs are to underperformance versus the disincentive either.
Yeah. My next question was, is it fair to say that the financial benefit to customers is less than the maximum incentive?
No, I don't think it would be fair to say that. Again, it would really depend on things like the sustained overperformance of the unit, the total incentives earned, what that offsets as far as incremental resource need and the potential costs of those resources. Resources in competitive solicitations now are not getting cheaper. They're generally getting more expensive. So the cost of new generation is getting higher to the extent you can avoid some through improved performance. I can't definitively say it would be better than the maximum, but I think you have a reasonable basis to assume it's not going to be significantly cheaper.
Okay, thank you. Under the DCI PIM as revised in the proposed settlement, public service would have earned an incentive in 2025, correct?
I believe that's correct. We would have earned an incentive in 2025. There were several years, I believe we would have earned a disincentive, and on net, we actually would have earned, I think it was a $6 million disincentive over the historic period.
And in 2025, public service had to ensure its generation fleet was available given the outage at Comanche Unit 3, correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as we had to ensure the fleet was available because of Comanche 3. The company seeks to make its fleet available as much as possible under all circumstances. Because Comanche Unit 3 was offline, I don't think necessarily changes that perspective.
But would you agree that public service was able to ensure its generation fleet was available while Comanche Unit 3 was out of service without a PIM?
I would say, yes, there was not a PIM like the DCA PIM. At the same time, the company recognized that with the unit offline, performance of other units is important. There is still, and we knew at the time, there was the risk of prudence review and other things associated with Comanche Unit 3. So I wouldn't say the DCA PIM, the lack of a DCA PIM was a cause or effect of the 2025 results.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about units that aren't included in the PIM. Public service may extend the lives of Comanche Unit 2, Hayden 1 and 2 until 2030, correct?
The company could seek to extend those unit lives, I guess, through to 2030 or indefinitely, but it would all be, I think, subject to the commission approving such a plan. And at this time, I'm not aware of the company having any plan to extend these units up to or through 2030.
Okay. If public service extends those units to 2030, it would make capital investments in order to extend those units, correct?
Potentially, it would depend on the unit and the timing of it. But any extension request I think we submit would come with our forecast of what the associated capital and O&M costs of the extension would be.
Yeah, my next question was if public service extends those units to 2030, it incurs O&M expenses in order to extend those units as well. Right, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the PIM will be effective for the years 2026 through 2029.
Yes,
And the proposed settlement agreement includes a PIM for Comanche Unit 3, correct?
it does. Yes.
So is it the case that Comanche Unit 2 and Hayden Units 1 and 2 may be extended for reliability reasons, but would not be subject to a PIM?
It's possible those units could be extended. And they would, yes, not be part of the DCA PIM. Again, at this time, I'm not aware of any plan to extend those units to 2030.
Okay, thanks. Let's switch gears to the Comanche Unit 3 PIM. Let's see here. What hearing exhibit are we on? We're on 155 attachment 7. Okay, thank you. I'd kind of, if we need to, like to go between the DCA PIM attachment and the Comanche Unit 3 PIM attachment, which is 6. So let's pull up Comanche Unit 3 PIM attachment 6 to hearing exhibit 155. Not sure if you can see what we're getting at here, but would you agree that Unit 3 has experienced at least 4 significant outages since 2020?
It depends, I think, how you define significant, but I think I can agree that there have been multiple outages at the unit over the last 5 years.
And public service made capital investments to repair Unit 3 each time.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Does public service make capital investments to ensure plants continue to operate before an outage occurs?
Yes, as part of the routine maintenance and of a unit, you would have both capital and potentially O&M, all of which those costs would be, or the capital costs of which would be subject to future prudence reviews.
And is it reasonable to conclude that if the proposed PIM is approved, public service has an incentive to ensure Unit 3 operates?
Yes, I believe there is an incentive there for us to ensure it operates, as we're sharing a very significant amount of risk in underperformance of the unit.
And if capital investment in Unit 3 would reduce the risk that Unit 3 might fail, public service would be incentivized to make that investment, correct?
Within some bounds, yes. Again, with the capital being incurred, the recovery of that capital would not begin until the company's next electric rate case. As part of that electric rate case proceeding, parties would be evaluating the company's capital investments. So it's possible you could make a capital investment in 2026, in 2028 file a rate case and be told that in 2029 you're not going to be eligible to recover those costs. So I would say any capital expenditure, there is the inherent incentive that you earn on it, but there is clearly risk associated with Comanche Unit 3 that investment may not be deemed prudent.
Okay. And it's still the case that public service will retire Unit 3 at the end of 2030?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you somewhat made this point already, but is it fair to say that the PIM may create an incentive for public service to make capital investments in a plant that it plans to retire in less than 5 years?
I think the PIM has a disincentive for which deferred or foregone maintenance, which would include capital investment, is a significant risk. If the company chooses not to make investments that are needed to keep the plant running for the period of time that we've determined, or it's been approved to continue running, there's a clear disincentive. I think there remains some incentive for the company to identify other operational improvements that might include some capital, but those are not risk-free investments the company simply makes knowing that it's going to now earn more money off of those. There's significant risk, I think, in recovering any of those costs.
And has Public Service made capital investments to return Unit 3 to service from its 2025 outage?
Yes, it has.
And does Public Service earn a return on those investments?
If the commission was to deem those costs prudent and reasonable, yes, the company could earn a return on those.
And has Public Service compared the total value of earnings from capital investments in Unit 3 to return it to service with the penalty it would have paid in 2025 if the PIM was in place?
Not that I'm aware of, but as I discussed with Ms. Nelson, I think the total cost after accounting for any insurance would be about $5 million. I don't think the company's earnings on $5 million of capital investment would be outweighed by a $30 million disincentive.
You discussed the Unit 3 PIM structure with Ms. Nelson. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And can you explain why overperformance in any year should be used to offset past or future penalties in the proposed Comanche 3 performance framework?
This was essentially part of the settlement give and take. The perspective was the plant operators and employees there. While I don't have a quantitative value of this is what it's meaningful to them, knowing that if they underperformed in a prior year, or there's always risk of underperformance in a future year, providing an incentive for them to bank an offset or achieve an offset to reduce that provides meaningful encouragement for them to continue to find ways to improve the unit's performance.
But if Unit 3 is out of service, Public Service must find replacement capacity and energy, correct?
Depending upon the timing and the company's balance at that time, yes, we may need to procure replacement power.
And Public Service would most likely pursue cost recovery from ratepayers for that capacity and energy, correct?
Typically, those costs would be included as part of for recovery and would be subject to a prudence review.
So if I understand correctly, a ex-EUOF of 10.49% or better for Unit 3 would generate an offset, correct? You can see that here on the attachment for the deadband low.
Yes, I believe that's the point at which you would begin incurring or you begin achieving an offset, yes.
And can we pull up hearing exhibit 155, attachment 7 again, the DCA PIM historical analysis? So for the DCA PIM, the deadband high for Cherokee is 5.4 to 5.65, depending on the unit, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So under this proposed Comanche 3 PIM framework, Public Service would accrue an incentive for Comanche Unit 3, even though the reliability was worse than the deadband high for any of the gas units included in this DCA PIM. Is that correct?
I would say the company doesn't earn an incentive. There's no financial incentive, no additional earnings because of improved performance. The company would earn or achieve an offset, which it could use to reduce a disincentive. And yes, the company could begin incurring that at a level higher than any of the other units, which is reflective both of the difference between the units, both the historic performance of those units and the expected performance going forward.
And this is true even though Unit 3 is newer than any of these units, correct?
Unit 3 is not newer than Fort St. Vrain 7 or 8, but otherwise I believe that's probably accurate. I'm not sure the exact in-service date of all the units, but I believe Comanche 3 is relatively new compared to several of these units.
And so we're still hoping to do this without going into a confidential session, but would you agree that in the historical analysis included in your testimony for each year, the company would have accrued an offset for unit 3, the company would have paid a penalty on a gas unit with comparable X EUOF?
Yes, I think that's correct. If the company had the company's Comanche 3 offset begins earning at a level higher than any of the deadband highs for the gas units, but again, reflective of the fact that many of these gas units have had better performance, and we expect better performance out of those units going forward.
And the maximum offset per year is 13.2 million, correct?
It is a $10 million incentive cap, but then there is the fleet incentive of 2 million. And on the flip side, the disincentive side of things would work with a $10 million disincentive cap plus the $2 million fleet disincentive. Plus, I believe Cabin Creek itself has each unit has a $500,000 disincentive as well if it does not perform within the deadband range or improved performance. So I think you're on the deadband side, you're at approximately 13, or sorry, on the disincentive side, you're at approximately 13 million, and on the incentive side, you're at approximately 12 million.
So under the Comanche 3 PIM structure, if in all but 1 year the plant performed reasonably, but if it failed and was offline an entire year, at most, what is the maximum net penalty the company might face?
If Comanche Unit 3 was offline for an entire year, under the performance framework, you would earn a $30 million disincentive. You would also have at risk any of the one, costs to return the unit to service and replacement power costs that would be subject to a prudence review.
Okay. Is it possible that Comanche 3 could be completely offline for an entire year and the company would pay no penalty?
I guess it's possible. I think it's highly unlikely. You would have to have a year in which I think you'd almost have to have perfect performance of the unit for multiple years in order to offset that level.
Okay. Thank you. That is all my questions, Mr. Pascucci.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Geem. Sierra Club, I have 20 minutes. Mr. Gerhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to need only a fraction of that time. Good morning, Mr. Pascucci. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Gerhardt. Nice to see you too.
So I have a few questions on Craig 1, and then after Craig 1, we'll transition to Comanche 3. So starting with Craig 1, the settlement proposal for Craig 1 costs for the years 2026 and going forward is to recover costs through the recover fuel costs through the ECA and non-fuel costs through the PCCA.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And your testimony refers to the United States Department of Energy orders requiring Craig 1 to remain available.
Yes, that's correct. There has been a 202C order issued. The unit is currently operating. And so the settlement designs a way for the company to recover those costs associated with the operation, subject to review and future prudence reviews.
And you're generally familiar with those orders, you've read them?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Could we please pull up from sierraclubsbox.com folder hearing exhibit 208, please? Great, thank you. Mr. Pascucci, this is the first of the 202C orders that was issued in December of last year. Could we please scroll to page 4 of the document? Great. So in subparagraph E, it says, Tri-State and the co-owners are directed to file with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission tariff revisions or waivers to effectuate this order as needed. Rate recovery is available pursuant to 16 U.S.C. 824 AC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the company has not filed a tariff revision or waiver with FERC pursuant to this subparagraph E?
My understanding is Tri-State, as the main owner and operator, is in the process of developing a filing to address this subparagraph. As to the best of my knowledge, I have not seen what Tri-State's order looks like, nor am aware of anyone within the company who's seen what their proposal would be.
But you're requesting that the commission act now on Craig 1 cost recovery prior to Tri-State or the company making a filing at FERC pursuant to subparagraph E?
Yes, as we are incurring costs associated with the continued operation of the unit, we are requesting it to be a process to recover those costs. And we have said that one, those costs would be recovered costs would be net of any recovery that's occurring now, since the unit's still in base rates, and two would be net of any associated revenues associated with that. So to the extent that there are no costs assigned to PSCo, the company would not recover anything. And to the extent that net costs are zero or negative, the company would be returning or crediting customers.
Thank you. We can take this hearing exhibit down. I'd like to switch topics to Comanche 3, and given UCA and Boulder's questions, we'll keep this brief. So I think in your conversations with the UCA and Boulder attorneys, you acknowledged that one way the company could respond to the proposed performance mechanism for Comanche 3 is through increased capital spending at the unit.
Yes, it's possible that additional capital spending could occur, subject to the future prudence reviews that I had discussed.
Okay. Do you or another company witness have an estimate of the incremental annual costs needed to hit the target unplanned outage factor in the mechanism?
To the best of my knowledge, there's no forecast of incremental spend. I'm not aware of the company saying, now that we have this performance incentive, here's the extra capital we're going to commit to this unit. Mr. Hansen might be the better person to ask that question of, though, as he's responsible for overseeing the operations of the units.
Okay. I can follow up with Mr. Hansen, but just to clarify, as far as you're aware, it sounds like you're not aware of the company having estimated in this record it's going to cost X dollars per year in capital spending to achieve the unplanned outage factor target in the mechanism.
Sorry, I think what I was trying to say is that the company already has a 5-year forecast of what it expects to incur related to maintenance outages and other planned work at the unit. What I was simply trying to convey is I'm not aware of, because of the PIM, that estimate being changed. I'm not aware of the company saying, now that we know we have this performance framework, here's our increase to our previously planned assessment.
Okay. But in terms of that 5-year capital forecast for Comanche 3, is the company saying, we know that under that capital forecast, we can achieve the unplanned outage factor target in the mechanism?
I think that's probably a better question for Mr. Hansen. Again, just what he expects the unit can perform.
Okay, great. So just a few more questions. Are you aware of a cost benefit analysis of the performance mechanism that looks at the expected costs to customers versus the expected benefits to customers?
No, I'm not aware of a cost benefit analysis being run by a party to say this is what the balance of it would be. I would just say I think $30 million is a pretty significant risk share for the company. That, inclusive of that is also the risk on the actual repairs for any outages and any associated replacement power costs that are all still subject to prudence review.
Okay. But just one last question, just to clarify, either from the company or from another settling party, there's no quantitative cost benefit analysis that says this is what we expect will be the costs needed or the costs attributable to the performance mechanism, and here are the expected financial benefits. There's not that kind of quantitative analysis in the record.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt. Commissioner Plank, questions for Mr. Pascucci?
Yes, just a couple of quick questions. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pascucci.
Good morning, Commissioner Plant.
Sorry, gotta pull up my notes here. So, going back to Unit 3, do you know what the total cost of the plant was to customers in 2025?
I believe the full revenue requirement was approximately like $110 million. I recall seeing numbers in that range in different testimonies, but don't have that specifically in mind.
And it was offline for about 30% of the year, give or take.
Yes, I think give or take, it was about 30% of 2025 that it was offline.
So that was cost of 30 something million, basically, for customers.
Yes, that round figures about right.
With respect to the PIM and the settlement, would you agree that the baseline PIM is based on the existing national average of planned outages? Came from
Yes,
CEC, I believe.
Oh, sorry, I
No,
started
I was
speaking
just
before you
saying,
finished.
I think it came from CEC. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. My understanding is that this was as part of the settlement. We identified a baseline number. We utilized CECs based upon their analysis of nationwide performance.
And subject to check, does that average age of that coal fleet of about 44 to 45 years sound about right?
Could be, yes, could be correct. I honestly haven't calculated that or verified what CEC calculated there.
And the age of the Comanche 3 plant is 15 years. Is that right? About 2010 to 2025?
Yep, that'd be correct.
So that baseline is about 13.5%. Is that right? Before you apply the dead band.
Yes, that's correct.
And there was in the CPCN that Pueblo 3 unit had an expected planned outage of 6.7%. Does that sound correct?
That sounds right. At the time of the CPCN, that seems like a reasonable estimation.
And then there's a 3% deadband around the 13.5%. So penalties would happen once outages reach 16.5% or more, right?
Correct, yes.
And that's about 2.5 times the planned outage rate in the CPCN.
Yes, and I think the reason for that is at the time of the CPCN, based upon the information you had, you make your best estimate. We now have approximately 15 years of information related to the actual performance of the unit. And so we're providing a baseline that is reflective of what we think is a reasonable performance for the unit, a reasonable target for the unit, knowing what we know today.
That I agree, but the sort of the deal with the customers is based on what you gave in the CPCN, right? I mean, that's when we evaluated the costs and what the benefits were and how much it was going to cost customers and what they were going to get back and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree at the time. That's what we knew and what we thought. We used the best information available at the time to present that. I think we've recognized there are challenges with that assumption going forward based upon the operation of the unit, though.
And then the offsets for the company would start at about 10.5% of out at 10.5% outage time frame, right? So if you did 10.5% or better, then there would be offsets.
Yes. Yep. You'd be able to earn the offset at that point.
And that's about 150% of the planned outage rate that was in the CPCN.
Yes, that's correct.
So does it seem right to you that the company should be rewarded for exceptional performance when the outages exceed the planned outage rate that was in the sort of the permission to build the unit?
I think it's reasonable because, as I noted earlier in our conversation, it's reflecting what we know about the unit's operation today. We know that it's unlikely that the unit can operate at that level, given what we've seen in performance over the last few years. And so in setting up this performance framework, what we tried to do was balance the interests here to recognize that you need to set a baseline that is both reasonable and achievable, but has significant downside risk to the company. I think Mr. Piquet may have noted this, but in a situation where the unit doesn't perform and the company earns a $30 million disincentive, that wipes out the company's full equity return and most, if not part of its debt return as well. Whereas on the flip side, beneficial performance, above that 10% level, the company still doesn't earn any financial incentive from that. Shareholders, the company doesn't receive any direct benefit of that. So it remains a fairly asymmetric PIM, even though you recognize that the baseline may not be what we all had thought it would be 15 years ago.
I heard you say that the company, I think when you were responding to the Sierra Club, that the $30 million is a substantial risk for the company, I think is what you said.
Yes, I would fully agree that $30 million in 1 year is a substantial risk. As I just noted, it would wipe out the company's full annual equity return and part of its debt return. So shareholders would only get in that year, no return on their investment. They would also be covering some of the debt return associated with that as well.
But in 2025, I think you said that customers paid over $30 million for the plant when it was closed, correct?
When the plant was offline, if your revenue requirement that year was roughly 110 million, it was offline for about 1/4 to 1/3 of the year. Yes, you'd have somewhere about a $30 million revenue requirement for that period of time. Now that revenue requirement reflects not only the return, both equity and debt, but also just the cost associated with construction or the depreciation of cost of that asset. So I think
it's a
that's
cost
where
to the customer. The cost
it's still a cost to the customer. Yes, certainly still a cost to the customer.
So, that cost to the customer is happening is substantial, similar to the substantial risk to the company. I wonder why it wouldn't just be easier? You put in at the end in an electric rate case, you go to, you're proposing to the end of 2025 and adding in all the costs. Why can't you just subtract out the things that people have paid during that time period, for which they didn't receive uh, any performance, so that you end up basically backing out those costs rather than creating this sort of a PIM that's, I think we can acknowledge, is based off of performance that's not really, it's based on a national average, which isn't really translatable to the Pueblo 3 unit. We're picking sort of a band number that we think is reasonable, but it's not really based, it's just 3%, I mean, we're trying to construct something here where we know what the costs are, we know what the commitment was from the company in terms of when you receive permission, just offset the revenue requirement with things that were paid that weren't received, that are associated with that. Is that, am I missing something? Why wouldn't that just be simpler? And if the company performs great, then there's no reduction.
I heard you discussing this with Mr. Piquet a little bit, and I've spent some of the intervening days thinking a little bit on, is it easier or not? I don't know that it necessarily is easier or not. One of the challenges that I thought about is, you said that, is I think there's still a question of, how long was it offline for? What were the reasons for that? Was that outage prudent? What are the costs associated with that outage? There's still a lot of undetermined pieces there. I think Mr. Piquet may have said it in that, if the unit is offline, and let's say it's offline for 3 months, so 1/4 of the year, and for simple numbers, it's $100 million revenue requirement. That would be about $25 million that I think under the proposal you're kind of making, we just say, hey, we're going to credit customers $25 million. I think the challenge with that is it presupposes that the reason the unit was offline is imprudent, that the company simply didn't operate it correctly. There could be several reasons why a unit is offline, some of which could be related to the company's operation, some of which could not. And so you're not really making it easier, as I think there's still going to be needed litigation around why was the unit offline and what was the cause of that, and is a return there reasonable? Versus the framework we have, because it's using the NERC GADS definitions, we've already sort of presupposed whether or not the cause was prudent or imprudent. There's no discussion really of it, save for the fact that there is the ability for parties to argue in the future that the company is incorrectly attributed, or that it wasn't reasonable to attribute an outage to one of those GADS codes. But I think you're kind of reducing some of the litigation risk on this by
Isn't
upfront setting.
isn't that what the electric rate case is for anyway? It's to demonstrate prudence of expenditures. I mean, I'm not sure how this is different than anything else. The company needs to demonstrate that what they spent was prudent, and there's an assumption that that the planned outage, which is about 25 days a year, is prudent. That's part of the agreement when the permission was given for the unit. But anything after those 25 days, it's kind of up to the company to demonstrate any kind of prudence. I think the assumption would be that this is the deal. This is what we've agreed to. Beyond that, you have to demonstrate. Is that different from everything else we do in the electric rate case? I mean, you demonstrate that your expenditures were prudent.
I think the challenge is, if, let's say, a unit was offline 50 days in a future year, I don't think you could come back in your next electric rate case and say, hey, it would not be functionally, I think, much different. You'd be coming back in 2 or 3 years and saying, hey, actually, the 25 of those days were totally prudent and reasonable. The company shouldn't have had to pay that. And now you're kind of after the fact adjudicating it. that's where I say, like, I don't know that setting a, hey, it's 25 days or it's whatever 6.6% comes out to be is the baseline. And we're going to evaluate that again in the future. You have an opportunity in the future. You'd have to come up with a process by which the company can say those 25 days were reasonable. The exceedance of the baseline was reasonable.
Isn't
And I
this whole
don't know that
case that though? I mean, everything we do here is after the fact determination of prudence, right? I mean, you're coming in with a rate case, you're looking backwards through the end of 2025, and you're saying that these things that we spent money on were prudent, and you're demonstrating why. That's kind of what we're talking about here.
Well, I think with respect to Comanche Unit 3, we're talking about the prudence of any incremental costs or the prudence of the historic test year as a proxy for what the rate should be for that cost. But I don't know that we're here discussing the prudence of the initial 2010 decision, which is, I think, a different discussion than what a rate case is for. A retroactive look at should we have done something in 2010 in a 2026
Oh no,
rate case different.
I'm not
Okay.
saying we're reevaluating what we did in 2010. I'm saying that the deal for the coal plant was made in 2010.
Mhm.
And that deal had agreements of performance on the company's side, payment on the customer side. That was the deal. That's the contract. That's the agreement. And then that's a baseline of prudency in my
Mhm.
mind. You've already made that agreement. That's your baseline. So 25 days a year of being offline is prudent according to that agreement. Anything outside of that, is subject to debate, I think. And that's all I'm saying. Anyway, we don't need to continue. I think you made your point. So in the testimony, you refer to an order by a regulatory body with relevant authority, and I assume here you're talking about the Department of Energy in a 202C order.
I think two orders was considered there. One is the 202C order. Two would be a commission decision authorizing a continued extension. So, for example, you have the 202C order on Craig 1. You also have the commission decision in the 25V proceeding, 25Z V0480E that extended Comanche 2 for an additional 12 months.
The end of the year. So as it relates to the 202C order, you would seek recovery based on that federal order?
We would seek recovery of the costs associated with our share of plant ownership through the PCCA, yes. So with the unit currently being extended under the 202C order, we are incurring some costs because we are joint owners of the unit. And so we're seeking to recover the net costs of that
And
operation.
that order is being litigated right now, correct?
Yes, I believe some parties have filed a lawsuit about it, yes.
And so it's Tri-State and PRPA, both, well, Tri-State's the operator, but PRPA and Tri-State are both part owners, correct?
Yes.
Why did Excel choose to not join that lawsuit?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So we're assuming in your request here that what the federal government has ordered is legal. That's being debated, and they don't have a particularly great credit line of performance there. We're kind of on the hook in another case for assuming that the federal government order was legal when it turned out to not be. So if the commission is determined already that the public service ratepayers have no use for Craig beyond, the end of this extension, and the company isn't even challenging the order, why would the ratepayers have anything to do with the costs associated with that order? What's the justification?
The company remains a part owner of the unit. And so as a part owner of the unit, the agreement does assign costs based upon ownership shares to the company. So when costs are incurred from Tri-State's perspective as the owner and operator, they're still going to pass the costs of that along based upon the ownership agreement, is my understanding. And so I think the cost recovery is equally about it has been ordered. And so there's an agreement in place that was part of the original, if we did CPCNs back then for Craig 1, that said this is how we'll split the costs of those up. And so we're simply following that contractual agreement. And their Tri-State is then passing the costs of that operation on to Excel, and we're simply asking you to recover those costs from customers as we would have done in any previous year.
Yeah, and as I said with Mr. Piquet earlier, I see why that's a cost associated with Excel. I just can't understand why it would be a cost associated with public service ratepayers. If this is something that we've already determined we don't need, and we're the economic regulators that attribute cost for that unit to the ratepayers, why is it an expense? Why does this have anything to do with public service ratepayers?
I think the company is caught between the commission does not want to continue and has ordered the retirement of it. The federal government has ordered that it remains open. We're caught in the middle of that. And I think I may say I'm not sure. While you say, why is it a cost to customers? I'm not sure who your alternative counterparty is that is a cost to, other than the company's shareholders, which the company's shareholders did not order the company to keep it open and operating. So I think we view it as just traditional rate making, is that if a unit incurs costs, those costs are passed on to customers subject to prudence review, and that were they reasonably and prudently incurred.
Well, but the company also chose not to challenge the lawsuit. I mean, a cynical person might look at that and say, well, they chose not to challenge the lawsuit because the customers are going to pay anyway. It's not going to come at any cost to the company.
A cynical person could look at it that way. My answer to a cynical person who looks at it that way is I don't think that was the conversation. I've never been part of a conversation where the company said, oh, well, customers will pay for it. Affordability and customer costs are a strong consideration in every conversation I'm a part of, with people, whether it's related to Craig 1 or Comanche 3 or any other thing that we do. I've never heard someone say, well, customers will pay for it, no big deal. That's not a conversation that you hear.
And you're proposing that those costs would be recovered without knowing what they are or why they're happening, right? It'll be a separate process with the federal government outside of a commission evaluation. So we wouldn't know how much that is or why it's happening or what the benefit is to the ratepayers. We're just saying that if that's ordered by the federal government, the ratepayers would pay the cost.
We're saying if it's ordered by the federal government and that remains a lawful order and there are costs associated with the operation, yes. I think one of the challenges in getting a cost estimate for the unit is these short-term extensions make it challenging to truly forecast. But the federal government's not the one dispatching the unit. The commitment and dispatch of the unit, my understanding is done by SPP, and they have been at times ordering the unit to commit and dispatch within SPP, I think would be within the RTO West. So it's not so much the DOE is just saying you can't retire the unit, it must be available for operation. SPP is still making the determination as to whether or not the unit will run.
And just to clarify, Excel is not a part of SPP West.
That's correct. We're not, no. Which is why we put the caveat in there that should there be any market revenues associated with the operation in RTO West that are shared with us, we would credit those to customers as well.
So this determination of just and reasonable would be made by the federal government, not by the commission.
I don't know that it's necessarily made by the federal government. I think the challenge we have is we simply can't say we're not going to follow the law pending a resolution at district court. So again, it's the company's stuck, I think, between a rock and a hard place on this one. Fully understand the commission's perspective on the continued need and use of Craig Unit 1. At the same time, we have what I think you need to presume is a lawful order until a court rules otherwise that says, no, the unit must run. And there is a market operator who is requiring the unit to operate on its system. So I don't disagree with your perspective, Commissioner Plant, but I think from our perspective, we're, as I said, just stuck between a rock and a hard place between these two things of how do you not make anyone mad, but maybe you can't make everyone happy. There's just that ongoing challenge.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, do we need a quick break, Chair, for court reporter?
Yeah. How long do you have, Commissioner Goman?
This is the hardest part. Maybe like 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a break. Let's come back at 10:40. Thanks. Mr. Pescucci, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yes, Sam.
Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Thank you, appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Pescucci.
Good morning, Commissioner Goodman.
I have several questions for you. I try my best to have them in order, then I hear things I want to follow up on. So I might jump around a little if I confuse you. I apologize. Feel free to ask me to clarify. I'm skipping around too
Thank
much
you.
for you. Yeah. So just wanted to follow up on I think some things you were talking about with Commissioner Plant. Can you clarify for me what percent of 2025 Pueblo Unit 3 was available for operation?
There were, I believe, 2 or 3 outages in the course of 2025. The major outage that occurred starting in August took out at least all of September, October, November, December, plus part of August. The other ones I don't know the duration of. That's where I think Commissioner Plant and I said give or take about 30%. I think it's probably a little bit more of a higher number than 30%, but I don't have the exact, if it's 50%, 41% calculated.
Is that information available anywhere?
I don't believe the company files anything into a record anywhere when a unit is offline or when Comanche 3 is offline for a period of time. However, in a previous, I think it was ECA, PCCA prudence review settlement, the company does inform commission staff and the UCA when Comanche Unit 3 is offline for more than 24 hours for an unplanned outage.
Okay, got it. Would it surprise you if I found that the offline date for the most major outage was August 12th?
No, that sounds about correct, yes.
Okay, so August 12th through the remainder of the year, my calculations indicate is 38.6% of the year.
Mhm.
Okay. We had heard a third and then it kind of crept down to a quarter. So I wanted to get our bearings around what percents are we talking about. And then to your understanding, there were at least a handful of other forced outages in the year, in addition to the major outage that began August 12th.
Yes, I believe there was another outage in July and another outage in the spring that were unplanned. So yes, agree with you, 38%. I'll trust that number is correct. It's probably north of 38% when you account for the other 2 events that occurred during the year. But I don't know the exact dates to be able to tell you how far north of 38% it is.
Got it. Do you know what the XEUOF would be for Pueblo 3 in 2025?
I think it should wind up being pretty similar to the number we're talking about here, north of 38%, but not knowing those other dates, let's say it's approximately 38%, because the way the XEUF works is unplanned outages or derates are accounted for in your availability, and your availability is then divided by total hours in the year. So I think the same way you're looking at it is it's a kind of total time in a year divided by number of days. In this case, it was offline, but we should be roughly in the same neighborhood.
Okay. But is that a metric that the company tracks or has been tracking for Pueblo Unit 3?
The EUOF or XEUF, yes, the company tracks that because we have to report on that annually to NERC as part of our reporting to them. So that number is both internally tracked and I believe is externally provided to NERC on a regular basis.
Is that publicly available?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is there is a value for XEUOF for 2025 for Pueblo Unit 3, but it may not be in this record and it may not be publicly available.
Yes, there's definitely a number. I'm not sure that it is in the record here, unless we did it in one of the backcast calculators, and I'm just not recalling that. But there would be a number. I just don't know. I don't do the NERC reporting, so I'm not sure what designations or what requirements NERC has around the public availability of that data.
Understood. And then on a going forward basis for the Unit 3 PIM that was proposed as part of the settlement, it would use that factor, XEUOF, moving forward as the determination of the performance regarding the PIM.
Yes, that was the thought. Was the XEUF is what we've used in other PIMs. It's kind of the internal metric that we're targeting because it reflects unplanned outages. And so that was the other benefit of it from a design perspective, is using it for generation related PIMs is you're not penalized for planning to maintain the unit. And that's the thing that in discussions, both in this settlement, but in also settlements, we said is you don't want to provide an incentive for the company to not maintain the unit. You don't want to penalize us for doing the normal and routine maintenance on a unit, which is excluded from your XEUF calculation.
Okay. Yeah, I think what I'm just trying to figure out is in the settlement agreement, it's asking us to use this certain metric that we don't even understand the performance of the unit for the test year with regards to the metric you're asking us to move on a going forward, use on a going forward basis. So just trying to align these things in my mind.
Yes.
I'm curious with regards to Craig 1, has the company been assessed costs related to Craig 1 and where are those costs shown?
Yes, I believe it's in my, I can't recall if we put it in my settlement testimony. We were asked this question in discovery, might have been both, but we have been assessed some costs. I believe it has not been a lot. Trying to recall the specific number, but I think it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not in millions of dollars or something like that. But we have been assessed some costs with the ongoing operation of the unit because of the 202C order.
Okay. All right, let's see. You had talked about the potential benefits of better performance, especially with regard to your dispatchable plants, as it would translate into electric resource planning performance. And I was curious, how do the XEUOF, I'm sorry, this acronym is so difficult, I have to pause every time. How do those factors for each plant compare to the assumptions that the company uses in resource planning for the same plant?
My understanding is in modeling for the electric resource plan, we primarily use forced outage rate, which is a component of the XEUF. It's probably the most impactful performance because in my direct testimony, I lay out the calculation and what the different calculations are, but there are about 4 different parts in the numerator. Forced outage, there's derate hours, there's a couple other pieces in there. And I think forced outage is probably your most impactful. And that forced outage rate, or FOR, is included in the modeling assumptions. And so we're updating as part of resource adequacy planning and modeling what those forced outage rates look like to accurately reflect what we should assume the availability or the capacity contribution of a unit is. That help?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's part of the XEUOF, but is not its entirety. So I think it's difficult for us to understand in looking across proceedings, conceivably where we see the value of enhanced plant performance is first of all in real-time reliability and resource adequacy, but second of all in ensuring that we are recognizing the benefit of that in resource planning so that these two things align. And I'm not seeing how we align them. They're different metrics that can't be directly compared to each other. So I'm kind of struggling to figure out, is there a better way to compare these so we can understand and realize the value if we do see enhanced performance? It seems to me that's something that should be realized with a value and therefore kind of provided the savings going forward in replacement resources to customers, but it doesn't seem as though we're able to do that.
I don't know that we can do that right now, because as I noted, forced outage rate was what was used in the modeling. And if you're using forced outage rate in the modeling and all of the phase 1 assumptions right now are kind of designed around the use of that forced outage rate, we're kind of at a challenging spot to now change it to the EUOF or XEUOF assumptions in the JTS. Now, going forward in a future ERP, we could look at that. I actually have heard you having this conversation, I think last week with Mr. Piquet, when he kicked the question to me, and have started a conversation with our resource planning team as to why do we use forced outage rate versus an XEUOF number. We just haven't had a chance to confer enough for me to fully explain to you here's X, here's why we use X instead of Y. I would just say in this PIM perspective, the reason you want to use the XEUF is it is evaluating a wider range of outages. So where forced outage rate is counting forced outages, this is also including things like the D-rate events as well. So from a PIM perspective, I think it's actually more outages or D-rates, because they're both included, is more punitive than it is in an ERP. But it is a very good question, is there a better way to align those two considerations?
Okay, thanks. And then, sorry, Miss Henry or Miss Nelson had up an exhibit previously that was hearing exhibit 310. It was LHS 41. So that was the Pueblo Unit 3 report. Do you recall seeing that on its operation? And on there it had shown, table 2 in that document shows fuel costs for the unit, and it shows $600,000 in fuel costs for Unit 3. As we've discussed, Unit 3 hasn't been operating for quite some time. So I was curious if you could help me understand why in the May 2026 report we're seeing over $500,000 in fuel costs for Pueblo Unit 3.
That's honestly probably a better question for Mr. Hansen. And the only reason I say that is I'm not 100% certain. I have a couple of ideas of why, but given that Mr. Hansen oversees the operation of it, he might have a better idea of why. Fuel costs might also include like fuel handling. And so there may be kind of fixed costs associated with fuel handling contracts that are incurred regardless, but I can't say for certain. And I think Mr. Hansen would be better prepared to answer that for you.
Okay, no worries. I'll move that to him. Then with regard to the treatment of the costs related to coal extensions, which I think is basically Pueblo 2 and Craig 1. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct. Those are the only two units that have been extended.
So I think you would agree with me, the commission's not yet settled what all constitutes replacement power costs for the Pueblo 3 outage. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. That would be part of the prudence review that I think we set for to be filed next summer.
Okay. And in addition to what constitutes the replacement cost, who bears that financial responsibility is also not established at this point, right?
Correct. And I think that's one of the points I was trying to make to some of the other questions as well, is a full prudence review of this Comanche 3 outage, including replacement power costs, including the capital associated with the repair, the O&M associated with the repair. All that is subject to a future prudence review. Commission can find all of it, none of it, or anywhere in between is prudent. And so similarly, if Comanche 2 is part of the replacement power costs associated with Comanche 3, the commission will evaluate whether that cost is reasonable or not.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I wanted to look at that in relation to what the settlement agreement has for cost recovery in the interim of those incremental costs. So the settlement says that the non-fuel incremental costs associated with the continued operation of Craig 1 and Pueblo 2 will be recovered through the PCCI for the duration of any authorized extension. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I think Commissioner Planner, somebody went through with you authorized extension. I think your assumption is that could be a commission action or potentially a federal action.
Yes, that's the company's position.
Okay, is that the full universe of what you see in a authorized extension? Like how that would come about?
I believe so. I'm not sure if there's any other way. I mean, for us to continue operating a unit past its retirement date, you need some form of commission decision. Department of Energy can issue a 202C. I guess I'm not sure if like NERC or another like reliability related organization could order it as well. But I think the two main ones that we would be thinking about are really a 202C and a commission decision.
Okay. So if the commission accepts your proposal and both the fuel costs would go through the ECA and the other incremental costs like through O&M and other expenses would flow through PCCA, right?
Yes, that's correct. And then be subject to the ECA and PCCA have the combined prudence review. I think those are filed August 1st of the following year. So at 26 ECA and PCCA prudence review begins in August of 27.
Okay. And at that point, though, the Pueblo Unit 3 prudency review would not be complete, correct?
Would not be complete, but if I remember correctly, the filing date for that is July 1st of 27. So it would be filed about a month in advance. They'll kind of be moving in parallel.
Right. But you wouldn't have a resolution as to cost responsibility and what's considered replacement power, etc.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm curious, not knowing the outcome yet of the prudency review and what is replacement power and who bears the cost and what amount should ratepayers seem. It seems the implicit assumption is the ratepayers are paying for 100% of the costs associated with the extensions of the plants. Curious if in that adjudication that wasn't the outcome, how do we sort that out if we were already recovering those costs from ratepayers with the assumption that it was their cost responsibility?
I think what that would result in is either a credit back through whether it's the ECA, the PCCA, some sort of mechanism. Let's say, the company came forward, brought forward the costs in the prudence review, commission determined some portion of that was not prudent. The company would then be crediting back whatever the commission determined was not prudent or not recoverable through, you could, I think, do it through the ECA or PCCA. Those would probably be the easiest and fastest mechanisms to do that through.
Okay, so essentially those mechanisms could be used to correct for a change in determination of how those costs or the entirety with which those costs should have been one place or the other.
Yes, I think so. And while I don't do the ECA and PCCAs, Mr. Piquet handles those, but my understanding is there have been credits provided back through those. And the way we've structured other proceedings like PIMS is to provide credits through the ECA. So we could credit anything back we needed to there.
Okay. And then with regard to the dispatchable PIM or DCA PIM, it's my understanding from the settlement agreement that that would be proposed to be effective January 1st of 2026. Does that sound right?
Yes, correct. That was part of the give and take of the settlement agreement. The company had proposed to make it effective January 1st, 2027. And through the settlement agreement, the give and take, we agreed to January 1st, 2026.
Understood. Based on their performance to date of the company's fleet, I was curious if the company anticipates it's likely you'd receive an incentive for 2026 for the DCA PIM.
I don't have an estimate of the overall fleet. I think, as you know, Cabin Creek Unit B is out of service right now. Our estimate on that is that we will be incurring a disincentive on Cabin Creek Unit B, but I don't know the performance of all the other units to know for certain if they're incentive, disincentive, or within the dead band.
Is that something that the company would have looked at in negotiating your position here?
We generally considered it, but didn't fully evaluate it when looking at, the settlement as a whole. I don't think it was a make or break consideration as to, hey, if this backcasts 6 to 7 months, what do we do? You would kind of try to take the entire settlement agreement as a whole and look if we know we have a risk on backcasting it, but on balance, how does that risk compare to the other risks we're taking on and some of the things that we're getting out of the settlement agreement?
Okay. And then with regard to the Unit 3 PIM, now that's not suggested by the settlement to be effective until the effective date of rates here, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what's the anticipated effective rates date?
I believe it's in August. I think it's towards the second half of August. But I'm blanking on the specific date there.
Okay. And just earlier this morning, we heard that you revised your assumption on the in-service date for Pueblo Unit 3 to be right around the same time, mid-August.
Yes, mid-August, August 15th is the current return to service. So assuming the commission was to approve the settlement agreement, there is increasing risk that if the unit is further delayed, we will be incurring a disincentive this year.
Just to be clear, if the Pueblo Unit 3 PIM were in place this year, does the company anticipate it's likely would receive a disincentive for 2026 if it were in place the entirety of the year?
Yes, I think given that it has been out of service for the first 6+ months of the year, yes, it's likely we would have earned a disincentive on that.
Okay. And in rebuttal, when you were arguing against essentially the DCA PIM going back to the beginning of 2026 as the effective date, you had said the company cannot go back in time and retroactively change its investments, decisions, and management practices that may have differed if a PIM existed at the time. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm curious, what specifically does the company or would the company plan to change in terms of its investments given the PIM versus life without the PIM?
Hard to say exactly, but what I was mainly thinking of there is the unit operators have been operating kind of normal course of business based upon their historic plans, many of which were set years in advance. And so if you start putting a financial incentive on it, there could have been deferred or accelerated maintenance that was decided on earlier this year that you didn't have the knowledge and awareness of a financial impact on. And so what I was just trying to make the point there is it's challenging to go back to somebody and say, here's something new that I'm going to judge you on that you had no idea I was going to judge you on. And you couldn't have done anything. Now you can't do anything different about that. So just trying to point out from a plant operator perspective, it's challenging because any information, especially in a mechanism like a performance mechanism, is valuable information to think about in how they're operating the unit. I don't know that it would have distinctly changed anything anyone did, but not being a plant operator, I wanted to be cognizant of the fact that they do take these things into account.
Okay. And I'm curious, in being like a prudent plant operator, owner, of company-owned resources, I mean, I understand the introduction of the disincentive or incentive, depending, which of these PIMs we're talking about, introduces a different financial layer for you. But isn't it always the company's obligation to make the most prudent financial decisions to optimize the operation of these plants?
Yes, I think it's always our obligation to do so. The commission and stakeholders regularly review whether those decisions were in fact prudent or imprudent, or were reasonable or not. That's sort of when you think about the way these frameworks are set up, with the Comanche 3 framework having the start date it has with the rate effective date, but with the full prudence review. There's still opportunity to review that. There's opportunity through different other processes to look at, did the company make prudent decisions with respect to its overall fleet operation? What the PIM, I think, really does is just provide more real-time feedback and a more known quantification of the upfront risk to the company of not maintaining its or reasonably operating its fleet, as well as incentives to improve the operation of its fleet. And improvement doesn't have to be we spend more capital dollars. That can be changing the way you operate the unit. It can be changing, the way that employees at the plant manage and do different things. There's continuous improvement that can be driven by both the incentive and disincentive there.
And that continuous improvement would not be pursued by the company for the benefit of ratepayers. Oh, sorry. Did you lose me for a second?
I heard your question. I just also heard the recording in
Yeah.
progress. So I was
Okay.
pausing for a second to make sure
I
everything
don't
was
know if I
okay.
like disconnected and reconnected very quickly, but that continuous improvement that you're talking about would not be pursued and has not been pursued by the company to date, absent these incentives and disincentive mechanisms.
No, apologies if I left you with that impression. That's not at all true. Continuous improvement is part of everything we do, whether it's plant operations, field construction, regulatory filings. We're constantly looking to improve. I think the incentive and disincentive mechanism simply provides one, more real-time feedback and a more direct financial risk to the company around that. Is more how I think about it. It's like we're putting an upfront dollar on, hey, it's at least going to be this amount if you don't continue to do continuous improvement, if you don't see improvements in your operation. So it's just kind of giving another price signal to the company.
Okay, and you're saying up to date without these PIMs, the main disincentive or motivation would be that the commission could determine that things were imprudent if there was poor function or poorly substantiated investments or whatever.
No, and again, apologies if I left you with this impression. I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that the one and only or the primary driving factor in everything we do is there going to be a financial penalty to the company? Those are important signals. There's no denying that. But continuous improvement from working with Mr. Hansen and others within our operations is not something that is, hey, we have to do continuous improvement because there's a financial penalty. My perception in working with the operations team is continuous improvement, just like safety, is part of their culture. That's absent any of the financial considerations. They are always seeking to do better and improve. The financial incentive piece of it really just kind of helps put a dollar on that and a more known quantification up front.
Okay. And up till now, the main financial disincentive would be if the commission determined either poor performance or imprudent expenditure.
Yes, correct. Up until the implementation of a DCA PIM, the primary way, like financial signal you would have had was through a prudence review. That was the distinction I was trying to make, is that's kind of well, we don't know what it could be. It could be anything. It could be nothing. Now we know right up front, well, there is definitely this cost if you underperform in addition to the risk you run on a prudence review.
Okay. Looking at the DCA PIM kind of specifically, I know you all put a baseline for each individual unit as their expectation, their expected performance. And I was curious if you have any bearings for us on how those rates compare to performance of other resources by type, like including PPA resources of similar ages.
I don't know how they would compare to another resource, a PPA resource or another utilities resource. What I can tell you is, as originally proposed, the company had targeted second quartile percentage performance for those units through both answer, rebuttal, and the settlement negotiation process. Those performance targets decreased, meaning that we went from, say, a 4 to a 3 as the baseline. So those have gotten more stringent. And I think if they're not into the first quartile, they're approaching first quartile.
Okay. But we don't have on this record any way to understand how the performance of your units of a similar type, similar age, the expected performance in this baseline would compare to like PPA resources, for example.
Not in that direct way of saying, take this PPA gas plant and compare it to this utility owned. What is this baseline versus that one? What I think the quartiles does, though, is kind of give you an idea of where the company falls on average or is targeting on average versus other units. And
Okay.
that average is like a nationwide average, is my understanding.
Okay. And can you help me understand, I understand the penalty suggested here is $2,500 per basis point below the deadband. So it doesn't pivot off the baseline itself, it pivots off the bottom of the deadband. Or I guess top, if the high number's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was curious, do you understand, or can you tell us the general structure of penalty for poor performance or unavailability for PPA projects? Just for comparison purposes, like how does that structure generally work if they are unavailable when they were supposed to be available?
Yeah, there's two ways in which I think a PPA is reflected there. First is there's the energy payment. Whenever they are operating and dispatching, they are paid an energy price. But that, my understanding is smaller than what their capacity payment is. Their capacity payment is made essentially based on you have X amount of capacity that we assume is going to be available. In some cases, that's measured over a period of time to determine what an average availability is versus a baseline. For example, you could have a unit that it's calculated over 6 months. So if a unit is completely unavailable for 6 months, it would take 6 months for you to get to a point where there's no longer a capacity reservation payment or capacity payment being made because you're averaging all the prior 6 months in that kind of rolling basis. So I think each PPA might be a little bit unique, but generally you have it again broken down into that paid by energy when it operates, but more importantly, paid that capacity reservation payment, which is my understanding typically evaluated over an average availability over a prior period of time.
Okay, and then how would those penalties apply, or they just don't get a capacity payment, which you had said is the majority of their payment structure if they're below a certain level?
Yes, that's effectively how it is. Again, in that example of a PPA that's unavailable for 6 months, the way I understand the structure would work is they would continue getting a payment, but a declining payment on that capacity payment until the point where it now is the availability factor is 0, and then they're not getting a payment. Now, at the same time, if it's declining and then it's improving, let's say they had a forced outage for a month, they were offline. It's not you get $0 for that month you're offline. They would see a reduction in their payment, but as soon as it came back online, that rolling average would start picking back up again and their payment would increase again.
Okay. Do you have any concept of like how these things compare? I'm looking at $2,500 per basis point below a deadband. That's below a baseline set for a particular unit. I'm trying to understand if this is on par with the sort of penalty a PPA would experience if it experienced a similar level of outages of a utility-owned plant.
I don't know that. I don't know how it would compare. I think it would be potentially a little bit unique by plant, depending upon what their terms were. The other thing I know has come up in conversations when negotiating around these is the other piece that the company looks at, and I think we've had with the settling parties is it's challenging to compare a PPA to a utility-owned generator, as our generation, we are rate regulated. Our return is regulated versus PPAs don't have that same regulated structure. So they can bake things in differently there. It's hard to ever have a perfect apples to apples risk comparison of an IPP and a PPA to a regulated utility because the business models are different. That said, there are penalty structures in place for both. And I think both have a clear incentive of increased availability is financially more beneficial for both of them. So there is like general alignment in that area.
Okay. And if the availability of like a PPA resource is better than expected in their bid, do they receive like bonus or additional payment for that availability?
I don't believe there's a bonus, but I would think, my understanding being that the structure of that would allow for an increased capacity payment with increased availability. But I haven't negotiated a lot, so I'm using my high level understanding of what those terms are.
Okay. Sorry. And then if a PPA project had trouble performing at its intended availability and they had to invest additionally in the plant, who would be responsible for that? Ratepayers through the cost they're charging to Public Service Company of Colorado, or would the owner of that plant just be responsible?
Yeah, that's again one of those differences in the business models is they bear the risk typically if a unit goes out of service that they would need to incur those costs. They typically can't come back and say, okay, we need to modify our PPA price for this. It's one of those inherent things. There is, I think, to some degree, a different risk calculation on the side of a PPA, but also a different reward calculation as well compared to a utility.
Okay. And then it's my understanding that you have the individual DCA, the PIMs for each individual DCA unit, and then this fleet-wide determination. And if those are of opposite direction, they kind of cancel and nothing happens. If they're of the same direction, both incentive, both disincentive in the same year, you get whichever one of those. Is that a fair understanding?
Yes, and the intent behind that and the design was to ensure that the performance of one singular unit or a small subset of units couldn't drive incentive or disincentive. That you couldn't have one unit that performed poorly, but all units performed well, and now you're not getting an incentive for performance, but conversely, the opposite happens where you could have one unit perform really, really well, or a small subset performs really, really well, but your overall fleet declines. You can't earn an incentive in that. It was just there to kind of balance against the say maybe outside risk that a small subset of units could drive financial performance that wasn't really reflective of the overall performance.
Okay, and when you refer to fleet in that sense, that is the fleet of the discrete DCA PIM eligible plants, or is it a wider fleet? Just so I'm clear.
It is the fleet that's subject to the PIM, which includes pretty much all units that are not slated to retire, or I shouldn't say pretty much, it includes all units which are not slated to retire within 5 years or are not Comanche 3, since it's subject to its own. So there's very limited exclusions from that fleet PIM. It's really, the coal plants that are slated to retire within the next 2 to 2 years, basically, and then some very old gas plants, which we've done very limited extensions on, units that were expected to retire in 25 and are now slated to retire in 27 or 28.
Okay, got it. And then within the DCA individual PIM area, there's a weighting there, and it looks to me that's just simple capacity math. That's the percentage capacity of the whole thing that unit represents. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's largely correct, is that the weighting in there is based upon capacity, thinking the larger unit, the more capacity it has, the more individual contribution it has to system reliability and resource adequacy. I will note Cabin Creek does have the unique factor of it has its own associated disincentive. So underperformance there incurs different disincentives than the other units as well.
I saw that, thanks. And it seems there's no consideration for kind of like this, I guess, in the anticipate factor level, though, like the age or capacity. I get there's capacity by age. I'm curious also on locational value. It seems these are essentially all treated the same on a per capacity basis when they're located in different places that could lead to different impacts in terms of energy flow on the system. And I was just curious if there are, different values per capacity for the use of different plants, because that doesn't appear to be included here.
To a I think, statement you made earlier, but to clarify around that first was age is to some degree captured in this of the plant in what the baseline is. Older plants, if you look at that, do tend to have a higher XEUOF, just recognizing that the older a plant is, just like a car, the older it is, the less reliable it may be. It's just aging. Now, to your question of is location factored in there? No, we didn't factor that in, as I think it's to some degree a bit of a challenge. Some of those location decisions now have been made decades ago, and it's not something that we can directly control, or can directly be influenced by the PIM. So try to recognize what is within the operator's control versus what is outside the operator's control.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you on the age bit. I generally understood that. I guess what I was saying was it's just a straight capacity weighting. So if we knocked a unit's XEUOF because it's older, it's still weighted. Now it has a lesser expectation on it, but let's say it's like a very large old plant. The weighting still weights it higher. So like it's even if it has an easier benchmark to hit, basically because of its age.
Yeah, I think that is true. Since it is just weighted just on capacity, you could be a larger, older unit with a higher EUOF, XEUF. So you would have that challenge there, or not challenge, but you'd have that situation where it's still weighted just as high, but as you know, it has the higher baseline. Now, I would say that higher baseline is reflective of the fact that the unit is older. So it doesn't necessarily make it easier to achieve just because that number is higher. It's more reflective of what reasonable performance going forward on that unit should be relative to its age and its historic performance as well.
Okay, and then I saw in the settlement agreement that the DCA PIM should recognize extraordinary circumstances. I would assume as exclusions too, what should count against performance of the plant. And I was curious if there's a definition or a reference to that to understand what the settling parties understand to be included in extraordinary circumstances.
The extraordinary circumstances language is something we've included in all of the recent performance incentive mechanisms. So the cost to construct, the operational, and the availability PIM from the ERP PIM proceeding. Believe there is similar exclusions from, say, the pathway cost to construct PIM that the company may argue extraordinary circumstances. In those PIMs, we've never specifically defined what extraordinary circumstances means. But that's where really then the burden falls on the company, that if we are going to claim there's an extraordinary circumstance, we need to very clearly delineate what was the circumstance, why it's extraordinary, and why it was outside the company's control. So I think the burden really falls on the company in that case. And the language has always been structured in a way that the company claiming extraordinary circumstances does not preclude any other party from taking whatever position they want on it. So just trying to account for the fact that there would be random things. The very easy example I could give you is a meteor strike. If a meteor strike hits a plant, that really wasn't the fault of the plant operator. He couldn't have done anything about that. That's extraordinary. And so there's a wide range of these kind of unknown risks that the company just wanted to have the ability to argue were outside of our control, but all parties can similarly argue absolutely not. Those are totally within your control. Commissioner Gilman, you're muted.
Yeah. How do you see extraordinary circumstances in this example comparing to, say, force majeure terms in a PPA contract in terms of your expectations on them to operate the plant?
I don't know that they're wildly different. I just don't know that I've ever also seen a completely uniform and consistent definition of force majeure. And that's kind of the other thing, to the extent of force majeure, an act of God, sure, probably falls under both force majeure and under extraordinary circumstances. I just don't know that they're perfectly overlapping in the definition. And so that's why, rather than try to very narrowly define it or specifically define it, the party said, let's allow that there are extraordinary things that can happen but company, it's your burden to prove that those were extraordinary and outside your control, not a simple you check the box and we say that fits. So I actually think under an extraordinary circumstances, if we've structured it, it's probably a higher burden than a defined force majeure would be.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. As we look at the potential for increased O&M or capital expenditures on the company's part, really to achieve either of the PIMs, the Pueblo Unit 3 or the TCA PIMs, I'm curious if the company has in mind a ratio or a cost effectiveness threshold with which you would use to plan to understand what prudent expense may look like in improving the performance of the plants.
So I don't know that I've seen anyone conduct a CBA like that or analyze it. But the things that I think about that, as we've talked about this, well, isn't there an incentive for the company to just spend more money? Is one, because we have a historic test year, the O&M associated with operating these plants is based upon the historic O&M cost of those units. So we're looking at in 2027 or 2028, the O&M budget allocated to those plants based upon the historic test year is reflective of the 2025 cost of those units. We could go and increase the O&M for those units. Customers will never pay for that because the revenue requirement is set with the historic test year. Similarly, as I've talked about with some of the other
Can I ask one follow-up right there?
Oh yeah, please. Sorry.
If that O&M cost is in a new test year for a new rate case, wouldn't customers end up paying for it conceivably? I mean, you said customers never pay for it. If the company increases their O&M when you come in for another rate case and show that in a test year, don't customers end up incorporating that?
Going forward, yes, if that test year and that O&M assumption was approved, they would. But that's where I say there's no way for the company to increase its O&M between rate cases and simply customers pay that. There is an inherent customer protection in the use of the historic test year that, let's say, just to use a simple number, the O&M in the 2025 test year is $1 million. If the company goes and spends $10 million a year now, every year in O&M, customers never pay that incremental $9. It doesn't flow back. There's no rate adjustment for that. Now, in the next rate case, it could get captured in the test year. But again, parties would have very reasonable opportunity to look and say, why did you spend $9 million more a year? And is that truly reasonable based upon this? So from an O&M perspective, that I think is the important thing to consider is no matter how much more O&M the company spends, our revenue requirement only collects what the historic test year had in it. And it can never just increase without an official act from the commission approving an increase to that. Similarly, the capital was the same thing as we may have budgeted for a certain amount of capital in our 5-year plans. None of that future capital investment is included in rates now. Our revenue requirement is not collecting any of the future 5-year plans there. And to the extent that we meet, exceed, or come in under that forecast we have right now, that's all subject to a future rate case, the commission evaluating those costs, determining whether they were prudent or not, and then allowing the company to recover whatever is prudent. So this kind of question of doesn't the company just have an incentive to spend more money? Yes, but it's very risky to do so because you're not going to get your O&M if you spend more, and your capital is subject to review. So you don't know that you're going to get that capital. And I think it's clear to the company that the commission is very active in evaluating our capital spend. I don't think that anyone has looked at this as a great, we can just put a bunch of capital dollars at this, because we hear time and again from you, Commissioner Gilman, from Commissioner Plant, from Chairman Blank, that you're all very aware of and cognizant of capital growth. So I think we know there's significant risk there.
Thanks. I just had one last question. I was asking you previously about the 2025 performance of Pueblo Unit 3. And I will say there is a table, it's a confidential table, so we're not going to bring it up, but there is a table in Miss Henry Stermos's direct testimony that lists out unplanned outage hours by year. It's on page 13 of her confidential testimony. And I just wanted to see if I don't believe the company has disputed those figures, but I just wanted to confirm that.
I don't believe we disputed any of those, and without seeing the testimony, which understand, let's not go into a confidential session for just this. My guess is those calculations were likely based off of our EUF numbers. So you could have easily taken a historic backcast of percentage divided by the 80 to 760 and said this is how many hours or days a unit was out historically.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I do not have any questions for Mr. Piscucci, so Mr. Zomer, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Blake. I think we'll pick up off with your last question with Commissioner Gilman. Could we pull up settlement agreement attachment 6, I believe? Sorry, yeah, Exhibit 155, attachment 6. Mr. Pascucci, is it your understanding that the actual XEUF for Comanche Unit 3 for 2025 is available in the confidential version of this document?
Yes, the actual would be available in the confidential version of there for the historic performance.
And for each of those years listed?
Yes.
Okay. You also, could we pull up hearing exhibit 112, Mr. Pascucci's direct testimony? And go to page 24. If we can scroll down a little bit. Right here. So, Mr. Pascucci, you had a discussion with Commissioner Gilman regarding the units that are not included in the DCA PIM. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned that the mechanism excludes certain units that are nearing retirement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Are there some other units that are also excluded?
Yes, as you can see, beginning on line 20, I state next, all power plants that have capacity of less than 20 megawatts were removed, as their contribution to the overall PIM would be marginal.
And is it also because there is not NERC GADS data for those facilities?
Yes, that's correct. It says, additionally, NERC only requires the reporting of GADS data for facilities that are 20 megawatts or more. So part of the reason is, again, trying to stick with what is reported to NERC, what is required by NERC, gave us kind of a good firm benchmark for these.
Okay. Could we please switch back to hearing exhibit 155, the settlement agreement? And can we go to page 29? Sorry, page 17. You had a discussion with Commissioner Gelman about the rate effective date and wasn't quite sure when in August it is. If you review paragraph 29, does that help refresh your recollection on that?
Yes, it does. August 29th, 2026 is the current rate effective date.
You also had a discussion about the application of the Comanche 3 performance framework and a return to service of August 15th, and that the performance framework is forward-looking from the rate effective date. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if the unit is not in service on August 29th or times forward, is that accounted for in the 2026 calculations of the performance framework?
Yes, it would be. That was part of the point I was trying to make in discussing this with Commissioner Gilman is given that the new return to service is August 15th, the rate effective date is August 29th. There is significantly less room now for further delays to occur before the company would start recognizing those outages as a part of the PIM. So there's increasing pressure, I will say, on plant operators to get the unit back in service on the schedule that we have set forward now or earlier. And the company is at increasing risk if that is further delayed to incurring a disincentive position.
Okay. I'd like to return to kind of generally, you had a discussion with Commissioner Plant, but also Ms. Nelson and Ms. Van Geem regarding Comanche 3 capital additions. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. First, are the capital additions associated with the current outage included in the settlement test year?
No, they're not.
Is it your understanding that those capital additions will be subject to review in a future rate case?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Is it also your understanding that the costs associated with the current outage are subject to their own prudence review?
Yes, that's correct. That would be a 2027 prudence review.
You also had a discussion with Ms. Van Geem and Ms. Nelson regarding incentives associated with the performance mechanism, encouraging the company to make capital investments at Comanche 3. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that the answer testimony recommendations of some parties in this case would have made the entire Comanche 3 revenue requirement at risk on a going forward basis?
Yes, that was my understanding.
How does that proposal relate to incentives to make additional investments in Comanche 3?
I think that becomes increasingly challenging because with significantly more in the case of in this case it's $30 million more. If it's 100 to $110 million at risk, I think that incentive does become greater to some degree because there is so much more on the table for the company. Now, at the same time, there is prudence reviews done on those, and so you need to be cognizant of the risk that's there. But to the degree, one way or another, that a disincentive is increasingly large, the signal it's sending to the company is it should focus more of its effort towards the performance of that one singular unit because the financial incentive is that high, or disincentive in that case is that high.
One other point of clarification, is it your understanding that as a unit approaches the end of its life, it still does require some level of capital investment?
Yes, for certain that all units require some capital investment, just as I think I tried to make the car analogy with Commissioner Gilman, that you still have to maintain a car no matter what its age is. The difference is you probably don't make the same level of investment in a new or car in the middle of its life, just like a unit, as you would at the end of its life. You just want to reflect that you want to get good value for your investment when you're making it. That principle applies to a unit, a generation unit as well.
Could we return to hearing exhibit 155, attachment 6? Could you just provide a high-level description of what this attachment is showing?
Yes, this is a historic backcast or historic analysis of if the Comanche 3 performance framework had been in effect in prior years, what would have been the penalty and offset outcome of that historic performance?
And without getting into the confidential information, this is showing approximately $94 million of penalties over this analytical period.
That's correct. Yes, it was just over $94 million in total penalties that were incurred between 2016 and 2025.
And that calculation is performed at the XEUF baseline that is reflected in the settlement agreement.
That's correct. Yes.
What does that tell you about the difficulty of achieving that baseline?
Given that the total penalty is 94 million, and the offsets amounts to less than 30 million, 28 million, a net penalty of 66 million is going to be extremely challenging for us to achieve on an annual basis. For the most part, obviously, disincentives have outweighed the potential offsets. It's not something where I think the company is set up for easy success, that this baseline is relatively low. The company is always going to wind up within the dead band. A $66 million net penalty to the company, I think, shows that this is a pretty rigorous PIM and fairly risky for the company.
Also on this page, can you explain the max incentive XEOF begins value of 43.87%?
Yes, sorry. The max disincentive XUF begins at the 43.8%. That is just reflective of I think the one singular worst year that we had. We tried to calculate where, the most subpar performance could be and try to benchmark off that.
Is it your understanding that there's more room for disincentive as it relates to the baseline than it is to incentive?
Yes, for sure. Because the company only has the ability to go up from about 10%, about 10.5% to 0%, versus the opportunity to go down from 16.5% to 43.87 is much larger. There is much more disincentive at risk on an annual basis than potential offset. Kind of going to, I think the question I had with Ms. Van Giem is, isn't it possible that the company could never have a disincentive due to bad performance? 1 year of bad performance results in approximately $30 million of disincentive. It would take 3 years of perfect performance to offset that. That is, in and of itself, I would say, a near impossible thing to do, to have 3 years of perfect performance on any unit before you could even begin to offset 1 year of poor performance.
Thank you. I'm just checking my list here. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 112 again? And can we go to page 7? Can we scroll down so Mr. Piscucci can review this first Q&A here?
Yes, I've reviewed it.
And maybe the next one as well.
If you could scroll down just a little bit more. Thank you. Yes, I've reviewed it.
After reviewing those, can you provide the background of the company bringing forward the DCA PIM proposal in this proceeding?
Yes, bringing the proposal here is kind of the result of several other attempts. Commission staff has indicated a long interest in bringing this forward. It had been punted out of several other proceedings to eventually this proceeding. So The company bringing it forward here was one, a requirement out of prior settlements that the commission has approved that we needed to bring forward this PIM. Two, it reflects kind of ongoing cooperation between the company and commission staff, that recognizing they have an interest in this, that we need to bring forward something thoughtful. I would say unwritten here is, I think it's clear to us that the commission likes to see performance incentive mechanisms. If I can steal Chairman Blank's kind of statements that he makes, is he wants to see when customers win, the utility wins. When customers lose, the utility loses. I think I'm paraphrasing that fairly reasonably.
That's okay. You got it.
Okay. This is another situation where we are bringing forward something that where the company's fleet underperforms and its operation of its units have a negative impact on customers. The company has risk. They have skin in the game. We may lose now. To the extent that we can do better, it reflects again that commission desire to see if things are operating better, that customers are receiving more benefit, that the company should see some benefit from that improved performance as well.
Thank you. Could we transition to hearing exhibit 158? And I believe, can we go to page 8? Can we, sorry, let me pull up my. Sorry, can we go to page 12? Scroll down for just a second. There, that Q&A at 8 through 16. Can you review that, Mr. Crescucci?
Yes. I've reviewed it.
Okay, you had a discussion with Ms. Van Geen about the incentive, the backcast associated with the DCA PIM structure. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And most of that discussion was focused on 2025 results. You recall that?
Yes.
What does the entirety of the backcast show from the DCA PIM analysis?
The entirety of the backcast shows that the company would have returned over $6 million to customers if you look over that kind of 5-6 year previous period. That was sort of the point I was trying to make, is that you can't take 1 year in isolation and say, well, this year it was positive, therefore you don't need an incentive or a disincentive. You need to look at the full basis. And I think what the settlement has done here, also denoted in this, is really push a lot of the risk of the future operation of these units to the company. Historically, we would have paid a disincentive. We've reduced a lot of the unit baselines. We've increased some of the penalties associated with the units, the disincentives. So this is really a thing that should continue to drive that continuous improvement. And you need to look at it on the whole, not as just a one-off.
You mentioned with, I believe it was Commissioner Gilman, that moving some of those baselines lower, move them closer to the first quartile overall. Is that your recollection?
Yes, that is.
So how would you characterize the type of performance that's needed in order to earn incentive over the DCA, through the DCA PIM?
Relative to historic performance and relative to where the company proposed indirect, for many of the units, performance now has to be significantly better than what we were anticipating in order to achieve incentives. So it is much more challenging on both the DCA PIM, like the Comanche 3 PIM, to earn an incentive than it is to earn a disincentive. I think that puts a lot more risk on the company than standard business practice has.
Okay, now I'm going to return to the beginning of the morning. So you had a conversation with Ms. Nelson regarding the Comanche 3 performance framework. I just wanted to ask a few clarifying questions associated with that. First, is it your understanding that the Comanche 3 performance framework disincentive payments all occur through the ECA?
That is my recollection, yes, that if we incur the disincentive, it gets returned back through the ECA.
And there's a true-up process for the ECA?
Yes, there's a true-up and a prudence review process. So, for example, the end of 2026, the company will file in August of 2027 for its annual ECA PCCA prudence review process, at which point parties will evaluate the standard parts of that, but would also have an opportunity to evaluate the company's calculation of the Comanche 3 performance framework.
And when base rates are established in this case, is it your understanding that would reflect the settlement test year revenue requirement?
Yes, it would.
And those base rates won't change until there's a future rate case?
That's correct.
If we could return to hearing exhibit 155, attachment 6. You also had a discussion with Ms. Nelson regarding quantification of penalties under the Comanche 3 performance framework. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And does this attachment identify those a backcast associated with those penalties?
Yes, you have the backcast of the penalties in the column penalty. Yes, it's the fifth from the left.
And attachment MVP 7 to your settlement testimony, was that a live model associated with the Comanche 3 performance framework?
Yes, we had filed live models for both the Comanche 3 and the DCA PIM.
And does that model allow parties to put in assumptions regarding actual XEOUF that would be achieved to calculate associated penalties?
Yes, a party could adjust really any of the factors in the model. You could change the actual XEUOF to see what the result you wanted to assume would be. You could change really any of the inputs in there.
Okay, one final set of cleanup, I believe. Could we bring up hearing exhibit 310, attachment LHS 41? If we can go down to page 5, please. And actually scroll down a little bit further so we can see footnote 6. And footnote 10. So, Mr. Piscucci, there was just some questions about whether these reflected public service costs. Does reviewing these footnotes help clear that up?
Yes, I think at the time it said it, I believe that they were public services share of costs only. And footnote 6, you can see says costs reflect public services share of costs inclusive of common costs. And footnote 10 says forecasted costs reflect public services share of costs.
And these are all costs associated with the current outage at Comanche 3?
Yes, that's correct. This reporting is reflective of the costs incurred both to return Comanche 3 to services, well as costs and production associated with Comanche Unit 2 due to the extension.
And it's your understanding that these are all within the prudence review agreed to as part of the settlement testimony?
Yes, I would agree that the Comanche 3 prudence review would be fairly wide ranging to look at the full cost of the return to service of Comanche Unit 3, as well as any costs associated with replacement power or other costs incurred related to the Comanche Unit 3 outage.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just checking my notes. I believe that's all I have for redirective, Mr. Pascucci. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pascucci. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Let's take a break till about 12:45, and we'll start back with Mr. Hanson. And just to let my colleagues know, for Mr. Wenner, I'm going to ask some questions on behalf of advisors and maybe go first for Mr. Wenner, let you guys go, and then ask my remaining questions. So just a heads up on some questions for advisors. With that, anything else before lunch? Commissioner Gilman?
Are you planning any confidential questions for Mr. Winter? Because I have some that may go that direction, so I'm just trying to work out. I feel like I could ask them at any point. Like, it doesn't have to be in my right spot if it's time for a break or whatever.
I don't have confidential questions for Mr. Winter.
Okay. I'll work on that over lunch, but I may need to do some confidential questions. So in which case I'm saying I could go out of order for those to just make it work with a break.
Can you say what substance area your questions are on?
On the levers model, which was entirely considered confidential by the company.
All right. Why don't we let me think. You, Mr. Zomer, you'd like to take Mr. Hanson next?
Yeah, I believe so. That was Core's request. And Core, I believe, it asked for that.
Okay. So we'll take Mr. Hanson first. We'll go through the cross of Mr. Wenner, and we'll just have to figure out what to do on confidential session when we get there. And just so you know, Mr. Zomer, I guess I do have some questions on the Moody's reports. I was thinking we wouldn't have to go in the session because I could just read them, but I guess I could just do it in confidential session too.
Yeah, on the Moody's reports, I mean, typically those are treated as confidential because they're third-party work product and we're required to, but typically the text within them, I mean, we quote it in a public way. So that I think we can work around. Commissioner Gilman, I think if we bring up the models, we may have some issues, but in terms of talking about how they function or the results have been included on a public basis. And so, but we'll work through that.
I can definitely try them public and just be a little more cryptic about some of the details and then see if we get there.
Okay.
All right. So let's do this. We'll start after lunch with Mr. Hanson. We'll go to Mr. Wenner. We'll go through the cross of Mr. Wenner. I'll ask the advisors questions. We'll go to Commissioner Plant Gilman. We'll see if we need a confidential session. Does that work for you, Ms. Chartrand?
Yes, it does, Chairman Blank. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with you and Mr. Hanson, 12:45. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Blank, and this is we're back on the record in 25AL-0494E, the Public Service Company of Colorado rate case. Mr. Hanson, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
They are not, and no,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Unless you have anything preliminary, Mr. Simpson, we'll jump to Ms. Chartrand.
Reading the room, the witness is available for cross.
Thank you. Ms. Chartrand.
Thank you. Chairman Blank, prior to my cross of Mr. Hanson, I just wanted to inform you that we're going to waive our cross time with staff witness O'Neill. And in light of that, if acceptable to you, I would like to use that 5 minutes in addition to my original 5 minutes to cross Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, you've waived a bunch of cross.
Okay.
I think you're entitled to the time you need, Ms.
Appreciate,
Chartrand.
thank you. Mr. Hanson, thank you for your time today. My name is Laura Chartrand, and I'm here on behalf of Core Electric Cooperative. And Core, along with the company and Holy Cross, are co-owners of Comanche 3. The majority of my questions will focus on your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 143. And if we could bring up hearing exhibit 143, then we can get started with my questions. And if we could go to Mr. Hanson's portion of his testimony on page 8, line 12. And Mr. Hanson, can you see this exhibit and rebuttal testimony?
I can.
Thank you. And here you're asked if the current outage at Comanche 3 was caused by, quote, aforementioned operating stresses. Do you see that in your testimony?
I do.
And your testimony response was no, that the aforementioned operating stresses did not cause the current outage. Is that correct?
It is.
And for the sake of clarity, could you enumerate for the record what specific aforementioned operating stressors you are referring to?
When we looked at this, we were talking about the stresses that would go along with heating up and cooling down, and in particular, boiler performance for the unit.
And in your testimony, do you recall, and maybe I can refresh your memory, if we could go to page 7. And in your testimony on page 7, you describe this as ramping up and down in order to balance the system because of renewable energy. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Hanson, is it correct that the ramping up and down to balance this penetration of renewables was occurring prior to the current Comanche 3 outage?
It was. This has changed over time as renewables penetrate more and more into the market. There is a greater need to, I'll say, change or manipulate existing units to accommodate for that increased contribution of the renewables to the overall generation profile.
And in your testimony on page 7, line 15, you testify that continued ramping up and down of the unit will contribute negatively to wear and tear, making the unit more difficult to reliably operate. Do you see that in your testimony?
I do.
Is this wear and tear limited to the boiler tubes of Comanche 3?
No, but that's the primary contribution to the challenge for this particular unit. If you take a look at the following lines, you do see me talk about the boiler tubes. So that was the primary contributor of the challenges of running the unit. But anytime you operate a machine and you cause it to change operating conditions or the operating paradigm, it does stress the individual components that are part of the machine.
And at this time, do you anticipate other significant challenges because of that?
Need a little help with that question. What in particular are you referring to?
So you just testified that the primary identified challenge was the wear and tear to the boiler tubes. But you just testified that it can also cause wear and tear to other components. Can you identify what those other components are that you anticipate the ramping up and down may contribute to wear and tear?
All of the components that make up the operating machine, in this case, the Comanche 3 boiler and turbines that are exposed to differing operating conditions, i.e. different temperatures and pressures, are going to undergo various stresses as they go. And so as a result of operating the unit, you have to take certain operating conditions or behaviors into account as you operate the machine. So in particular, you may limit the rate at which you raise power or lower power on the machine. You may limit the number of times you want to do that so that the materials have a chance to grow and accommodate those changes in operating paradigms. So any of the components within the machine that would be subject to, I'll say, changing operating conditions will undergo wear.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Could you also explain the basis for your conclusion that the current Comanche 3 outage was not attributable to ramping up and down?
So that particular outage is related to the initial discussions on why has the unit been difficult to operate and has to come offline for, I'll say, unplanned outages. And they've been related primarily to the boiler tubes and their performance over time. This particular outage is related to the fact that we had a liberation of a blade on our turbine that went through both stationary components and through other blading and performed that damage at that point. Although there is a root cause that has been performed on it, it's my understanding that a primary contributor hadn't been related to those stressors. And so this appears to be related to the meteorological conditions under which those blades were secured to the rotating element.
And Mr. Hansen, have you participated in any part of the root cause analysis that you just mentioned?
I have not. That's been done.
Have you had occasion to review the root cause analysis report?
No, I have not.
Mr. Hansen, are you aware, did you listen to Mr. Piscucci's testimony this morning?
Not all of it, but some of it.
Well, on subject to check, at one point he had testified that the current return to service date for Comanche 3 is August 15th. Does that surprise you?
It does not surprise me. I am aware of what Mr. Piscucci discussed with regard to supply chain challenges, and in particular, our primary vendor, and being able to return both the stationary components and the rotating elements to the site in order for us to have enough time to reconstruct it and then do some initial testing before placing the unit in service.
And do you believe that, oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Hansen, do you believe that the August 15th, 2026 will give you sufficient time to do that testing?
I do. At this point in time, as long as those components arrive on the sites that we had originally or that have been updated to us, we'll need roughly a month for the reconstruction of the components, and we'll have a couple weeks to be able to do the operating paradigm testing for the machine to be able to synchronize it. But it will be on or about the 15th of August.
So is it fair to say that there are components that are not yet on site?
Yes, that is true.
Are you aware that the company is required to provide monthly reporting in the Comanche 2 variance petition before the commission?
I am aware of it.
And subject to check, would it surprise you that in January and February, the company expected the return to service date to be June 15th?
I am also aware of those original dates.
And then subject to check, are you familiar then with the dates of July 2026 that were reported in March, April, and May?
I am aware of those dates.
And to your knowledge, has any report been filed through a proceeding before the Public Utilities Commission that notifies interested parties that the new return to service date is August 15th?
I don't know if that went out in the last report or not. So I'm not certain if and when the commission has been notified officially through our channels.
Okay. Mr. Hanson, thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Hanson.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms. Chartrand. Commissioner Plant, any question? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Sierra Club, Mr. Gerhart.
Thank you. I just have a few questions about Comanche 3, Mr. Hanson.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Good to meet you as well. Could we please pull back up Mr. Hanson's rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 143? And could we please scroll to page 7? Great. So Mr. Hanson, on this page, you're discussing Comanche 3, and if you look down on line 11, there's a sentence that reads, in addition, the company made certain commitments for Comanche Unit 3 operations in 2021 through the updated settlement agreement in proceeding number 25AL-0494E. Do you see that?
I do see it.
Okay. And so this sentence is referring to the annual capacity factor limits on Comanche 3 in that settlement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of your question.
Sure. So in this sentence, when you refer to the commitments for Comanche 3 in 21A-0141E, you're referring, at least in part, to the annual capacity factor limits in the updated settlement agreement that the commission approved in that case?
That is my understanding.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about those commitments that you're referring to here. So you're aware that those annual capacity factor limits went into effect beginning in 2025?
I am.
Okay. And Comanche 3 was on outage from August through December of last year?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say your understanding is that given that outage in 2025, the capacity factor limits in the settlement did not affect the operation of Comanche 3?
Yes, that's correct. That settlement did not impact that outage or was not the result of it or caused it.
Okay. And would the same be true for 2026, given that Comanche 3 hasn't operated yet, which is to say that the annual capacity factor limit for 2026 has not affected Comanche 3's operation this year?
That is correct.
Okay. So to sum up, as we sit here today, there's no time period over which the annual capacity factor limits have yet impacted Comanche 3's operations.
Based on what we just discussed, that is absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Appreciate your time, Mr. Hansen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhard. Commissioner Plant.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Hansen.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I just had a couple of questions on the wind farms, and regarding the extension of the depreciable lives of the two wind farms, in the direct testimony from 25 to 35 or 36 and now to 30 in the settlement. Are you aware of any additional costs that would be incurred to extend the lives of the units? Is there nacelle replacements or other components that would drive additional capital costs at that 25-year mark?
I'm not aware of a specific cost because it went from 25 to 30 or 35 years. What I am aware of is as machines get older, they are going to require more regular or routine maintenance. And so as a result of that, there's no reason to believe we wouldn't have to continue to perform the same type of maintenance that we're doing on those machines to extend their duration.
But not a greater amount of maintenance, just kind of what you're doing now or what's happening in the first 25 years?
Not that I'm aware of. That's correct.
Okay. And have you evaluated any derating of those units once you get beyond that 25-year range? Is there any reason to expect that the units will continue to produce at their existing capacity, or is there an expectation of a decline in production after that point?
I'm not aware of an expected decline in the machines, but I do know that the machines will become less efficient and will likely require the same type of normal maintenance that we would have to perform on them. So as a result, they may need maintenance at a different frequency depending on the age of the machine and the specific type.
And my last question is the Burns and McDonald study that was used to justify the extension of the two wind plants was based on the full wind portfolio. Has the company looked at all of the plants and extending their lives in a similar way? What the savings might be associated with doing something like that?
Excuse my interruption. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure I understood the breadth of the question. When you say the company, do you mean beyond just Piesco to the Excel company, or?
Well, looking at Piesco.
Yeah, no, at this one.
I think you were looking at the full breadth of all of the wind portfolio, which would include a lot more than the two plants that we're talking about here. I'm just wondering if the company looked at what annual savings might be associated with extending the lives of those plants and the payoff of those plants over that period of time as well.
I personally am not aware of any specifics in terms of savings, other than a planning or mapping to have to replace equipment at an earlier time frame or replace sources of generation at a particular time frame. So no, I'm not aware of one.
Well, you're looking at annual savings extending the life of the plant, right? And we're talking specifically in this case about two wind farms, but I think the study was looking at the entire portfolio of wind. And I was just wondering if the company had taken that, if you were to take that same approach and go to 30 years or 35 years, whatever it might be, what the cumulative savings per year might be for ratepayers, if that's truly expected to be the life of the units.
I can just tell you at this point in time, I'm not aware of what those specifics would be, nor has it been made aware to me, but I'm certain that we will, in the future, as we see the performance of these, have to do an analysis to determine if and when to replace more components or if indeed it was a savings. But we anticipate there'll be improvement and that they'll be able to last that long.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Hansen.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm good. I had a couple questions on some of what we saw in the Comanche 3 report. That was we saw one of these, I think it was the May report attached to Ms. Henry Sermos's opposition to settlement testimony. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
So curious, that report showed $600,000 in fuel O&M costs for Unit 3, despite Unit 3 being down for 9 or 10 months at that point. So I'm curious what those fuel costs for Unit 3 represent.
So we employ a company that does our coal handling or fuel handling for us. And so periodically the piles that are used by both the Comanche 2 and the Comanche 3 units need to be reshaped, and there are costs associated with managing that as well as receiving more coal, but we're not actually burning the coal in Unit 3 at this point in time, but we still have to manage that facility. So those costs are related to that.
Okay. So, and I checked a few of the other reports. The April report listed $300,000. The March report listed $600,000. The February report listed $800,000. Do those all sound accurate?
Those sound like reasonable numbers.
Okay. And so I'm a little confused. So that's not for the delivery of any coal. That is for like managing the coal on site without any new commodity coming in?
Right. So we do receive coal, and so they go to the site, but we have to manage that pile. That coal is coming in for both of the units' operation. Obviously, there was times during that time frame that you're talking about where Comanche 2 was not operating also. And yet we still maintain a pile so that you have approximately 30 to 35 days on site at all times. Not all of our coal plants use the same amount of coal or maintain it. So there are times it gets lower, there are times it gets higher. Just for instance, the Hayden unit maintains a larger pile because it's sometimes harder to get fuel into that site. So in the event that for some reason we were to suffer, I'll say, a problem with receiving coal, it could be a train problem with a track, could be weather, could be anything. We need to maintain enough fuel on site to still be able to provide an output for the customers in the state of Colorado. So yep, there's still times where we have to continue to manipulate the coal pile. So even when we're drawing things off the coal pile, unfortunately, we've had some incidents where you have to keep manipulating the coal around. It can get pockets underneath of it. As a result, that can, if we had people on the pile, cause hazards. The machines, so as we use the coal, it's coming out from underneath, you still have to shape the piles while we're operating, even if it's only being used from one source. Now, there's less of that necessary when both the units aren't running, obviously, or when only one unit's operating.
Okay. And Unit 2 has been operating, correct?
For the better part of the year, not every day, but we have taken it out on purpose to do some maintenance to make sure the unit will run as well as possible.
Okay. Now I noticed in the same reports, at least those that I checked, which were probably 4 or so of them, it lists $0 for the actual O&M fuel costs for Unit 2. What would be the reason that all the fuel costs are allocated to Unit 3, none to Unit 2?
I stepped on your question. And so there were times when, and I apologize if I get this wrong from a context, but there were times when Unit 2 didn't receive any coal during a particular window. Because we had the unit out for over 30 days. We also don't always receive the coal when the unit's operating. So in other words, there are times when the unit may not be operating and receiving coal. There are also times when the unit's operating and I'll receive coal. So it is much more of a timing on when the trains actually show up with the coal.
Yeah, I guess the trend I'm looking at is more consistent than that. In each of the Comanche 3 reports that I've reviewed, the fuel cost, the O&M fuel cost for Unit 2 has consistently been 0. It's not like sometimes here, sometimes there. And then the fuel cost has consistently been hundreds of millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars for Unit 3. So I'm not seeing this ebb and flow. It looks like the fuel costs consistently during the outage, there are fuel costs being allocated to Unit 3 and 0 being allocated to Unit 2.
I just want the last part of what you said is 0 allocated to Unit 2 and it's being allocated to Unit 3. Is that what
Correct.
the question?
At least the Comanche 3 reports that I reviewed, I got February, March, April, May
Yep.
here. Each look to show $0 of actual O&M cost fuel allocated to unit 2. And each of them show hundreds of thousands of dollars of actual O&M cost of fuel allocated to unit 3. And I'm curious why we would see that differential, especially if unit 2 is the one that has been operating.
Unit 2 has been the one that's operating 100%. It's been out of service for at least a month during that period of time that we're discussing. It's also just been out of service recently here for a couple weeks. Net result is, without looking at the report in more detail, I would have to look at specifically what the listed costs are, but I would expect that the bulk of the fuels receipts would be supporting the operation of Comanche Unit 2, and that the O&M costs that you would see toward Comanche Unit 3 would have been mostly processing or moving the piles or materials necessary to manage the coal pile.
Okay. And if unit 3 is not burning down coal in that interim, it seems as though those costs would be minimal, just managing the pile rather than reallocating new arrivals for the most part.
That's correct. From a coal standpoint or the fuel standpoint, other than the operation of that coal pile, there would be little that's being used from a fuel at that site other than the coal, and it'd be the manipulation of the pile to align it so that it would support the operation of that unit when it comes back.
Okay. And does the company have now, or are you planning to have a higher reserve, I guess you would say, of coal on site for unit 3 than you had typically operating in 2025 before the breakdown?
So what I would tell you is that we try to maintain 30 to 35 days of coal at the Comanche site. What that means, though, is that I'm going to take a more rapid influx of trains. So in other words, instead of getting 1 train a week or 2 trains a week, I might go to 3 or 4 trains if both units are operating. I'm still trying to maintain the same size pile, but that may require more frequent train visits to the site. So as a result, even though I don't want to maintain a huge amount in there, 35 days has proven to be very reliable in terms of buffer in case there's some delay along that supply chain delivery of coal. But there's no reason to make the pile much larger than that because we have serviceable and reliable supplies of the fuel. I told you, from a Hayden standpoint, that'll sound different because we normally try to maintain more than that, especially for it's more difficult up in the mountains to get the coal up there. There can be more reasons for things to break down. So we strive to keep a larger pile at the Hayden site. So it's not the same at both sites.
Okay. And then just curious, when unit 3 is in operation, what are the typical monthly O&M costs related to fuel?
It's going to be larger than that. I would tell you without the report right in front of me, it's been a while since I've seen it. So I would hesitate to make a guess right now without a recent report.
Okay. I'm looking at the Comanche report that Ms. Henry Sermos attached to her testimony, which I think is the May report. So this was anticipating, I don't know, in May, you were anticipating it opened in July. It shows the forecasted O&M costs for fuel for unit 3, 7.1 million, and for unit 2, 1 million.
And that is much closer to a normal operating set of parameters. So remember, the units are different size. So unit 3 is a 750 megawatt unit. Unit 2 is closer to 300, just over 300 megawatts. So one will burn or consume, if everything was equal, roughly twice as much fuel as the other. It's actually more than that. And so there's a reason they would be significantly different.
Okay. I mean, maybe there's a reason they would be.
And that is them running at full power every time, all the time.
Yeah. I mean, the one is 7 times the other one, not double. But so that's just over 1 million, give or take, a month for unit 3.
Yeah, and so here's what I want to make sure. Those units we don't run, so a base load unit is a unit I would turn on, run it up to 100% power, and leave it alone. So I want to make sure I have that much fuel on site. But these units have been cycled. So in other words, I may come in and only operate at 400 megawatts for unit 3, and I may operate at something much lower, 200 megawatts for unit 2. So on any given month, depending on what the demand is, on these high demand months that are coming up, we would normally want unit 3 to run very high. So I want way more coal on that particular unit or available to that unit. Unit 2 may be the one I actually fluctuate a little bit more, and I'll operate it at a lower power level and then bring it up to match what the demand is in the service territory at that time. So we would try to normally get Comanche 3 up to a high level and let it sit, and then adjust other units to try to make up the difference.
Okay, typically when it's operating, but now we're in a
Absolutely.
different
It
situation.
works way better when it's operating.
It's quote of the day.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks. Those are my only questions.
not a problem. Thank you.
Just one general question out of curiosity. What do you think's going on with this unit? We keep hearing it's gonna operate better in the past, in the future, but it never seems to. You think it's the construction, the operations? Just curious to hear your big picture, one sentence or a few sentence summary of what you think's going on.
Chairman, I want to thank you for this question because I've been wanting this question for a long time. So I'm new to this role here and I've seen the history of this plant, but I'm really excited about the operation of this unit now that we're doing the repair on it. And one of the things that I'm convinced, my previous history is with nuclear power. So I'm used to running baseline units where we would get them up, run them at full power and keep them there. This unit, I think, will run much better for two reasons. There are two reasons that I've found in my history that units don't run reliably. One is I have bad human performance. I make mistakes. I turn valves the wrong way. I twist things wrong. I don't follow my procedures. But that tends to be a lesser contributor to the overall performance. The second reason is equipment reliability. And that's what I think we're experiencing with this unit. And so the equipment becomes challenged the more I put it in dynamic circumstances where I'm changing power, changing the rate at which I want to change loads and the like. So we've worked with our commercial operations organization here at Piesco to change the operating regime for this unit. I do expect that this unit will run better. We have identified a zone in which we want to maintain the unit so that we can keep the temperatures and the pressures fairly constant so that we're not subjecting the materials to more stress than absolutely necessary. And so me focusing on two things. One is the people that operate the units are learning from our operating experience and improving our human performance. But two is we operate that unit within a very specific regime so that that unit has a chance to, I'll say, behave more like a nuke plant, which is more like a baseline unit. Instead of chasing the wind, we want this unit to stay steady, and we'll move our other units that are better designed to raise power and change power more quickly on dispatchable ones. So I really do believe this unit will perform differently.
Just now, I've been on this bench 5.5 years, and this is not the first time we've heard that.
Well, you asked me to raise my hand and tell you the truth, and that's what I'm telling you.
All right, Mr. Simpson, redirect.
Nothing, Chair Blank. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hanson, you may be excused. Thank you, sir.
It was a pleasure.
Mr. Wenner, can you raise your right hand?
I can.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, there is not. And no, they are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Will do.
Unless you have anything, Mr. Zemmer, we'll go to Mr. Bunker. Mr. Bunker, what do I have? 60 minutes. 60 minutes, it's 1:20.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Winter.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with your direct testimony, and that was hearing exhibit 103. And at page 8, you have table TAW-D-1. And here I'll give it a moment for the court reporter to catch up with us here.
Sure.
There we go. There's the table in the middle of the page. And here you state in your direct testimony support for a capital structure consisting of 55% equity, 43.83% long-term debt, and 1.17% short-term debt with an ROE of 9.8% and a WACC of 7.46%, correct?
That all sounds correct. Yes.
Okay, if we could now go to your rebuttal testimony. And on page 14, line 1, you have a similar table that you've updated a little bit in your rebuttal testimony. This is table TAW-R-2 there on the top of the page.
Yep.
And this shows as of December 31, 2025. So this is all actual data, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Correct.
Okay. And your rebuttal testimony here supports a capital structure of 55.03% equity, 43.78% long-term debt, and 1.20% short-term debt, with an ROE of 9.8% and a WACC of 7.44%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in this table too, as compared to your direct testimony, we have a little slight movement in the equity percentage going up 3 basis points, the long-term debt going down 5 basis points, the short-term debt going up 3 basis points, ROE stays the same, and the WACC goes down 2 basis points. Did I get that right?
I think so. Certainly the net effect going down by 2 basis points is absolutely correct.
Okay. Let's now go to hearing exhibit 155. And this is the non-unanimous agreement. And on page 18, in paragraph 33, there's the following narrative. The agreement provides in paragraph 33, the settling parties agree that the company's authorized WACC will be 7.14%, which is based on a capital structure consisting of 54.50% equity, 45.50% debt, a ROE of 9.30%, and a cost of debt equal to the actual cost of long-term debt or you have here LTD, long-term debt, for 2025 of 4.55%. Is that right?
I see that as well.
Okay. Now, focusing on the second sentence, here the agreement provides the settling parties agree to 54.50% equity ratio for the purposes of this settlement agreement only, and acknowledges that this is not the company's actual equity ratio as of December 31, 2025, which was at 55.03%, as set forth in your rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 135. Is that right?
Correct.
So in the non-unanimous agreement, Piesco agreed to a hypothetical capital structure rather than the actual capital structure. Is that right?
Certainly, they agreed to an equity ratio lower than actual at year end in the test year of 2025.
Okay. And in paragraph 34 of the agreement, it provides settling parties agree that STD or short-term debt will not be included in the authorized capital structure, right?
That's correct.
So that's another change. Only long-term debt costs are included in the settlement, the non-unanimous agreement, and not short-term debt, right?
I read the same.
Okay. And then in paragraph 35, the authorized ROE will be 9.30%, maintaining the currently authorized ROE. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's a 50 basis point reduction from what you discussed in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, right?
Well, on this point, I would maybe make a slight nuance difference is that certainly I referenced a higher ROE in our case of 9.8%, but I don't specifically advocate for that number or provide the supporting documentation or analysis for that, as I focus only on the capital structure.
Right. And in fact, Ms. Bulkley was the ROE witness for public service, right?
That's correct. Yep.
And didn't her I'm going off the top of my head because I'm not going to be cross-examining her, but my recollection is she had an ROE range of somewhere in the range of 10.25% to 11.25% for the ROE. Does that sound right?
I know that the range was in excess of the company's ask and recommendation here.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Now, if we could go to hearing exhibit 135, and that is your rebuttal testimony at page 33 and on lines 13 through 15. Here you discuss UCA witness Mr. Fernandez's recommendation of a hypothetical capital structure consisting of 50% equity and 50% debt. Is that right?
Yes, I see that as well.
Okay. And as we just discussed in the non-unanimous agreement, Piesco agreed to a hypothetical capital structure that is 53 basis points less than its actual equity ratio as of December 31, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And at page 33, lines 15 to 17, here you discuss Mr. Fernandez's recommendation that the debt portion should be priced entirely at the cost of long-term debt, and that Mr. Fernandez advocates removing short-term debt from the company's capital structure, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
I ask if I basically stated that correctly.
Okay. That seems to be correct. Yes.
And as we just discussed in the non-unanimous agreement, Piesco agreed the debt portion should be priced entirely at the cost of long-term debt and with the exclusion of the cost of short-term debt, correct?
Well, I don't know that actually I would disagree. I or the company are not saying that we should. We agreed to this as a way to arrive upon a non-unanimous settlement. And so that doesn't mean that all parties get what should be correct or what they want, but it gets us to a place where we can live with and believe that we have minimum credit support at these levels.
Okay. So if I was to change the word should to would, in terms of Piesco agreed the debt portion would be priced entirely at the cost of long-term debt and with the exclusion of the cost of short-term debt, you would not have an issue with that sentence or that question, would you?
That's correct for the context of the settlement agreement.
Okay. Okay. And in on line 17 through 19 and in footnote 62, you discuss the possibility of a decline in Piesco's credit rating, and you state that Piesco's ratings could be downgraded if there's a further deterioration in the credit supportiveness of the Colorado regulatory environment, including an adverse outcome in its next rate case. Is that right?
That is what the footnote 62 says and is referring to, correct?
Okay. However, as we just discussed, the non-unanimous agreement, under that agreement, Piesco agrees to use a hypothetical capital structure for equity and debt ratios, using only the long-term cost of debt and that debt percentage, the exclusion of short-term cost of debt, and maintaining the currently authorized 9.30% ROE. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And then if we could go back to the non-unanimous agreement, and at paragraph 33, here it provides the settling parties agree the company's authorized WACC will be 7.14%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in Piesco's 2022 electric rate case, the commission set Piesco's WACC at 7.0%. Is that right?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. Apologies.
And I am, just to clarify, I am referring to Piesco's last electric rate case.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't recall that number off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. Would you agree that in Piesco's recent 2024 gas rate case, and that was proceeding number 24AL-0049G, the commission set Piesco's WACC at 7.0%?
I would say subject to check, I could accept that. Again, I don't recall the exact number within a basis point of what it is.
Okay. And would you agree that Piesco appealed several issues from the commission's decision in the 2024 gas rate case, including the commission's 7.0% WACC decision, and the Denver District Court affirmed the commission's 7.0% WACC decision?
I have no idea, or I have no reason to think that that is an incorrect statement.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Weiner. I'm done with my cross exam. Appreciate meeting you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. I think it's up to me, and I'm gonna ask you some questions on behalf of advisors. Can we pull up Mr. Freitas's rebuttal testimony hearing exhibit 134 at page 23? And let me represent, he shows a series of returns from 2017 to 2025. And I think that the 2025 earned ROE of 5.73% shown here does not include rider revenues, but that the earlier years do, such that there is not a consistent methodology across time. Is that right? Or do you think something else is going on here?
I mean, again, this isn't my testimony, Commissioner, so it's hard for me to know fully the basis for this. My understanding was this was done and presented on a regulatory basis, so I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that it does not include all of the different rider mechanisms and revenue associated with that. Whereas I typically focus on GAAP accounting measures, which is the same as which the credit rating agencies focus on as well.
All right. And as I understand it, the actual 2025 earned rate of return on equity is around 7.55%. That's what your investor report hearing exhibit 1515 at page 53 shows. Would it be useful to pull that up, or?
It may be, but that sounds like a familiar number, quite frankly, in the mid sevens. Happy to review if you'd like to ask more questions about that.
Yeah, could you pull up 1515 at page 53? You see that?
Yes, I
PS
do.
got some 7.55%.
Yes, I do, and agree to that. This is on a GAAP basis, so it should include all revenue riders.
All right. Would you agree it's confusing to see that 5.73%?
In the previous
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree that it's it's comparing apples and oranges here, regulatory versus GAAP. There can be large differences.
Okay. And can we pull up your rebuttal testimony here in Exhibit 135 at page 50, line 6? And I think here you're saying that the actual earned ROE based on a 3-year average 2022 to 2024 was 7.89%. And is that similar to Mr. Freitas's methodology, or can you describe the methodology you used as compared to what Mr. Freitas is presenting?
Yep, this reference again is on a GAAP basis. So this is a comparable number to the most recent screen you had up from our investor presentation. That 7.89% is a 3-year average, 2022, 2023, and 2024 for the actual earned ROE on a GAAP basis. So that's a comparable number to the 7.55 percentage number that you just referenced.
Okay. And can you help me understand why the company isn't just presenting consistent data across its witnesses?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, I guess there's plenty of reasons why regulatory basis matters, and there's reasons why GAAP basis matters. In the case of credit metrics, I think it's much more usable and more rational to compare GAAP accounting bases because that's how the credit rating agencies think about it. And so all I can do is speak to my testimony here. But I know that if Art were brought back, witness Freitas were brought onto the stand, I'm sure he has plenty of reasons why he did his analysis in the way that he did as well.
All right. I think that's all I have on this line. Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Wenner?
No questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Gilman, do you want to try? Do you want me to do mine and then we'll take a break or and come back?
I can probably get it, not confidentially. So let me give it a try.
Okay.
I have some not confidential questions, and then I'll ask the ones about the levers model fairly generally, and I think that might get us by. Good afternoon, Mr. Weiner.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So with regard, are you familiar with the levers model, which you submitted as attachment TAW11C?
Yes, I am familiar.
Okay, great. I want to just compare, you provided a value for capitalization as one of your base assumptions in that model. Do you have an ability to reference that?
This is the 11C, you said?
11C, correct. Capitalization's at the very top.
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. I went back and compared that capitalization value to one that Public Service reported as its 2025 rate base in an investor presentation made to the AGA forum. And that was a fairly significantly different number, maybe off by 30–40% of what you had reported here in capitalization. So I just wanted to, happy to tell you what that investor presentation capitalization value was, if that's helpful. But it was also with regard to 2025. So I just wanted to understand why there would be a discrepancy in those two values.
Well, I don't know the second value which you're referencing, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is a difference in reference value, since I think that 11C was filed at the beginning of the case, and it was referencing a year-end test year, which hadn't yet been completed. And so I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a differential in the numbers. Now, if it's 30 or 40%, as you said, in differential, that sounds quite marked.
Yeah, it's a somewhat significant differential. So I wasn't clear on what the reasoning for that would be. The capitalization shown in the investor presentation was lower.
Are you able to reference that document or?
Yes, let me see. I didn't give it to the court to the legal assistance yet, but it listed a and I believe that's a public document. It listed $23.8 billion 2025 rate base in that presentation.
I can't say that I'm familiar with the document off the top of my head. Apologies.
Okay. If in the levers model, the capitalization value were to change, would that also impact what the company would input for cash from operations, excluding income? Like, is that cash from operations a derivation in any way of the capitalization?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I would say that both should stand alone and should be accurate. And so, you know, if you're referencing a $23 billion number versus a $31 billion number, I wouldn't say that it's a direct derivation of that. In fact, both should be really standalone and based on actuals, or if in a projected year, which may have been the case at the time of the original filing, you know, a projected actual for a year end.
Okay. Is there a reference you would have on where the cash from operation actual could be verified for 2025?
Well, it is a little hard in that again, we're referencing GAAP financials, but it's not so easy to pull out directly from our 10K either, because we don't have a separate business unit for gas versus electric. They're managed as one and reported as one.
Okay, got it. And is there any reference to where the company comes to their derivation of the assumption around the value of regulatory lag?
I believe that I show some math here that supports the regulatory lag and if you just give me 1 minute, I think I can find that in my direct testimony.
Sure.
Sorry, this is where Control F comes in handy. You know, I was looking for a page which references, I thought that we put in a footnote that supported 155 basis points of historic regulatory lag that we observed in the marketplace between effectively what was actual ROE earned versus the regulatory authorized ROE earned.
Okay. And does that look at the ROE earned in the version where you include riders or exclude riders?
So that would be on a GAAP base, so it would be all in. Like it doesn't separate riders whatsoever or differentiate whatsoever. It's all in income. And so again, on a GAAP basis, it's consistent with the numbers that I discussed with Chairman Blank earlier.
Okay. And in the levers model, there's also an assumption for debt adjustment. Do you see that? Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with it, yes.
Okay. I was just curious, what that signifies and if that in any way is a derivation of the capitalization or another entry as well.
Well, it's trying to create, again, the levers model was created in response to requests from the commission to be able to try to triangulate and estimate what is the impact of changing one input versus the other. And again, this is trying to get a wholesome view, a full view of the picture of what the credit metric impacts are. And so there are a number of off-balance sheet items that the credit metrics are adjusted for based on nothing within our GAAP financials. But the credit rating agencies make a number of adjustments after the fact, and it shows up as imputed debt from PPAs or from leases, et cetera. And so the levers model is trying to account for all of those other changes that are not just within a capital structure of 52.5% or something like that.
Okay, got it. Thanks. And then you were talking about the regulatory lag derivation at 1.55%, right?
Correct.
And you had said that was a historical view of the past several years.
Correct. Yep.
And then, as you're aware, a lot of testimony focuses on some of the new riders, especially over the last year or two, that have been implemented by the company, including those supporting the distribution system investment through the GMAC, as well as wildfire mitigation and the clean energy plan rider. Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar, at least a high level, with those. Yes.
Okay. And so has the company made any adjustments to its regulatory lag assumption for the value of that based upon the introduction of these new riders?
No, they haven't, right? I would say that we can make lots of adjustments or run many scenarios with the levers model. But I would caution doing so because, if we look at just the most recent credit opinion from the rating agencies, it would actually say that it would show us that despite your characterizations of improvements in those different riders and the expansiveness of those riders, we've actually seen an increase to the regulatory lag in the last year that's observed. So that would actually run counterfactual to the assumption that you had maybe indicated that we should be including in our model.
Okay. Let me just see where I am on my questions. Just wanted to follow up on some of the chair's questions with regards to this difference in the earned ROE with the inclusion of riders and without the inclusion of riders. Is there anywhere in the company's testimony where we can better understand like a description of what is included or is not included? I think it was kind of news to some of us how some of these were calculated during this hearing. So curious if this is spelled out anywhere in your testimony.
I believe that I make a statement. I thought in my direct testimony I make a statement that I'm referencing GAAP financials, and that should give you an idea, or that it's a corollary to say that this is all inclusive of any rider adjustments that are made through the course of the year. They are provided on an annual basis, and that is while the credit rating agencies do look at last 12 months on a quarterly basis, they put much more weight in a calendar year because it does take out a lot of the seasonality. I believe I make mention of that somewhere in my testimony, but I can't find that directly here either. Although in looking at this, Commissioner Gilman, it may be worth just referencing. I did find the 155 basis points that I referenced. if you go to the page 20 of my rebuttal testimony, I don't know if this is the primary spot, but in this line of Q&A, on line 17 of page 20, I referenced the 155 basis points over the historical period 2022 through 2024, which I observe and we include in our levers model. But I point out that the witness DPU does not have the same amount of historical lag referenced in theirs.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll take a look there. And then as we look, I guess I'm having trouble figuring out between the tables in your testimony and Mr. Freitas's testimony, which do and don't include riders and for what time frames. So I guess I'll just leave that there. It's difficult to figure out at this point. But let me see. Would the shift in more revenue coming in for riders, particularly riders where the purpose is quite capital intensive, like distribution system investments, wildfire investments, new generation, things like that, would that inherently change what we would see as an earned ROE kind of for the remainder, which is more O&M heavy, that would be in base rates?
I would say that all things being equal, a shift from base rates into riders, that should help minimize or lower the differential, what I'm referring to as regulatory lag, or the differential of actual ROE versus authorized ROE.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. In CEC's testimony, they had argued that the commission should look more holistically at what would be the lowest cost to consumers. Are you familiar with that argument of theirs?
Yes, I'm aware of that argument.
I'll ask you a few specific questions. Yeah. So I'm curious if the company has done any analysis as to what the cost of a downgrade would look like in total and to consumers.
I guess the short answer is we haven't, and I think the follow-up response is that the reason why is it's very difficult to do. It's really like trying to run analysis on a theoretical that hasn't yet happened or occurred. We believe, and I put it in my testimony in numerous places, that I believe that would be very negatively received by the investor community on both the debt and equity side. But I can't ascertain or point to a specific number, any kind of precision there. I feel like it's a false sense of precision that can't truly be justified absent being downgraded and showing after the fact what that number is.
And in your testimony, you had a figure that showed the yield difference between a single A and triple B utility bonds. Can that be used in any way as a proxy to try to understand the cost of a lower credit rating?
It can be an indicator that there is increased costs associated with credit spreads. But again, I think mileage varies, and I think expectations, even amongst single Bs or triple Bs and single As, I think mileage varies amongst those companies. I do think there's a higher bar for power utility companies to have the stability and maintain credit ratings where they currently are. And I think that there'd probably be, qualitatively, I would say that there's probably more of a punitive response coming out of a downgrade on behalf of one or more of the rating agencies than you would see across the board for other corporates not in the sector.
Okay. But you all don't have any analysis that in any way tries to approximate that difference?
No, again, I think that running any sort of analysis would probably give us a false sense of precision that really isn't maybe reflective of the actual. Well, there is no actuals because it's a hypothetical at this point. So I just think that it's probably not a great analysis to rely upon if it had been done, and it hasn't.
Okay. Okay, and just to confirm one more time, the ROEs that you present in your GAAP accounting, that the things in your testimony, specifically you, are based on GAAP accounting and include rider revenue. Is that accurate?
Correct. So it's all of the references in my materials are done so on a GAAP basis, which is the same starting point that the rating agencies use before they make any of their adjustments. So it is all of any riders, all of base rates, et cetera. It's all inclusive.
Okay, so they all use this ROE that is all in, looking at actual revenue. The earned ROE that was presented elsewhere, I think in Mr. Freitas's testimony, that excludes rider revenue, is not used otherwise.
Yeah, so I would say
trying
that
to figure out why that was presented. It is quite confusing, and it doesn't seem like it's actually useful.
Again, I think I wouldn't. It's hard. It becomes even more confusing if we call it earned ROE versus earned ROE. I think showing it on a regulatory basis, I think it has some. I think it has some meaning on the regulatory framework. I don't think that is often used by either financial analysts or by the credit rating agencies. So they would use the GAAP basis as the start for any adjustments they make afterwards. And that is consistent with the approach and the references that I have in mind, because I am clearly very focused on any credit impacts of decisions made here.
Okay, thanks. Chairman, I think those are my only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I couldn't find it in the settlement testimony, but when I input the settlement results into your credit metric models, I get 2025 free cash flow over debt ratios of between 19.3 and 19.6%. Does that sound roughly right to you?
It sounds roughly correct in that, and I would tell you that by no means do I think that the settlement landing spot puts us in a place where we're clearing thresholds by large margins or even slim margins. In fact, in 2026, I think that S&P, in fact, may be below their stated 20% ratio. But again, we saw this as a minimally credit supportive settlement where we could get to a place where the rating agencies would view this as constructive and not enduring over the course of the 3 years forward. So both of those are really critical to not getting downgraded.
But it sounds like the 19.3 to 19.6 is roughly right.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I ran the same math, and that sounds roughly correct. I don't disagree, subject to check.
In your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 135, and we don't have to pull this up, at the top of page 22, you state that the downgrade threshold for Moody's is 19%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Just one quick question on the capital structure and ROE. In our prior rate case decisions, the Commission has established a range of common equity ratios and ROEs to highlight that this process is an art and not a science, and that exact numbers are false precision. Yet the settlement agreement ignored that preference. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand
You didn't set a range. You picked exact numbers for ROE and common equity ratio. Is that correct?
I agree with that. They were set at specific numbers.
Okay. I want to shift to talking with you about the reports from the rating agencies. And if you could pull it up on your screen, perhaps we can discuss a handful of quotes without going into confidential session. And let's start out with Hearing Exhibit 103 TAW-7C at page 1. And is it fair to say that this is a Moody's credit opinion from May 7th, 2025?
Yes, I'm seeing the same.
Okay. And in this opinion, if you look at the table on the left, is it fair to say Moody's found PSCo's credit outlook to be stable? Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And in the third full paragraph, page 1, first sentence, Moody's expresses some concern that PSCo's increased leverage to fund what it calls its elevated investments will reduce its financial flexibility. Do you see that?
Can you repeat the paragraph? Sorry, I was trying to follow along.
Third full paragraph, and it says we expect that PSCo's increased leverage to fund its elevated investments will reduce its financial flexibility. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to Hearing Exhibit 103 TAW-6C? And let me represent this as a Moody's rating action from November 6, 2025. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And do you see that the first sentence says Moody's changed the outlooks of both Xcel Energy and PSCo to negative from stable between May to November of 2026, but did not downgrade public service company. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the shift in outlook occurred despite Moody's positive view of the company's decision to settle the 2021 Marshall Fire litigation in September 2025? On page 2, for example, in the first sentence of the third full paragraph, it says, the affirmation of Xcel and PSCo's rating also factors in the utility's ability to enter into an agreement in principle in connection with the 2021 Marshall Fire in Colorado. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So they viewed the Marshall Fire settlement and presumably our approval of the wildfire mitigation as significantly positive. Is that correct?
I don't know if I would characterize as significantly positive. The fact that they're taking action afterwards and moving the outlook from stable to negative, I would say that while it may be a positive signal, I don't know if I would say significantly positive, Chairman Blank.
But when you read this sentence, it said the fact that they didn't downgrade you, the fact that they kept the current rating, was in part because you entered into a settlement. Isn't that what it says, more or less?
Certainly in part. Again, I just don't know if I would agree with significantly positively.
Okay. How about positive?
I believe that they took that into account and view that very, I agree with you that they take it positively.
Okay. On page 1, under ratings rationale, do you see the second sentence that says, at the end of October, Xcel upsized the organization's already elevated capital investment program, particularly at public service company. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
Okay. And and in the last full paragraph on page 1, do you see where it says PSCo's updated capital plan projects that the utility's 2026 capital expenditures will be nearly $800 million higher than previously disclosed, reaching about $6 billion. Do you see that? Did I read that right?
I believe you did. Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 2 in the third sentence under factors that could lead to an upgrade or a downgrade of the ratings, do you see where it says a stabilization of the outlooks of Excel or Fiasco is possible is if there is a moderation of the organization's capital expenditure program. Do you see that?
Yes, I think you read half of the sentence. It continues to say there is a credit supportive outcome of Fiasco's next rate case, and they are able to generate, again, financial ratios that are supportive of their current credit ratings.
Fair enough. And then at the bottom, right above list of affected ratings, do you see the prior sentence that says negative momentum on the ratings is also possible if the utility capital expenditures do not moderate? Do you see that sentence?
I do.
All right. So basically, there was no adverse regulatory decisions between the May 2026 credit opinion and the November 2026 rating action from Moody's. And the only material changes were the settlement of the Marshall Fire claims, which was viewed as highly positive, and the company's upsizing of its already elevated capital spending budget. It looks to me, just reading this, that Moody's outlook shifted from stable to negative, at least in part because of the company's upsizing of its already elevated capital spending plans. Thoughts, comments?
I would say that is in part certainly part of this announcement that they made in November. I don't think it's the whole because they also provide plenty of rationale for corrective action or supportive regulatory construct that could deter the company from its current path.
Yeah, I think that's the issue in this case, whether we want to keep going down this path. But there was no adverse regulatory decision between May and November that changed the outlook that you're aware of, was there?
I wouldn't say a specific adverse condition, but they also have several pages of discussion around the regulatory compact and how they view that. I don't think it's I don't know if that's like perfectly characterized in your one sentence summary, Chairman.
Fair enough. Regarding the credit metrics, is it fair to say that one thing the company could do to improve its credit metrics would be to follow Moody's advice and moderate the upsizing of the already elevated capital spending? Said another way, once this case is final and a revenue requirement and rates are set, is it accurate to say that reduced capital spending would help your credit metrics by lowering debt?
It is accurate to say that lessening the capital spend would help the credit metrics as long as the CFO, the CFO pre-working cap for Moody's in particular, doesn't decrease as a result as well.
Fair enough, but between rate cases, it wouldn't, right? Your rates are set in 2020 based on a 2025 historical test year, and in 2027, it's fixed. So no matter your cash flow is your cash flow, and you can recruit and you can decrease debt by moderating capital spending. So it seems like moderating capital spending could be a powerful tool for maintaining your credit metrics.
Yes, I guess maybe I misunderstood your question, but I was thinking that there's a lot of discretion still open in this case that could absolutely and would absolutely impact the CFO in the remaining of 2026 and 2027.
I think that's very clear. Over time, in the company's base case, JTS and DSP forecasts, the company projected retail sales growth averaging 7 to 8% over the coming years. Is it fair to say that sales and revenue growth, such as what the company has urged us to accept, could help ease credit metric concerns between rate cases over time? So assume the rate case is set. It sounds like higher growth could help with you on your credit metrics. Is that correct?
All things being equal, I agree. That's a very fair statement, Chairman.
Okay. And in addition, if the company's capital spending plans like its steel for fuel approach, lowered O&M costs or grew revenue, that'd be another way to help maintain the company's credit metrics between rate cases. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement as well.
And in contrast, is it fair to say ordinary course investments don't help the credit metrics?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear it very well.
Yeah, is it fair to say that ordinary course investments in replacing T&D equipment or wildfire mitigation don't help the credit metrics compared to cutting costs or growing revenue?
I would say that's probably less credit supportive capital investment. But again, we think we try to find the right balance in supporting the state and the commission's initiatives in putting capital to work in the right places.
Finally, instead of rate basing all your capital spending, would another avenue for improving the credit metrics be to securitize some of the elevated capital spending like we did in the wildfire mitigation case?
Actually, I disagree, and I think the reason, if I may, I'd like to provide the rationale for that. If you're looking only at numerator and denominator of the credit metrics, that may seem like that would be very helpful. But again, if you look at the Moody's methodology, it's something less than 50%. I think it's 40% goes to financial integrity, and that's the quantitative calculation. So there's over 60% that is based on kind of a business risk and a business profile for the company. And if we were to take new capital and put all of that into securitization, that's a really tough model for any regulated utility. And the other is that the securitization has a time and a place where it makes a lot of sense. Historically, in my view, it has always made a lot of sense for stranded assets where you don't have ongoing risk associated with those assets. And so it makes sense that you would consider a securitization and do so, effectively it does so with all debt capital. When you put it into new resources, whether anywhere across the business, the company still has to maintain, they still hold that risk in maintaining that plant, that equipment, whether it's T&D, no matter where across the system it lives, it can get securitized, but that risk is still being borne by the shareholders. And I don't think that that is a fair or a prudent balance of risk versus commercial affordability concerns on behalf of customers.
I guess nobody's talking about securitizing all capital investment. I think the concern is that there's capital bias in existing regulation that may be inflating ordinary course transmission replacement and distribution investment and maybe pipeline safety. So the thought is to securitize that and take out the earnings incentive, and then the commission isn't in the unattractive position of trying to determine how much capital should be spent on reliability or safety. So does that change your answer in any way?
I think it probably it's a little less clear, but I think it's still somewhat problematic. We received a number of questions from the rating agencies in due course post our most recent settlement that had the securitization included. And quite frankly, they haven't seen this sort of mechanism across the US, and they looked at it a bit pragmatically on a one-off basis as, hey, we've seen this used for hurricanes, we've seen this used for winter storms, more of it the exogenous problem that's out there. And in that context, when you think about wildfire mitigation, they were supportive of its limited use. I don't think that it would be as well received, even by the credit rating agencies, if this was a meaningful part of new capital that was being put to work. Again, whether it's T&D or wildfire on an ongoing basis, I think that they would say that if the company is taking on risk and investing in long-lived assets, whatever the case may be, whether it's lines, poles, et cetera, or plants and generation, I think that they would say that that should be rate-based, and the company should have an ability to earn on that. Otherwise, I think it might seem great that it gets taken out of the capital structure, but so does any potential CFO pre-working capital for Moody's, because we were just talking about them, or FFO to debt for S&P.
I agree with you with that. Moody's may not be very excited about securitization, but could we pull up hearing exhibit 1527? And let me represent to you that this is an S&P report on securitization. Do you see that? S&P Global. Do you see the title?
Yes, I do.
And can we go to page 11? Top of page 11. Let me just read it because I couldn't figure out how to get the headings right. But it says S&P Global Ratings views securitization as a positive for the corporate credit rating of the originator. Absent securitization, a utility would typically recover the associated expenses over a longer time frame, leveraging the utility's balance sheet and weakening its financial performance and credit quality. Furthermore, S&P Global Ratings typically makes an analytical adjustment to the financial statements of the sponsoring that utility that effectively removes utility-related securitization bonds from its balance sheet, thereby improving the utility's credit metrics. In addition, since the utility's risk of default is usually higher than the risk of recovering costs through a non-bypassable charge on the customer's bill, the interest rate for securitization is usually lower than a utility independently financing these costs. As such, the impact to the customer bill is less, modestly reducing regulatory risk for the utility. So I guess the question is, it sounds like S&P views securitization as more positive for the corporate credit rating of the originator, at least compared to Moody's. Do you disagree with that?
Certainly in reading this, I agree, more positive than Moody's. Again, this is page 11 of 19, of which I haven't read or maybe never seen in my life. However, I would say that, Chairman Blank, that I think the context matters, right? My expectation is that S&P Global, in writing this, they were looking at what is the use case within the power and utility sector. Again, that use case has been typically for stranded assets, for the closing of coal plants that are no longer used and useful. And now you have stranded assets. What do you do with those stranded assets? Winter Storm Uri is a good example. There's been a number of hurricane-related securitizations. I think aside from the one that we did in Colorado, the preponderance of case examples are all of that nature. And I would venture to say that that is the context with which this is written, not for any new capital that's invested into a business with long lives and providing useful service to its customers.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 104 AEB attachment AEB-10? Let me represent this as an exhibit of Ms. Bulkley's that shows capital spending, I think 2026 to 2030, divided by 2024 net plant. Do you see how LNT Alliant may be the most capital efficient utility, and how Public Service Company, at least by this one metric, is the least capital efficient utility? Any comments about what's going on here, and about upsizing already elevated levels of capital spending?
Yeah, I guess a number of things could be going on. And again, this was neither my exhibit, nor do I claim to know everything about each of these companies. However, I think a lot of it depends, quite frankly, on the regulated construct in which they're serving customers. And so, potentially Alliant doesn't have a lot of policy goals in the state that they're trying to try to support, or perhaps there's less of a preference for, or maybe there's a preference for the lowest cost generation that they're providing. We have our own policy goals in the state of Colorado. Those aren't set by the company, but we try to match and mirror and support them in every way that we can. And so, to the extent that you're correct, and this is simply reflective of less efficient capital intensity, I would maybe hesitate to say that that's reflective of leadership or management team, and somewhat reflective of the regulated utility in which they serve.
All right. I think the concern is that capital bias is driving upsizing of already elevated levels of capital spending. That's the concern. Any comment on that?
No real comment here, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Zemmer, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Blank. I'll go in reverse order. If we could go back to attachment AEB 10. Mr. Werner, you just had a discussion with Chair Blank about this figure. Do you recall that?
I did, yes.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 104? Can we go to page 59? If we scroll down, can you review the question and answer there beginning at line 6 down through line 15?
I have done that, yes.
Okay. And so is it Ms. Bulkley's testimony that the level of capital expenditure as it compares to the proxy group indicates that public service is higher risk than the proxy group?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it your understanding that she's doing this in the context of estimating the cost of equity for public service?
Yes, I know that she is the ROE witness, and I'm sure she's trying to establish how to ascertain the amount of risk borne by Public Service Colorado.
And I know you're not the cost of equity expert in this proceeding, but is it your general understanding that higher risk would indicate higher cost of equity for the company?
Yes, all things being equal, that should be the case.
Can we return to hearing exhibit 1527, the S&P securitization report you had a discussion with Chair Blank? And can we scroll down just a little bit to this next paragraph? Okay. Now, I know you said that you hadn't reviewed this and we're seeing it for the first time, but can you review the first sentence here as what is our outlook for issuance over the next few years?
I have.
And is this discussion of use of securitization for natural disasters and severe weather events consistent with your understanding of how securitization has been used?
Yes, along with the decarbonization, the example is consistent with coal plants that are no longer deemed useful for companies. I think that fits that portion of the sentence as well.
Okay. You discussed with, can we go to hearing exhibit 103 at page 26? And can we scroll down a little bit to this so we can see the full Q&A starting at 14? Thank you. Can you just review this Q&A for a second?
Yes, I did.
So you had a discussion with Chair Blank about the company being on negative outlook. Is the company still on negative outlook?
Yes, they are.
Is that something that is likely to be maintained for some time, or is it normally transitory?
As a matter of policy, most credit rating agencies give themselves almost a ticking time clock of no more than 18 months before they have to resolve a negative outlook. Now, that could result in one of two things, but it won't. It almost never results in a continued negative outlook. So they would either take action and move to downgrade, or remove it and return the company back to stable outlook, which they were in May previously.
You had a discussion with Chair Blank about the company's capital plan as being a contributing factor to its financial risks. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
If you review the question and answer starting at line 23 and on to 2020 on to the next page, if we can scroll down.
Yes, I actually think this might be the same sentence that we discussed live.
When Moody's issued the negative outlook, did they specifically identify the result of this case as being one of the factors that will be considered in resolving that action?
Yes, when it refers to the next rate case, this immediate case is in fact that next rate case that's referenced.
And so you would anticipate that the resolution of this case would contribute to their decision on what to do associated with the negative outlook?
Yes, absolutely. That is part of my testimony, and I maintain that is absolutely it is very critical timing, given that we are already in negative outlook, and that they will be watching very closely to see just how credit supportive and what the financial metrics will look like on an ongoing basis as a result of this case.
In your supplemental direct testimony, the commission ordered you to expand the metrics analysis for the years to cover the years 2027 through 2030. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And is that the same approach that you applied in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do believe so.
And you mentioned earlier that you have done an analysis of the credit metrics associated with the settlement agreement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall.
And is that looking at results over the 2027 through 2030 period?
Yes, each of the 4 years, I took a look at the impacts at both the metrics, the credit metrics for S&P as well as Moody's.
And generally, how would you characterize those results?
I would characterize the results of as being quite borderline, cuspy, I would say. I don't think that's actually a word in the dictionary, but again, Chairman Blank referenced I believe a 19.5 and a 19.6. The Moody's threshold is 19%, but S&P's threshold is 20%. And so they have different thresholds on their different metrics. Again, even the settlement as it stands, the non-unanimous settlement as it stands, it has a lot of pressure, and it does not maintain, in my opinion, adequate margin in the long run. It is very tight for each of those metrics over the course of the next 4 years.
And if there were modifications to the settlement agreement to reduce the outcome, either lower equity ratio or reduce revenues authorized from this proceeding, would that have further pressure on those metrics?
Yes, it would further negatively pressure those metrics and potentially tip the scales for the agencies to take action to the downside. You mentioned also that financial risk is just one of the components that the agencies use in their evaluation. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And you also mentioned that business risk is the other part of the consideration. Do you recall that?
Yes, in fact, a larger portion of their total approach at Moody's in particular.
And for a regulated utility like the company, are regulatory outcomes the largest factor of business risk?
Yes.
And what is your assessment of how the rating agencies would view the company's business risk if the settlement agreement was modified in a material way?
I think they would struggle to be able to consider it a constructive regulatory outcome, quite frankly. In their publications, they often refer to a settlement as being constructive in and of itself, and would recognize that the financial metrics associated with the current settlement are at best minimally constructive. And so any deterioration in the settlement agreement that would drive results lower would likely or very possibly change their minds from a constructive regime to one where they would want to reflect more of that business risk for the company.
And is the converse also true?
The converse being that if the settlement were revised in a more positive way, whether ROE or equity ratio or riders, et cetera, that would be perceived as positively on the business risk side?
No, sorry, I was being unclear. If the settlement is approved, would that be viewed as a positive factor for regulatory risk?
Yes, absolutely.
Back to when you discussed having analyzed the credit metrics associated with the settlement agreement. You are looking over the period of 2027 through 2030, I believe you testified. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And that's going to reflect the company's base capital plan already?
Correct. Yep.
There was also some discussion of sales growth being a positive for credit metrics on a going forward basis. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that achieving that sales growth requires certain investments?
Yes. Generally, sales growth doesn't materialize if there's not investments to help it along and make sure that it is realized.
And the company's there's alignment between the company's projected sales forecast increase or revenue increases and what the company has in its base capital plans. Is that right?
Yes, the intent is that the company keeps that very much in line. We try very hard to do so.
And so modifying those investment plans would implicate the ability to achieve those sales numbers?
Yes, I think detrimentally implicate. Otherwise it seems much more like a hope versus a plan to realize that sales growth.
And would it also implicate the ability to execute on other policy goals?
Definitely, it would certainly detrimentally impact our ability to support those policy goals.
Can we return to hearing exhibit 103? And can we go to page 30? And if we can just scroll down, and if we can start here and then maybe just scroll, Mr. Winter, so you get an opportunity to familiarize or refresh your recollection with this. I recall this section of my testimony. Yes.
Yep, and then if we scroll down, you present the results of these scenarios in table TAW5. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And if we can actually move back up for just a minute. Oh, sorry. The last Q&A, I just wanted to have that visible. Right there, yep. These are results for 2027, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then if we can go down to page 32. Right here, this Q&A on the levers model. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this is the attachment you had the conversation with Commissioner Gilman before?
This is the attachment that we discussed, yes.
Now, is the levers model the tool that was used to produce those results in table TAW5?
Yes.
If we could go to hearing exhibit 125. And if we could just go to page 5. And here you describe that you sponsored attachment TAW12C, which is a financial metrics model. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Can you describe the differences between the financial metrics model and the levers model?
Really, it's trying to solve for the same thing. It's supposed to be giving an idea of upon changing an input, being able to give an idea of what the overall impact of that change of the input is.
But if we return to, can we return to hearing exhibit 103? Could you review the last sentence here on line 16 through 19?
Yes, I have reviewed.
So is it correct that the levers model, when you're saying this model is not sophisticated in comparison to the analysis described in table TAW-D5 above, when you say this model, you mean the levers model, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It is indicated in that discussion with Commissioner Gilman. I was trying to show or at least speak to some of the limitations, right? And there was questions and concerns about regulatory lag and how that shows up or doesn't show up in the levers model. And you have to be able to tease some of that out by including some assumptions. You know, in the case that we use it, right? I think it can be helpful to consider, whether it's 155 basis points of regulatory lag, you can lower the authorized ROE in the levers model by that amount and get an idea of where potential impact may be. But again, it is not sophisticated, but it was developed in response to the commission's request in prior proceedings.
But the models in your supplemental direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony are the more detailed models that were used to produce the results similar to table DA5. Is that correct?
Yes, more sophisticated.
And then regarding the levers model, the data that's in it, is it aligned to produce 2027 results similar to what's shown in table TAWD5?
Well, it's really, again, it's trying to compare A versus B. When you change an input, what is the impact resulting? That is what the levers model is designed to do, rather than an all-in, number that you're solving for as far as FFO to debt metric or your resulting credit metric.
But the capitalization numbers are still as of 2027?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so we discussed that the levers model here is is kind of analogous. It's the more simplified version of the results that are in table TAWD5. You recall that?
Yes.
And that TAWD5 is presenting 2027 metrics.
Correct. Yes.
And so the underlying look in the levers model is also looking at 2027.
Correct.
Okay. You had some discussion with both Commissioners Gilman and Blank regarding the difference between the base rate earned return that Mr. Freitas presented and the gap earned return that you presented. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And is all the analysis that you've provided in the credit metrics financial models on the gap ROE basis?
Yes, I believe that all of the analysis that I provided, whether in direct or rebuttal testimony, is all on a gap basis, as I had tried to explain in that questioning.
And so that is going to include the effect of all revenues, including those underwriters?
Correct. It's all inclusive.
And is it, you referenced, I'm trying to find my site here. If we could bring up hearing exhibit 135 again. At page 20. And if we could scroll down to the last Q&A there. You had earlier discussion about this 155 basis point observed lag. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it your understanding that there is support for this in the attachments you included in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do believe so. Again, this 155 basis points of observed, what I was referring to in our discussion is regulatory lag, was observed as the differential in actual ROE on a GAAP basis versus authorized ROE for the historical 2022 through 2024 period. And so in the model where it came up, I think it was rounded to 1.6%, but it should be 155 basis points as the underlying number.
Finally, you had some discussion with Commissioner Gilman regarding the cost of a downgrade. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall.
Now, qualitatively, if a downgrade were to occur, what would you expect to happen to the cost of debt, all else equal?
Well, the cost of debt is simply based on two components, the treasury rate and the credit spreads. Credit spreads are supposed to be reflective of the underlying risk of the company. And so a worse credit rating for any company should result in a higher credit spread that is required for investors to buy that debt. So the result of a credit downgrade at any of the agencies should qualitatively be expected to increase the cost of debt capital.
And does that cost of debt capital apply for the duration of the debt that's offered?
Yes, so it is established at the time of pricing, and is maintained for that debt instrument or that security through the life or the duration of the instrument. And so, typically we issue a lot of 30-year first mortgage bonds. And so that increased long-term debt cost that is observed at pricing on a new issuance, it would be borne out by customers over the course of the remainder, in this case, in this example, 30 years.
Would you expect a cost of downgrade, again, qualitatively to increase the cost of equity capital as well?
Most certainly, I would.
And then can we go to hearing exhibit 135 at page 13? Can you review this answer here for a second?
Yes, I have.
I want to specifically ask about the sentence at lines 6 through 9. Company's public service obligation to maintain access to capital at reasonable rates in all market conditions. Does a downgrade implicate the company's obligation to access capital at reasonable rates in all market conditions?
So my expectation is that they would be able to access the markets. I don't think they would be able to do so, again, qualitatively at nearly as reasonable of rates as they are today, should they be able to maintain the current credit ratings. So yes.
And why is that ability to access capital in all market conditions important?
Well, it's important always, but the example to really highlight the importance is the exogenous or the market conditions that are out of a company's control, in which a company has to go out and access the debt capital markets or the equity capital markets. There's a number of examples. Many of them are related to some of those weather events that were discussed with Chairman Blank earlier, where, in response to hurricane, to cold weather events, Winter Uri, or wildfires, as another example, where the company needs to shore up its liquidity and has to go out and issue debt, potentially much more than they would have planned otherwise. And it's important in those moments, especially, that they're able to do so at reasonable rates.
And does the company's public service obligation and ability to need to access capital at reasonable rates, is that differentiated from other companies that don't necessarily have a public service obligation and their need to access and timing of market access?
Yes, I mean, non-regulated utilities don't have the obligation to serve their customers and to meet their needs. If they wanted to, turn off the cell phone towers, they could do so, as an example. We don't have that luxury and have to continue to serve our customers and meet them where they need our support.
And so that is a differentiating factor in terms of when and how you may need to access the capital markets?
That's correct. Yes. And again, if we go back to the storm conditions, we could find ourselves, or any public utility could find themselves in a place where they may have already met their long-term debt service needs for the year. A large storm wipes out a portion of their rate base, and they have to rebuild that very quickly so that they can meet their customers. If they're at or near downgrade thresholds, they don't have the same kind of margin of safety to be able to weather that and to be able to access the market. And they may see immediate response on the behalf of investors in trying to approach the market via the higher or elevated or even exorbitant credit spreads.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winter. Chair Blank, I am through with my redirect.
I had one question on something Mr. Winter said on redirect. And if Mr. Winter, can you just pull up hearing exhibit 103 TAW 9C? And let me represent to you, this is the S&P October 2025 PSCO Outlook. I think it's stated October 9th, 2025. Do you have that in front of you?
I have at least a portion of that report. Yes, it looks like most. Yep.
Yeah, if you could look on the top of page 2. It says since 2022, the company has increased its capital spending to an average of about 5.5 billion in 2025 and 2026, which compares with just under 2 billion in 2022. And then skip down 2 sentences. And then it says, overall, we expect PSCO's standalone FFO to debt will remain below our 20% downgrade threshold. Our base case forecast assumes FFO to debt of 16 to 18% for the next 2 years, which places the company's financial measures near the midpoint of the range for its financial risk profile category. So as I read this, it's like if you have your current, whatever it is, BBB plus rating with a negative outlook, it looks like S&P expects your FFO to debt ratio to be 16 to 18% for the next couple of years. Which is not what you said. You said the downgrade threshold was 20%, but this looks like it's way lower. So can you just help me reconcile what this report says based on your testimony on redirect? Because
Sure.
You also testified that the settlement agreement puts you at whatever, 19.5, which is way above the forecast range here. So if you can reconcile that, that would be great.
Sure. I would draw your attention to the following page. There's a paragraph that's labeled downside scenario, and let me read it. We could lower our rating on PSCO over the next 24 months if its standalone financial measures remain weak, including FFO to debt consistently below 20%. We could also lower our ratings in the next 24 months if the company causes a significant wildfire or its regulatory risk increases. So I would read this that maintaining this at levels below 20% over an enduring period. And again, I think it is a little bit confusing, Chairman Blank, when they reference the 16 to 18%, but I think the key there is that they're showing that's within a very short defined period of time. They understand that there's a lot of investments and that these are required and supported by the policy goals of the state. But it's also somewhat dependent on the nature of the business risk not changing at the same time as well. And the 20% I referenced was in regard to the downgrade scenario. And I think it's a very valid statement. So if they were to see that to endure over the course of the next 3, 4, 5 years, actually, I think even beyond the 2 years that they referenced, I think that they would see that as very problematic and less temporal in nature.
But it does sound like the base case forecast assumes FFO to debt of 16 to 18% for the next 2 years, which places the company's financial measures near the midpoint of the range for its financial risk profile category. That's what it says, right?
I read the same thing you do. Again, they're referencing their models internally, which I don't have privy to, but I also read the downside scenario as extremely explicit, in my opinion.
Thanks for the clarification. Any redirect on the re-questioning, Mr. Zimmer?
Yes, unfortunately. Mr. Winter, can you look at the that same S&P report under Outlook?
Yes.
And does that reference the base case scenario, assuming FFO to debt between 16 and 18% through 2026?
It does. It says that they reflect that their expectation is that it does remain below the 20% downgrade threshold, which they explicitly state, for at least the next 2 years due to its high capital spending and regulatory lag. Our base case forecast assumes FFO to debt of between 16 and 18% through 2026. So again, the starting point was 2025 through 2026, which is where we find ourselves today.
And new rates from this proceeding will go into effect later this year?
Later this year, correct.
In the analysis that you've prepared and that the commission directed for supplemental direct was for the years 2027 through 2030?
That's correct. So any impact, presumably, if you're taking this on face value, then any further degradation below or continued degradation below 20% into 2027 would be seen as a potential downside scenario that they outlined in the following paragraph.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
You may now be excused, Mr. Winter. Thank you. Let's take a break and come back with Ms. Bulkley at 3:05. 3:05.
Thank you.
Ms. Bulkley, are you out there? There you are. There you are, Mr. Zimmer. Ms. Bulkley, can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
Let's see. What do we got? I got 5 minutes for AARP. Do you have any preliminary, Mr. Zimmer?
No, I thought we were skipping that.
Yep, we're skipping. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe there's changes. Just checking.
No, I appreciate it.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yes, Your Honor, we waive our cross. Thanks anyway.
Okay, thank you. City of Boulder, it's 3:06 and I have 30 minutes. Ms. Van Geem.
Boulder will be waiving cross of Miss Bulkley as well. And we were wondering if we might be able to address whether Mr. Lehrman can go out of order due to his availability whenever it's convenient for the commission.
Yeah, maybe at the end of the day, would that work for you, Miss Van Geem?
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Plank, questions for Ms. Bulkley?
I have no questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also don't have any questions.
You're scaring away. You're scaring us away, Ms. Bulkley. I do have some questions. In your rebuttal testimony, you recommend a rate of return on equity of 9.8%, which I believe your testimony finds is too low based on the evidence. Is that fair?
Well, the company's request was 9.8%. In my rebuttal testimony, I presented a range of model results that include that 9.8%. If you would refer to page 33 of my rebuttal testimony, figure AEB R3 summarizes the results of the analysis that I presented. And that ranges from the low end of the DCF results at 9.3% to the high end at about 11.45 on the medians. So pretty broad range.
So, and the settlement agreement set the return on equity at the absolute bottom of the range. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 104 AEB 16? And let me represent that this is the capital structure analysis for the proxy group companies. And I think you'll see the average common equity ratio for the project groups is 50.77%, and the median is 51.12%. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet the settlement agreement adopts a common equity ratio of 54.5%, which is over 300 basis points above the median and average, but still within the range. Is that correct?
That is correct. Of course, taking into consideration the ROE being at the low end, it wouldn't be unreasonable to have an equity ratio that was at the higher end.
Okay, you can take this down. So is it fair to say that your own testimony in this case would support a lower common equity ratio and a higher ROE?
So my recommendation in this case was a higher ROE. It was a range of 10.25% to 11.25%.
And the evidence that we just looked at would support a lower common equity ratio.
It would support on average something that would be lower than that.
All right.
But within the range, the company's number was within that range.
Yeah.
The maximum being 58.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 104, attachment AEB 10, tab 2? Again, this is the slide showing the ratio of 26 to 30 CapEx as the numerator divided by 2024 net plant for a proxy group of utilities. I've referred to this with other witnesses and they all say it's not their exhibit, it's yours. So I'll try asking you too. Again, based on this, it seems like, Alliant, maybe the best utility in the country in terms of capital efficiency. Even Dominion, which is D and has a bunch of data center growth, seems to be on the lower side than public service. Any comments about the capital bias concerns mentioned by multiple parties leading to these levels of capital spending ratios that seem well above peer utilities?
Yeah, I would say one thing that's not captured here would be where in the CapEx cycles these various companies are. So if you were to have looked back at my testimony in the company's last rate proceeding, for example, Alliant would have been sort of at the midpoint or the high end of this range. And so I think it's important to recognize that companies are involved in capital expending plans and programs over various time periods, right? And that many of them have already experienced some higher capital expenditures and maybe through that part of that cycle already. So I think that's missing and not captured here. And so I wouldn't say that this chart suggests that Alliant is the most capital efficient, but that they, as I mentioned, in comparing back to my testimony in the last proceeding, they would have been sort of to the middle or between the middle and the higher end of the range on this very chart. So they would have been experiencing higher capital investment at that time. And so I think what the purpose of this chart is to demonstrate where the company is in its capital investment cycle and what its needs are. And so the purpose of this chart was to demonstrate that at this time, PSCo is in a higher CapEx cycle relative to the rest of the companies in the proxy group, which does create greater risk. I know we've talked a lot about the credit rating agencies over time. Today I've been listening to the testimony. In fact, Fitch came out with a report on Friday downgrading its outlook for the utility sector to deteriorating. And the primary basis for that downgrade was concerns relating to the political and regulatory risk for the sector and the risk associated with not being able to meet its rate increases that are needed to manage their capital programs was part of that downgrade. So I think this is a very important thing to consider. The supportiveness of the regulatory environment at a time when a company has a significant CapEx plan is crucial to the credit ratings.
Given the timing when you filed your direct testimony, is it fair to say that public service companies' capital budget didn't reflect the generation cost investments that we approved in the near-term procurement process, which I think was also included a gas unit and a very large wind farm. So none of that capital spending is, to the best of your knowledge, is that capital spending included in this?
If it was capital that was planned over this time period, I don't know the answer to your question, to be honest, because I don't know specifically what you approved and where it would have been. And if it was included in the 2026 to 2030 time period for what PSCo was planning for investment, I would assume that it's included, but I don't know that sitting here at this moment. This was a forecast for that time period.
Understood. If the commission is concerned that the company's capital spending levels are problematic, particularly when it may be driven in significant part by elevated capital spending on ordinary course projects, perhaps driven by capital bias, what are our choices? We can either cap or otherwise limit safety, reliability, and other ordinary course spending, which is not easy because then we own those decisions, or we can try and lower the returns on capital, increase regulatory lag, and put pressure on the company to find ways to moderate its capital spending, as Moody's said, to maintain its credit ratings. Said another way, is it our job to support the company's decision to upsize its already elevated capital spending levels? So just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, what I would say is that I can't speak to the specifics of the company's capital program. I believe that you've spoken with several witnesses on the program itself. However, to the extent that that capital is actually needed, I think, you know, the expectation that it will be supported financially and that the company would be supported financially is of utmost importance at this time. And certainly the rating agencies and the equity analysts have been paying very close attention to rate proceedings and whether or not companies have received the support that is needed to fund those plans. This is a problem that is happening across the country. It is not just a PSCO specific concern. There are large capital programs for various operating companies across the country. As Fitch noted in the report that they issued on Friday, there is tremendous concern that concerns about affordability and political pressure is increasing regulatory risk in this sector and is going to make it very challenging for companies to maintain their financial integrity. So I do think it is a very tough position to be in, but I think being able to support the companies over the long term creates the lowest possible cost financing for customers. You asked a question earlier about and I may not have been you. I'm sorry. I don't recall exactly who asked the question about how to determine what the change in cost would be for customers from a downgrade, for example. And I think the answer was that's very challenging to identify. One of the reasons that that's challenging to identify is that what we're trying to do here when we talk about financial integrity is we're talking about maintaining financial integrity in all economic conditions. And as you know, from having sat on this commission for a period of time, these financial conditions change rapidly and without any notice. So the circumstances that we're trying to protect against is the absolute unknown circumstances when the market turns and then a company needs to go out and access capital. And that has occurred in the past. That occurred in the financial market collapse. That occurred in Michigan, where companies needed to attract capital at unreasonable terms because the market turned very quickly and they had a need for liquidity in the marketplace. And those costs stay with customers for an extended time period and become very expensive. So that's the scenario that we're trying to protect against. It's not if we just look at the spread today and say, oh, the spread is what it is today. That's the change in cost. It's not. It's the downgrade that occurs. And then the event that occurs that creates instability in the marketplace at the time when companies have to go out and access capital. That's the event that we're trying to protect against by maintaining the company's financial integrity.
You talk about the national situation, but when you look at this graph, when you benchmark capital spending against 2024 plant and service, we're sort of at the extreme end. You can take this down. Mr. Garrett, in his answer testimony, hearing Exhibit 801 at page 54 to 55, describes a situation where a holding company like Excel has far more debt in its capital structure as compared to the operating subsidiaries. He asserts that this debt is then used to fund equity into the operating subsidiary, a strategy he calls double leveraging. He argues that this is a highly profitable strategy since the cost of debt is notably lower than the cost of equity. Could this double leveraging strategy be one reason why the company's capital spending ratio over 2024 net plant ratio is so much higher than the other proxy group utilities?
No, double leverage is a financing issue. It doesn't have anything to do with the amount of capital that's needed. And I would say that it is not surprising to me that a parent company that operates over multiple jurisdictions and has diversification of customer bases and regulatory jurisdictions could have a different leverage profile than an individual operating company that has a set customer base and operates in one regulatory jurisdiction. Diversification minimizes, or reduces risk, right? And that would create the ability to have greater leverage at the parent company than at an operating company level. So it is common across the country to see that all of the operating companies are operating at thicker equity ratios than the parent companies, and it is for that reason.
I didn't follow your answer. It seems to me if you use debt to fund equity, it supercharges returns at the holding company level. Isn't that just mathematically true?
Well, what the return is based on the risk of the investment. So the risk of Xcel Energy being a diversified entity is one thing, and the risk of an individual operating company is entirely different. And so from a finance perspective, the risk isn't Excel's risk at the Piesco level. It would be Piesco as a holding company on operating as a standalone entity, which would have a different risk profile than Excel, having multiple jurisdictions and being diversified across the country.
Any thoughts of this commission adjusted the settlement agreement by lowering the common ratio somewhat closer to the mean and increase the rate of return on equity? That outcome seems to be strongly supported by the record evidence in this case, as you've already testified.
Settlements are give and take across all the parties. And so those are two terms in a settlement that has many other terms associated with it. I can't speak to the changing of those two variables in the broader context of a settlement.
Would you agree that that change would at least be more consistent with the evidence in this case?
I think a higher ROE is definitely more consistent with all of the analysis presented in my testimony, for certain.
And a lower common equity ratio would also be consistent with national averages.
Depending on which analysis you're looking at, I would suggest. I think in my rebuttal testimony, we demonstrated that on a market basis, they were probably more in line with Piesco's actual. Let me just pull that schedule.
I mean, I'm just referring to hearing exhibit 104 AEB 16, where you already testified the averages were 50.77% and 51.12%.
Right, at the operating company level, that's true. And at the parent company level, if you're looking at exhibit hearing exhibit 136 AEB 37, that demonstrates that the common equity ratio for the companies on a market value basis is right in line with where Piesco is, 55.
Is that I don't have that in front of me. Let me just see if I can find that for 1 second.
Would you like me to share that screen?
Yeah, if you would.
The font is pretty small, so if there's a specific area you want me to zoom in, I can do that.
Oh, this is the holding company. This is the holding company, right?
This is the market value, yes. And so if you were to look at the column 20, so the criticism that Mr. Garrett offered in my testimony was that he felt that we should be using the holding companies. And so if you were to do that, and which is what this exhibit demonstrates, then you get to the a common equity ratio of about 55%. If you look at column 20, you have to sort of increase the font and then focus on column 20, if you wouldn't mind doing that, to make it easier for everybody to read.
Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting this. I'm suggesting far more modest. I'm just asking if far more modest changes would be consistent with the evidence in this record. I'm not going to imposing the holding company capital structure on the operating sub. I understand that. That's all I had. Redirect.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Could we turn to exhibit 104? And can we go to page 73? If we can scroll down to the next Q&A, and actually the bottom one here, Ms. Bulkley, you had a discussion with Chair Blank about analyzing the equity ratios of the operating subsidiaries of the proxy group. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Can you explain how you use that analysis in analyzing the proposed equity ratio?
Yes, so the operating company's capital structures, generally speaking, are the actual capital structures. And, if you were to follow the FERC methodology, for example, the FERC would typically say that the actual capital structure is the capital structure to rely on unless it's deemed to be outside the range of the proxy group companies. And so the analysis that I've conducted here is to assess that very thing. Is the capital structure for PSCo outside of the range of the proxy group companies? And as we discussed, it is not. It might be above the median result, but it is well within the range. The top end of that range was about 58%.
And then if we could scroll down. You have a question here at lines 15 and 16. You consider more than the range in assessing reasonableness. Is that correct?
That's correct. We talked about the credit ratings at some level. So of course, the credit ratings are an important factor. PSCo's credit rating, I think I mentioned in my testimony that the outlook has been downgraded to negative from stable. So again, demonstrating that there's greater credit support needed.
And in fact, if we can keep scrolling down to page 76. You address that here at line 16.
That's correct.
And so to some, you consider the range of operating company equity ratios as part of the analysis, but it's not the entire analysis.
That's correct. Yeah, you have to consider where the company is and what its financial stability is in that moment. There have been many circumstances recently across the country where companies have needed credit support for a variety of reasons. Some of them are addressing, wildfire issues. They're not going to be the mean equity ratio wouldn't be reasonable in that circumstance. So there are a variety of reasons why it would be reasonable for the equity ratios to be higher on average than the proxy group companies. One would be a significant capital plan, such as PSCo's, and the need to support that from a financial integrity perspective.
Is it your understanding that the settlement agreement adopts the company's actual capital structure for 2025?
No, it's slightly different than 2025 because the short-term debt has been removed.
And it's about a 50 basis point decrease in the equity ratio?
It is a 50 basis point decrease in the equity ratio. I was just looking for that settlement agreement. But yes, it is 50 basis points.
And is it your understanding that the settlement agreement uses an ROE that is unchanged from the company's last electric rate case?
It is unchanged from the company's last rate case. And as I provided in my rebuttal testimony, there are market conditions. I looked at the market conditions over time. If you were to look at figure AEB-R2, which is on rebuttal page, hearing exhibit 136, page 14. And in looking at that over time, the company's 9.3 was originally set for the company, I believe, in a 2019 case and has been held at 9.3 since that time. And if you were to look at that table previously referenced, AEB-R2, at that time, the yield on the 30-year Treasury bond was about 2.19%, whereas at the filing of my rebuttal testimony, it was 4.91%. So a significant increase in the yields on the 30-year Treasury bond since that time. And as of Friday, I think we had exceeded 5, where we've been teetering in and around 5% for a period. So obviously, those demonstrate a higher cost of equity since the prior case.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buckley. That's all I have.
Thanks for joining us, Ms. Buckley. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Nickel. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No to both questions.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Will do.
I have 15 minutes for AARP. Mr. Kaufman.
let me see, just a second. I think, yes, I can waive this witness too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plank. Questions for Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Nickel.
Good afternoon.
I just had a couple of quick questions. In your rebuttal testimony on page 9, you said differently, the Aegis CPCN record made clear that stranded asset costs would occur because the AMR meters were at the end of their useful lives due to technological obsolescence and needed to be replaced, not that the AMR meters were at the end of their depreciable lives. But at the 2017 hearing, Ms. Jackson for the company said, so back in 1994, when we started deploying AMR meters on our system, those were deployed between 94 and 98. Those meters have an average life depreciation of 25 years, is what we've been looking at. If you do the math, we are at 25, getting pretty close to the end of that deployment time frame where the 25 years would be reached. So how do you resolve these two statements?
I think they're really two different statements representing two different things. So I think we heard a lot of, or we saw a lot of discovery questions that represented that each individual meter was the consideration around whether meters were at their end of their depreciable life or not. And we were trying to represent the company's perspective just around, it was really the technology in general. The other piece as well, I think when I look back at the reference from the hearing, I think very similar to what we did from our transition from our legacy meters to AMI meters, there was a mass deployment of those meters, but the deployment of AMR meters, and I don't know if it was directly clear in Mrs. Jackson's testimony, but meters continued to be deployed after that. Obviously, we've seen a significant amount of growth since 1998 to now in the state of Colorado, and meters are predominantly deployed for two different reasons. First is to serve new customers. So anytime we have new customers on our system, we have to purchase and install a new meter, or if we do have a meter that fails, that would be really kind of a similar purpose. So I think if you're representing that we only deploy those meters during that period, that's certainly not the case. We continue to deploy meters and a regular course of meters to serve new customers, to replace meters that have failed.
I'm sure you weren't, I don't know if you were there at the time, but was Ms. Jackson, in your view, referring to the bulk replacement of meters happened between 94 and 98? And then from that point forward, you would have a sort of a feathering in of growth. Is that kind of what you're
Yeah, I believe that's what she was representing, that, yeah, you had the, I guess, bulk replacement of meters during that time period from 94 to 98. And then you had kind of normal course of business, serving new customers, replacing failed meters, really beyond that period. So I think she was really trying to represent when we started deploying those meters in scale, but then certainly was not representing that we did not continue to invest and purchase meters after 1998.
One of the things that Ms. Jackson said in response to Commissioner Concilia was that Commissioner Concilia asked, ratepayers are going to be paying for a period of time for 2 meters. And Ms. Jackson responded, for a short period, I would say yes. And yet today we're looking at 15 additional years. So why is there such a mismatch with the company's testimony at the time of the CPCN and then the situation that we're in today?
Yeah, I can't specifically represent that. That would have been a better question I think you did ask that question of Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, he kicked it to you.
He kicked it to me. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I think when I'm thinking back to the Aegis CPCN, what I recall is there was a general construct that the depreciation period was going to be shorter. And now it's later during this proceeding. Our proposal is later. So I think that's the difference between what was represented back then and what is being represented now.
So I guess I could ask about, do you know how many AMR meters were installed after that CPN after the commission approved Aegis?
I do know that Miss O'Neill did represent, I believe it was page 84 or 85, just within her answer testimony. She did, just based on some of the information the company provided, she did support the number of AMR meters that we purchased over the different years.
So I should look to Ms. O'Neill's testimony.
Yeah, if you pull up your testimony, we could walk through that if we
So
need
that
to.
would show me, of those installations, how many remain a part of the stranded balance?
Not necessarily. That'll just represent the number of meters purchased during those time periods. But it wouldn't necessarily represent the balance at the point in time. I do know that the different references that I think would be helpful for you over time is in the hearing, Miss Jackson did represent that in 2018, that balance would be 72 million. And then in both the Aegis rider and then the 2021 electric rate case, the actual balance before we started deploying AMI meters in 2020 was roughly 79 million. So I think those would be, I guess, the 2 points in time that I think would be helpful for you. Because before we started deploying AMI meters and had the opportunity to meet all the prerequisites before we'd start that, I think it's really the 79 million in 2020 that represents that point in time that it was really kind of normal course of business prior to the start of the AMI deployment.
So sort of guessed my next question. So if I were to say what percentage of the 83.9 million balance is attributable to AMR meters installed after the commission approved the transition, you're saying it would be the difference between the 72, was it, and 83.9?
Yeah, I think in 2018 it was the 72 million. 2020 the actual balance was 79 million, and then the amount now in this proceeding is the 83 million.
One of the things that at the hearing back in 2017, Ms. Jackson outlined the costs and said that the hardware costs were about 221 for the commercial AMR and about $47 for the residential meters, and another 45 or so for installation. You indicated that the residential customers were targeted first. Did opting for the residential replacement first mean that the company had to then purchase more of the more expensive commercial meters during the interim period?
Not necessarily more of those meters, just because the percentage of customers that we have on our system, it's predominantly residential customers. So I think in terms of quantities, there are less commercial customers, so there would have been less commercial purchases during that time period. Obviously, there is a cost differential between a residential type meter and a commercial type meter.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Commissioner Gilman.
No, I don't have any questions.
Nor do I. Mr. Simpson, redirect.
Yes, just very quickly. Can we bring up hearing exhibit 400, page 86? And this is the exhibit that you were talking about. Is that correct, Mr. Nickel, this chart?
That is correct, yes.
And what you're seeing here is 45,000 meters purchased in 2017. That goes up to 76, then to 70, and then it starts to wean down until it's 827 and 25. Am I reading that chart correctly?
That is correct.
And when you're looking at this, why was there such large meter purchases from 18, 19, and 20?
Yeah, that is what I described as really kind of the continue of normal course of business. So I think I talked about in my testimony to provide additional context around some of the prerequisites before we could start to deploy AMI meters. I think generally speaking, there's really three main categories. The first being obviously the meter itself, purchasing that. The second is how you read that meter. And then the third is all the IT and billing work, so we can ultimately produce a bill for customers. And as it relates to AMI meters, there's also a significant amount of software integration work to enable the additional capabilities. So a lot of that work took place after the commission decision and before we installed our first AMI meter. I think the importance of that is because before we could install that first meter, we had to really continue normal course of business to continue to purchase and install AMI meters broadly across our service territories. So, I think as you look at the years, the importance of it is it was normal course of business really leading up to 2020. And then in 2021, when we had met all those prerequisites to start to deploy AMI meters to residential customers, you start to see that number drop pretty significantly. I also talked about the efforts that the company took to reuse those meters, particularly with the residential type meters before we started deploying commercial meters. You can see just how that impacted the amount of meters that we had to purchase, ultimately leading up to 24 and 25, where that number was very small.
And this business as usual timeframe, essentially between the end of the Aegis CPCN proceeding and the time the company was able to put in all those prerequisite items, that was always intended and planned for. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And then as soon as the meters, the AMI meters were being implemented, the AMR meters you were taking out of service, you were reusing. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. And I think the other kind of important concept as well is there are different service voltages and different types of meter that are defined by an ANSI standard C12. So when we take a residential meter out of service, we cannot use that for, say, a commercial customer or even potentially like an apartment building. But the company did make substantial efforts to make sure that we could reuse meters that were taken out of service and were still functioning properly.
And then can you just confirm for the record the estimated amount of non-depreciated meters that Ms. Jackson used? That was an amount that was assumed at the end of the AMI installation, correct?
The 72 million, is that where you're at? I believe it was a 2018 value.
Okay. But the idea was that was the amount that you would expect to have been the stranded costs.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yeah.
You can take this down. Mr. Nickel, thanks for joining us, and you may be excused, sir.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. I think that concludes the customer's case. And let's jump to Mr. Lay. You out there, sir? Oh, Mr. Zummer.
Yeah, sorry. Just before, since we are at the end of our witnesses here, we have a few Box.com exhibits. Do you want to handle those now, or do you want to maybe at the end of the day?
I think now actually would be a good time in case we need a witness.
Okay. So in the company's Box.com, we have what's been marked for identification as hearing exhibit 157, which is the revised revenue requirement model that Mr. Freitas discussed with Commissioner Gilman. And we have both the PDF and executable versions of that.
And have the parties seen that?
Not yet. So we can, if you'd like us to circulate everything to parties in advance, we can do that.
Yeah, why don't you circulate it to the parties, and why don't we take this up first thing tomorrow? And I mean, I have no idea if we'll need a witness, but if you can just have somebody standing by if we do, that'd be great.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Stephanie. It's actually 157 attachment APF-29. Is that the one that you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But we'll circulate those with folks and we'll do this tomorrow.
That'd be great if you'd be willing.
Can you also circulate that to Commission Council just so we can get an opportunity to see it before we'll discuss it?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I have one other question. Regarding the earned ROE numbers and just a request to offer clarification that may be part of this as well, if that's helpful.
Yeah, and it's probably just easier to do it now. There's a tab in attachment TAW 14C, and it's called PSCO ROE. And that has the reconciliation of the 155 basis points.
For the regulatory lag component?
Correct.
But can you just say that I lost you? What's the hearing exhibit number and attachment?
Yep, I'm just pulling it up. Sorry. It's hearing exhibit 135. Executable attachment TAW 17C.
Okay.
And there's a tab called PSCO ROE.
Thank you.
And then just in terms of things to potentially circulate in advance or just with parties, the other things that we have available is the sales comparison that was requested and supplemental report on the disconnection survey results.
Oh, yeah, if you could circulate that tonight, that would be great.
Okay.
My other question was, on Friday, I had talked to Mr. Freitas about the 2025 earned return portrayed in his testimony as 5.73%, which was from table APF R4 in his rebuttal. And this was also discussed in Mr. Piquet's rebuttal, and how it didn't include the impact of riders. And we talked a lot about that today as well with regard to the difference between regulatory and GAAP earned return. So I just wanted to clarify if the company could make available a version of that table that shows that value with the impact of riders, or if that is one and the same with what's been presented elsewhere. And then also wanted to confirm on the dates previous to 2025, back to 2017, if those values include the impact of riders or do not include. And if they don't include the impact of riders, if we could see a version that does include those consistently.
I can start by clarifying that Mr. Freitas's table, as he explained, is based on the Appendix A's. And so that's going to be on a regulatory accounting basis and not include the effect of riders.
For the year.
For all of the years, correct.
Yeah.
So it's all Appendix A basis. Mr. Wayner's analysis that's in 14C is the GAAP ROE analysis, which includes the effect of riders. So that's got 22 through 24 in it. And so is the request for more history of the GAAP ROE look?
Well, I'm really trying to understand if there is any daylight then between if you take the regulatory earned ROE calculation the company did and include the impact of riders. Is there any difference between that and what is being shown as the GAAP ROE? Or are those one and the same at that point?
They wouldn't be exactly the same, but it would be more encompassing for sure to use the GAAP ROE approach because it's going to have alternative sources of revenue as compared to the Appendix A.
Can I just ask why the regulatory numbers were even shown? What possible use does that have other than to confuse the record? Well, everybody's relying on the GAAP numbers and what the investor community sees. So I was really confused by why that was even in front of us.
Yeah, Mr. Freitas is probably the right person, but I can at least start at a high level. There's a couple of things. One, that it comes out of a mandatory report for the commission based on Appendix A requirements. Two, just from a general perspective, it does provide information about the differential between what your base rate recovery is and what your authorized ROE is for that base rate component.
seem to create more seem to obfuscate more than throw light. So any other requests, Commissioner Goman, or are you happy with how that all landed?
I think that's fine. I can look there and refer to the gap values of the company's thing. Those are the most accurate. And yeah, would just again ask for those things to be circulated, including Commission Council, so we can get our eyes on them before tomorrow morning as well, the other items.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer, and we'll start tomorrow off with those exhibits. Mr. Dr. DePew, are you out there? There you are.
Yes, I am.
You can leave that right hand up. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Sure. Yeah, I will.
I think it was only commissioner questions. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. DePew.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of quick questions. In your answer testimony, staff presents a scientific analysis of CGDCF, MSDCF, CAPM, ECAPM to determine a reasonable ROE. And the results are that the staff considers 8.05 a reasonable level, but thinks lowering from 9.3 to 8.05 could cause rate shock for the company. In this context, what is rate shock and how does it manifest?
Yeah, so it's significant change in the total revenue requirement from currently authorized rates of 9.3 to 8%, even though the scientific approach, like I mentioned in my answer testimony, that would be the fair and reasonable rate of return. But given that there's 130 basis point difference applied on a large rate base, that could mean a substantial reduction in revenue requirement for the company. So that the staff considered to be a rate shock.
So rate shock would be the not necessarily an impact on investment into the company, but an impact on return to the company.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. And in the table on page 64 of your answer testimony, you talk about the market to book ratio, a variety of peer utilities, and you say that a ratio above 1.0 suggests that the regulatory return is excessive. Yet every utility you listed had a return above 1.0, with Excel, I think, over 2.0. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, so this is not my observation. I have referenced it to Bonbright, and the reason that he specifically mentions this ratio as an indicator for how the rates of returns are computed and in relation to the investor's expectation is to show that if the ratio is close to 1, the company is being provided the normal economic rate of return, which then does not lead to inflation of market value over book value. So that's his logic. And I think this is where I have had concerns about I have had concerns about the industry trends being the anchor for determination of return on equity, because like you observed in that table, most of the companies have their market to book value ratios higher than 1. So essentially, the whole industry has had this kind of a challenge that their rates of returns are in excess of what the market expects from them.
And have you noticed the trend of those market to book values increasing year to year? I mean, was it at one point at one and and now we've gotten to places where some of them are at three, over three.
I would suspect so, but I haven't, because I think some of these companies have been in existence for close to 40 years or sometimes even more. So I haven't had a look at any study that compares the book value to market value over these periods of time, but I suspect that it has been rising.
And given that your analysis of these peer utilities would point to an ROE of 8.05 and none of them are at one, would an ROE of 8.05 be expected to reduce Excel below one?
Not necessarily, because 8.0 is what I consider to be, and based on the models that I have used, considered to be fair and reasonable. So if it goes to 8, it should bring back the ratio from 2 to 1. And I guess it will not be something that typically reflects overnight, but it would happen over the years.
So what you were, and again, I know this has changed, but what you were recommending in your answer testimony essentially was that the commission take, I don't know how long, a decade sort of look, or what's and move ourselves from where we are at 9.3 towards 8.05 over a period of time. What was your thinking around that? Like, what's the
Yes.
period of time?
Yeah, so we haven't really thought about a concrete plan to get there, but it looks like the frequency of rate cases is once in 2 years. And if we were to, if you look at my final recommendation of 9% ROE, which reduces 30 basis points from the current authorized rate, it would take about 3 or 4 rate cases. And I think given that frequency or cadence of once every 2 years, it might be about 6 to 7 years kind of a path.
And so that the settlement remains at 9.3. So if the commission wanted to adopt this, but stick with the settlement, basically we would be pushing out that movement for another couple of years until the next rate case.
Yes, that seems to be the case. But I think when we look at the settlement, we have to consider all other compromises that the company and other interveners have made. So given those consideration, I still believe that keeping it static at 9.3% for this time around is still reasonable.
Thanks. And just last question, the market to book ratio of 1.0, 1.0 represents a fair market return. Should we
Yes.
consider above 1.0 unfair?
So I would say that there are some instances of some of the utilities having generated internally some intangible assets which are not recorded in their book values and sometimes not reflected in their rate basis. So a marginal higher ratio, say 1.2 or 1.3, might be the reasonable place to land.
So 20, 25, 30% band around the 1.0.
Yes.
But above that, we should consider that, according to Bombright, fundamentally unfair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are
these are again the arguments that Bombright makes. I have just adopted those.
I understand. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goman.
No questions. Thanks.
Nor do I. Mr. Larson, redirect.
No to redirect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Depew.
Thank you.
Mr. Lay, are you out there? Keep that hand up, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way? If that changes, will you let us know?
Absolutely.
Mr. Bunker, I got 30 minutes and it's 4 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I did want to go through the list of introductory questions really quick, if I may.
Yeah, right. I think you had some exhibits or something. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Chong.
you. Thank you. Aileen Chong, Assistant Attorney General here on behalf of trial staff. Good afternoon, Mr. Lay.
Hello.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Ronald Lay, Ronaldlay.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
With the PUC as a staff senior rate analyst.
Did you cause to be filed in this case hearing Exhibit 404 Rev 1, which is your answer testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did staff enter into the comprehensive settlement agreement with the company and a few other interveners?
Yes, they did.
Ms. O'Neill filed settlement testimony on behalf of staff. Is her settlement testimony staff's current position on the issues in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Lay is available for cross-examination.
Yes, sorry for the too abrupt transition. Mr. Bunker, I have 30 minutes for you. You're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Lay.
Hello, Mr. Bunker.
You filed answer testimony on behalf of the commission staff in this case, correct?
Yes.
And that answer testimony is hearing exhibit 404.
That's
if
correct.
we could pull that up, please. And I think I cut you off when I said your answer testimony is exhibit 404. Sorry about
that's
that.
Correct. That's correct.
If we could go to page 4, lines 13 and 14, here you indicate you present staff's recommendation regarding using the 2025 calendar HTY using a 13-month average rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on page 25, on lines 2 through 7, here you indicate staff supports the use of an HTY in this proceeding. Specifically, staff recommends using an HTY ending December 31, 2025, in parens, the 2025 calendar HTY, based on a 13-month average rate base method with limited known and measurable changes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, if we could turn to the non-unanimous agreement, that's hearing exhibit 155. And if we could look at page 3, staff is identified as one of the parties to the non-unanimous agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could now turn to page 17, paragraph 31, the agreement provides the settlement test year revenue requirement is calculated on a year-end basis for all plant and plant-related balances included in rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that the only party to specifically advocate using the year-end rate method in this case was Piesco?
I believe so.
So the non-unanimous agreements provision, which staff agreed to, is with respect to the rate-based methodology to be used in this case, and it is directly opposite to the position you espoused in your answer testimony, right?
Correct.
In your answer testimony on page 26, starting at line 15 through page 28, line 14, here you state staff advocates for a 13-month average rate-based method for 3 main reasons. And then on pages 28 through 31, here you provide your support for these 3 main reasons to use 13-month average rate base. Is that right?
That's right.
Do you continue to agree with the rate base methodology testimony that you wrote in your answer testimony?
Yes, staff, I still maintain the same position.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the commission ordered the use of 13-month average rate base method in the Piesco most recent 2024 gas rate case?
I know that they asked for it. Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding the commission ordered the use of the 13-month average rate base in the recent Atmos 2025 gas rate case decision that was issued about a month ago?
I'm familiar with it, but I was not involved.
Okay. Is it your understanding that when changing Piesco's proposed rate base methodology from year in to 13-month average, this results in about $60.6 million less in Piesco's revenue deficiency?
That sounds right.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Lay, I have no further questions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. Commissioner Plant, let me just check. Yep, Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Lay.
That was the fastest 30 minutes in history. I don't have any questions for Mr. Lay.
Commissioner Gilman.
No questions.
Nor do I. Ms. Chong, redirect for Mr. Lay.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Lay, just to go back to a conversation that you had with Mr. Bunker, staff ultimately agreed to a year-end rate-based methodology in the settlement, correct?
That's correct.
And you are not the settlement witness in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, why did staff agree to a year-end base methodology when in answer testimony you originally went with 13-month average?
Yeah, I believe it was just a concession made, to get to some, in the spirit of negotiations to get to a settlement agreement.
And who would Miss O'Neill be the correct witness to explain the details of those concessions made?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. No further questions from staff.
Mr. Lay, you may be excused. Dr. Dalkey, are you out there? There you are. Keep that hand up, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Ms. McLaughlin, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Dalkey, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephen Dalkey, Steven. Last name Dahlke.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as a senior economist.
And did you cause what has been marked as hearing exhibit 405, the confidential and public version of the testimony of staff witness Dr. Dalkey?
Yes, I did.
And did staff enter into a comprehensive settlement agreement with the company, which has been previously entered into evidence as hearing exhibit 155?
Yes, we did.
And Ms. O'Neill filed testimony on behalf of staff. Is Ms. O'Neill's settlement testimony staff's current position on the issues in this proceeding?
Yes.
And is that also the current position on the framework for Comanche 3?
Yes, that's staff's current position on the Comanche 3 framework.
Dr. Dalkey is available for cross.
Ms. Nelson, 30 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Dalkey. I'm Michelle Singer-Nelson, representing UCA. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Likewise.
Do you understand that UCA's position in this case is that the commission should remove Comanche 3 from rate base or otherwise diminish the revenue requirement because of Comanche 3's performance issues?
Yep.
And UCA also recommends that the commission ensure that shareholders, not customers alone, bear a meaningful portion of the operational performance risk associated with Comanche 3 because of the performance issues.
I understand that's UCA's position, yes.
And your answer testimony proposed cost recovery for Comanche 3 on a availability-based cost recovery methodology, or you use the acronym CACR, is that correct?
That's right.
And UCA supports your CACR cost recovery methodology in its answer testimony, correct?
Yes.
The non-unanimous agreement does not adopt your recommendation for cost recovery for Comanche 3, correct?
It adopts a framework that substantially is actually quite similar to what was proposed in my answer testimony, with some differences in magnitude, but in large part, it does adopt an availability-based cost recovery framework for the parameters specified in the agreement. So I don't think I would necessarily say that it does not adopt the proposal. It's certainly different on some important parameters, but there's also many characteristics of what was adopted in the settlement agreement that was consistent with what staff proposed in our answer testimony.
The agreement permits a public service to receive offsets for overperformance, correct?
Yes.
Did you propose that in your cost recovery methodology?
No, we didn't specifically propose the concept of offsets in our answer testimony. That was part of the methodology that we developed alongside other parties through the settlement negotiations.
Are you familiar with Ms. Henry Sermos' answer testimony where she discusses used and useful as that doctrine is used in rate making?
I'm familiar at a high level with Ms. Henry Sermos' answer testimony, so yes, I do recall discussion along those lines.
Would you describe the used and useful doctrine as one which is concerned with whether the plant in question is actually providing utility service?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Sure. Would you describe the used and useful doctrine as one which is concerned with whether the plant in question is actually providing utility service?
Yeah, I would think that's a relevant component of determining whether something like this asset is used as useful. I agree.
And do you agree that with regard to cost recovery for Comanche 3, that the commission should consider whether it's actually providing service during extended outage periods?
Yes, I would.
And would you also agree that the commission should consider whether it's delivering reliability value commensurate with its cost responsibility?
Yes.
Can we go to your answer testimony hearing exhibit 405 at page 10? And this is, I think, can you scroll up a little bit just to the section where the Q&A, scroll down, I guess. No, page 10, starting at line 8. Thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to ask you a series of questions, Dr. Dalkey, that relate to your testimony here. And I think it might continue a little bit on the next page, but would you agree with me that Comanche Unit 3 has experienced chronic and well-documented maintenance issues and operational problems?
I would agree.
And you quote a 2022 article by Kevin Clark entitled Poor Maintenance and Costly Breakdowns, The Troubled History of Comanche Unit 3, which documented poor maintenance practices, costly equipment breakdowns, and lengthy outages?
I did quote that article, yes.
You also cite to a lawsuit where Core Power criticized Comanche 3, stating that the plant significantly underperformed peer facilities in net output, availability, and outage rate, and will be retired nearly 40 years short of its planned production life, and that Piesco permanently damaged the generator by imprudently operating the plant. Did you quote that? I think it moves on to page 11, where you discuss the core litigation.
Those look like the words on the screen. Yep.
And Core was awarded more than $26 million in that lawsuit, correct?
Looks like that's line 6 of the testimony on the screen. Yes.
Going down to starting at page 11, line 9, and it actually goes through page 14. But I'm just going to walk through a few additional points that you made on those pages. And if you need to reference specific lines in your testimony, just let me know. But Comanche 3's unavailability from 2016 to 2026 was approximately 68%, correct?
I'm subject to check. Sure, I'll take your word for it.
Can you look at lines 10 and 11 on your testimony?
There it is. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Would you consider 68 availability average for a 15-year-old coal plant? Would you consider 68% average for a coal plant like Comanche 3, which is only 15 years old?
No, I wouldn't. In terms of an average availability expectation, no, I would not consider that consistent with the average across the industry.
Is it below average?
Yes. Yeah, particularly if you compare it to the set of operating coal plants nationally, yes, it's below average. Most of those coal plants are significantly older than Comanche 3 by multiple decades. And if you compare it to a smaller peer group of the smaller number of coal plants that are of a similar age as to Comanche 3, it's more significantly below average. If you look at that kind of smaller peer group corrected for relative age.
Thank you. And then here on lines 11 through 13, you say that Comanche 3 was unavailable for nearly all of 2020, as well as significant portions of 2021 and 2022 for turbine performance and replacement issues, correct?
Yes, I said that.
And then you note the extended outage that began in August 2025, which we learned now will continue through at least mid-August 2026, correct?
Yes.
So this is another year of unavailability, correct?
At least partial unavailability, correct.
From August 2025 until August 2026?
That's a full year, yes.
Thank you. Now, during Comanche's months and years of unavailability, ratepayers have paid for Comanche's costs, including profit margins to the company and its shareholders, correct?
Yep, yes.
And you state that in your testimony. Lines 2 and 3?
Yes.
In the company's JTS proceeding, the company's planning model assumed Comanche's equivalent availability at 76%. Isn't that right?
Can you point to the line if you want me to
Sure,
verify?
it's page 12, lines 12 and 13.
Yep, I see it.
And then going on to page 14, line 4, in your answer testimony, you proposed cost recovery for Comanche, as we talked about, on an availability-based cost recovery basis, or CACR.
Yes.
And the formula is described on page 14, including the formula at line 8. Is that right?
Yes.
And so your recommendation in your answer testimony was to calculate the availability factor, which is the ratio of actual availability to the baseline availability expectation, correct?
Yeah, this was the proposal and answer testimony at that time, correct?
And to determine cost recovery, you multiply the availability factor by the revenue requirement to determine the cost recovery for Comanche 3?
I'm just going to object because, as we stated earlier, this is no longer staff's position, and our position has changed since the settlement agreement.
Correct.
Ms. Nelson, any comments on that?
Sure. I don't know what the objection is. Are you objecting to me even asking these questions?
I'm objecting because this is no longer staff's position. Our position has since changed.
Right. And so the point of the cross-examination then is to demonstrate the inconsistency between staff's previous testimony and its current position.
Yeah, the objection's overruled. Keep going, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. Can we go I think if we can scroll up, so we go further down on page 14, it'll further describe, there you go, further describe how the CACR operated. So you say, if Comanche 3 performs as expected, the factor equals 1, and the company earns its full revenue requirement, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And if, however, Comanche 3 is only available for half of its baseline availability, the factor is 0.5, and the company would only earn half of the revenue requirement attributable to Comanche 3. Is that correct?
Yes. Just the basic mechanics of what we proposed in answer testimony.
Sure. And then at exhibit, or at your testimony at page 19 through page 20, line 6. So I think we start at line 9 on page 19. The Q&A, the question is, how has the commission handled cost recovery in the past when a utility asset failed to perform reliably? Do you see that?
Yes.
And you explained that the Fort St. Vrain nuclear plant similarly had operational problems, and FSV was a first of its kind high temperature gas cooled reactor technology, correct?
I did write that in this testimony, yes.
And then you go on to state that the Fort St. Vrain nuclear plant can serve as an example of how the commission structured cost recovery for a plant with significant operational problems. I'm sorry. Correct.
Michelle, I think you might have cut out. If you could repeat your question, because I didn't
sure.
hear it,
Okay.
so Stephen might not have.
You testify that the commission's handling of the cost recovery for Fort St. Vrain could serve as an example of how the commission has structured cost recovery for a plant with significant operational problems.
Can you remind me where I said that, Ms. Nelson?
Sure. Well, the question was, how has the commission handled cost recovery in the past when a utility has failed to perform reliably? And you cite to Fort St. Vrain in lines 11 through 12. And then.
Yeah, I don't recall saying those words. I was expecting this to just be another series of quotes to affirm, but I don't think I necessarily said the Fort St. Vrain is an example we should specifically model this cost recovery on. It was a different plant in a different era. I brought it up because I do think there's valuable lessons to help inform the proposal, but there were also notable differences in the context of the plant, the legal landscape at that time, and ultimately the structure of the outcomes. So I just hesitate a little bit to affirm your proposed paraphrasing of my testimony that it was an example we should follow. I think there's important caveats with that that we should keep in mind. And I think my testimony is consistent with this response.
Can we go down to page 20, line 14? What lessons can we take from the Fort St. Vrain experience? Do you see that question?
Yep.
And you respond, the FSV nuclear plant's history demonstrates that removing a troubled asset from rate base, providing significant customer refunds, and transitioning to alternative cost recovery are viable tools that the Commission has approved in the past as part of a just and reasonable outcome for a large and commercially troubled power plant. Did I read that correctly?
Yep, that is an accurate statement.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Dalkey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Commissioner Plank, questions for Dr. Dalkey?
I have no questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hey, Dr. Dalkey, I just have a couple questions for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you were on earlier today when I was talking with Mr. Hansen.
I listened to most of that exchange. Yeah.
Okay. We were looking at some of the reports that have been provided with regard especially to the Unit 3 outage. They're providing monthly reports that show some of the expenses. Are you familiar with that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I was just curious if staff has any insights. I understand you're not the plant operator here, but in your review of these reports and expenses otherwise, we're seeing between $300,000 and $800,000 of monthly expenses reported for Unit 3 specifically for fuel costs while it's not operational, and at the same time seeing zero fuel costs reported for Unit 2 over the same time period. So I was just curious if you had any insights or had looked into that issue at all previously.
Yeah, I'm aware of it, but unfortunately, Commissioner Gilman, I haven't looked too in depth or thought much in depth about that specific issue. So I'm sorry I can't offer anything helpful that's specific beyond the exchange that was already had earlier today.
Okay. Also, you had mentioned that Unit 3 lags in performance, especially as it relates to availability to other coal plants, kind of independent of age, and then that lagging of performance gets even more significant when compared to a peer group of a similar age. Does that accurately reflect what you had said before?
I did say that, yeah, just
okay.
2 minutes ago. Yeah.
I was curious if you have any data on that availability average or performance related to the more relevant age group of coal plants.
Yeah, it's not something we gathered formally at this point. It's something we probably certainly could, if that would be helpful in the decision of this case. Just at a high level, anecdotally and subject to check, Comanche 3 is about 16 years old, was commissioned roughly in 2010. There was a small wave of new coal plants built around this same time period across the United States, give or take a few years. There was high gas prices in the years, in the first decade of the 2000s contributing to this. small wave of new coal plants. I would say somewhere between roughly 5 and 10 other coal plants of comparable size to Comanche 3. Most of those plants are performing quite well, as you would expect, newer plants to perform, at least mechanically speaking. Certainly, they face the same policy and market headwinds that all the plants are exposed to, like 90% availability or higher. There's one other coal plant that popped up in this sample that similarly having troubled performance, and I can't give you the details of the technology similarities or vendor similarities or differences, but I do know, in terms of having multiple extended outages, catastrophic failures of the equipment, and so on. The key difference is the one other plant, that plant is in a deregulated market, so its original owner has already kind of it basically turned it over to the banks, and I think it wrote off all the equity it had in that plant. So in terms of regulated coal assets, I think Comanche kind of stands alone in that peer group of newer plants. And I would just say, prior to like us, if you wanted to cite this data in a testimony, I think me or some staff member would be happy to kind of get it all documented and organized for you. I think that would be a prudent thing to do, besides just taking kind of this qualitative story I gave. But that's kind of, at least at a high level, my understanding of that particular peer group of coal plants.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think it would be helpful to my understanding of it. I think one thing that is particularly difficult is we're being asked in the settlement agreement to look at availability factors that largely reference a much larger group of older coal plants. Yeah. Understanding that may be a difficult proxy. So I think it would be very helpful to understand the relative performance of a more similar group of assets, especially age-wise, so that we can better understand the relative nature of the performance. So yes, if you have it, I see it as useful.
Yeah, sounds good. And I agree, it's helpful context. I think the performance level adopted, or the metric level adopted as the baseline in the settlement, was not just like what we thought was the most relevant peer comparison, but it was a level that we felt was a reasonable amount for cost recovery in the settlement, as part of all the other terms in the settlement. And that, for that reason, that's why we felt it was an okay outcome for us. So that's all just kind of part of the context for our discussion here.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Really just one question. I'll just ask you the same thing I asked Mr. Hansen. Do you have a view about what's going on with this plant? We're heading into a summer without Cabin Creek and without Comanche 3. What's causing all these problems? And do you believe the company when they say they're going to improve it, or you just think there's enough financial incentive finally that we can align incentives? So just any broader comments about what's going on and where we're headed?
Yeah. So obviously I'm not operating that plant.
I understand. We understand.
That caveat. I think when we developed our proposal and answer testimony and evolved it as part of the settlement agreement, you certainly, if this incentive helps improve operational performance, that's a good outcome. Hearing the company kind of talk about how that's the primary reason for this kind of a cost recovery framework rang to me as kind of a mixed bag. Of course, we want the plant to operate better, to deliver value to the system and for customers. But as a lot of the questions kind of hinted at, it's really the company's obligation to always be doing its best to maximize performance of the fleet. And really the motive, one of the key motivators for us in developing this kind of a cost recovery framework for this particular plant was really around improving the risk alignment of the costs associated with it. As if the plant performs reasonably well going forward, cost recovery is assured. If it continues to have significant operational issues, this kind of a framework helps at least allocate the upfront the risks and then ex post the actual costs of underperformance. So that was our primary motivator, and improving availability is a secondary benefit if it does that. I believe the company when they say prior to these incentives they do their best to operate the plant well. But again, for us, it was really around aligning risks of costs for this plant going forward.
That's all I have. Ms. McLaughlin, redirect for Mr. Dalkey, Dr. Dalkey.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just some brief questions. And I want to start with one of the questions that Commissioner Gilman gave you. You discussed some other coal plants that were operating or started operating around the same time as Comanche 3. Some of them might have similar issues, and you mentioned you could help gather this information. Would this best be done in a SIM or some sort of other proceeding?
I think that'd be an okay venue to provide this information.
And when you were talking to Ms. Singer-Nelson, she asked you about the offsets in the settlement agreement for the Comanche 3 performance framework. Can you please describe how this proposal differs from a traditional symmetric PIM structure?
Sure. The offsets component in particular and the performance framework in the settlement overall differs from kind of the traditional PIMs that we've adopted in other contexts at this commission for a few reasons. But one of the primary ones is that one of the key design features of the framework for Comanche 3 in the settlement is that there's no opportunity for the company to earn a bonus incentive for above performance or availability that is better than the expectation or the baseline. So offsets can only reduce the penalty return to customers if there's overperformance. So if they perform well, that can be reduced, but there's no opportunity to earn additional revenue beyond the baseline revenue requirement. So there's no bonus as part of this cost recovery framework, and that's one of the key differences. I think that's important to note for this particular framework.
Thank you for that answer. And Ms. Singer-Nelson also asked you about the used and useful principle. Are there any other risks associated with Comanche 3 if it doesn't operate under this performance framework established in the settlement agreement?
I think so, yeah. The performance framework contemplates an availability or a range of the proposed XEUOF metric that's quite wide. I know UCA mentioned some concerns in their testimony in opposition of the settlement, including a hypothetical example that if Comanche 3 were to be unavailable for a full year, it would earn, the balance of the revenue requirement minus the maximum penalty. And that's like true mathematically of this particular framework, but I don't think that this necessarily is the final word if something extraordinary like that were to happen. If Comanche 3, for example, suffered another catastrophic breakdown of that magnitude in the few years left on its life, certainly the performance framework we adopted would apply if approved by the commission. There's nothing in the settlement that prohibits the commission from pursuing further investigations and considerations regarding the reasonableness of other costs or prudency if there's additional catastrophic events to Comanche 3 going forward. So all that's to say no. I mean, I think this is a good framework and I recommend the commission approve it. But if we continue to see if unfortunately something like that were to happen, it's not the final word from our perspective.
And if something were to happen and Comanche 3 required some replacement power, how would that be handled under the settlement agreement and this performance framework?
Yeah, there's requirements to model and provide replacement power cost analysis. You'd have to ask Ms. O'Neill for more details on kind of scenarios for how that might be applied. So I'll punt that one to Ms. O'Neill.
And one last question for you. UCA asked you about the ongoing issues with Comanche 3 and the availability of the unit from 2016 to 2026. Could you describe how the performance framework in the settlement agreement is a reasonable solution for the ongoing issues that Comanche 3 currently has?
Yeah, I think the framework and the settlement is a reasonable outcome here on this issue. It's an extraordinary and unique performance framework for one specific plant that has had unique operational history, as we walked through with the UCA council. I think UCA council mentioned one of their purposes of walking through that was to demonstrate how our proposal and answer testimony is substantially different than what we adopted in the settlement. And I just don't think that's necessarily the case. So I think I mentioned that as part of walking through all this with her, but the settlement agreement is an availability and performance-based framework. It covers, similar scope. We contemplated, not covering the whole revenue requirement in the answer testimony, and that's kind of what we ended up doing as part of the negotiation of the settlement. And many of the components are substantively similar to the framework that we propose in answer testimony.
And I apologize, I lied. I do have one more question. Ms. Singer-Nelson asked you and discussed with you that Comanche 3 is expected to return to service in August of 2026. I believe earlier there was testimony that the rates from this rate case are anticipated to go into effect at the end of August 2026. If Comanche 3 is still unavailable when rates go into effect, how will the settlement performance framework come into play?
Yeah, if adopted as proposed, the settlement framework would it would end up being the case that if Comanche 3 was not in service once the rates from this proceeding went into effect, then it would start counting against its availability metric for purposes of the cost recovery, as described in the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Dalkey. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Dalkey. You may be excused.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Dr. Bongiardina. Hey, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
Yes.
I guess over to you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Yes, briefly, Chair. Thank you. Dr. Bongiardina, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Nick Bongiardina, Nick, last name Bongiardina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as an analyst.
And did you cause to be filed what has been marked as hearing exhibit 406 Rev 1, the answer testimony of staff witness Dr. Bongiardina?
Yes.
Did staff enter into a comprehensive settlement agreement with the company, which has previously been entered into evidence as hearing exhibit 155?
Yes.
And Ms. O'Neill was the witness that filed settlement testimony on that?
Yes, that's right.
Dr. Bongiardina is available for commissioner questions.
I forget, there's no cross, so Commissioner Plant, did you have questions?
I do not.
Commissioner Gellman.
Yeah, just a few. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Bongiardina.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Okay, just a few questions, really primarily on the DCA PIM, the dispatchable performance PIM. I was curious in looking at the appropriate values for the expectations for the plans, like the baseline performance. Did you compare anything outside of just the company-owned plants to look at like similar technology and type of plants in the market more generally and what performance they're seeing?
Yeah, so as part of the company's direct case, and we obtained the documents themselves through discovery, they pulled GADS data going back a number of years, depending on the age, the specific units, and performed their quartile analysis based on a fairly large number of comparable units for each unit type. There ended up being 5 unit kind of subtypes that the company used for that baselining analysis to get that kind of quartile kind of histogram outlook on their units compared to other units in the rest of the country.
Okay, and that's what they're targeting is like the best quartile comparatively to those other units as well.
So what I observed in my analysis and kind of the starting point for my answer testimony was the company started with that second quartile, but kind of deviated from that in different ways for certain units based on the company's assessment of their ability to perform at a higher level than that unit's own historical performance. So the comparison was the historical performance of those of the company's units to this wider historical performance of other units. The thing I disagreed with in my answer testimony was most of those deviations and even wanting to push those baselines a little higher for some of their better performing units so as to minimize the ability for the company to earn incentives on units that are already performing fairly well and kind of take more of that fleet-wide look at pushing the fleet performance as a whole higher and encouraging the company to do so. And most of the baselines I proposed are ultimately what are in the settlement agreement, with a couple exceptions.
Okay. And then it looks like we're basically between the metrics between what's used in this baseline and what's in the ERP planning context. We've got a little bit of apples and oranges, if I'm understanding correctly. So how do we best translate, if there is a certain performance that the company is clearly targeting and has a disincentive below and an incentive above, how do we look for consistency across proceedings to see is that the same performance that we're anticipating they actually achieve where we're spending all the money to build new generation, looking at the expectations of the unit. So how good is that coordination now, and how can we improve that coordination, especially now that we would have a wider set of benchmark performance expectations?
That's a great question. I have not been involved in the ERP proceedings. I think this might be a better question for Ms. O'Neill, who has been involved in those proceedings. But I very much hear your desire to make sure we are comparing comparable metrics between these different proceedings.
Okay. And then I was curious, as we look at like the disincentives baked into the DCA, Kim, have you looked at all to compare that financially to the disincentives, say, a PPA project would face if they underperform in a relatively similar way? Like looking at the ratios of underperformance, how do those financial disincentives compare and what the company would look at here versus what a PPA would look like?
Yeah, so we didn't look at that. We didn't make that comparison directly. Something I did try to benchmark against in my testimony was looking at the O&M spending for this kind of collection of units that are in the PIM. It's a little difficult to parse out because the O&M spending is parsed out by plant, not by unit. So there's, some common costs between all of them. My best estimate was the overall O&M for all of these units excluding Fort St. Vrain 7 and 8, because those are not yet in operation, was somewhere in the range of 65 million. So that 10%, their 10 million cap for the whole PIM kind of came off as reasonable in that context, as a reasonable incentive against the O&M budget that the company has in the test year.
Okay. And I'm sure you've heard some of the concerns. I'm probably more acute with the Pueblo Unit 3, but to some degree on the DCA PIM, that we could see significantly increased O&M and capital spending on the unit to achieve this end. And I'm curious, is there any sort of ratio of new spending or increased spending at which point it doesn't make sense to be allowing in order to increase the efficiency a certain degree of the plant?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think part of the strategy of these PIMs, kind of at a higher level, is to give the company something else to balance against when it's making those decisions. I think I agree with the general notion that they shouldn't need an incentive to run their units well. But I think the evidence shows that has not been the case, and that's why we're having this conversation. And providing some incentive for the company to better manage that O&M budget, and potentially some measure of capital spend might go along with that. The goal is to give the company a reason to improve the availability of its units, which ultimately does benefit customers when they're not paying for replacement power, cost of curtailments. There's benefits that redound to customers that are a little hard to see when you just think about the possibility that the company might earn an incentive or a disincentive on an individual unit or at the fleet level. And that's really what we were trying to balance when we kind of came up with our counter proposal to the company's direct case, and then ultimately the settlement agreement.
Okay. But there's not like a calculation that attempts to look at all of the costs and benefits of one versus the other, so we can understand if we are still in a proper ratio of the costs we're spending to get the benefit.
Yeah, we didn't perform that kind of cost benefit, and I don't know that the numbers in this record would even allow us to do that. It'd be a pretty challenging calculation to do.
Right. And just going back to something you had said here, and you say in your testimony that essentially it would be ideal if the company did not need additional mechanisms and incentives to experience a good performance outcomes on their plants, but that does not appear to be the case, I think was generally your testimony. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So I guess considering that, according to your testimony here, it looks as though the company needs some additional financial incentive and disincentive to enhance the performance of the company-owned fleet. I know you had said you're not an ERP witness, but in the ERP, we try to look at bids against each other, assuming the costs we're looking at are the costs. And I think here we're hearing, yeah, but really, you have to offer the company more money to get decent performance out of their units. So I'm trying to think across these proceedings, if there actually are additional costs here to see good performance out of company-owned plants, how do we properly factor that in the ERP context where we're not necessarily looking at these additional, incentives or carrots that have to be offered just to get good operation out of these units?
That's a very good question. At some level, I think the PIM is designed to be a layer of kind of constant ratepayer protection to give the company more incentive to operate the fleet well. I think we also have other venues through prudence reviews to further look at that, to look at replacement power costs. Without being an ERP witness, it's hard to say exactly how that might factor into ERPs in the future, but it might be something worth looking into as we continue through these ERP cycles.
Okay, thanks. Those are my only questions. Appreciate it.
I don't have any questions. Redirect Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Dr. Bongiardina, could you explain why staff is an advocate of this PIM?
Yes, staff's an advocate for this PIM because kind of going back in history a little bit, before the equivalent availability factor PIM, EAFPM, the commission had a lot of concerns about fleet performance. That PIM went into effect and we saw fleet performance increase. And then that PIM ended because the commission at the time thought performance had improved and the company would maintain that level of performance. And we've seen that performance decline ever since. So staff's advocating for this PIM to try to, again, kind of reinstate that mechanism to encourage the company to improve its unit performance again and all the benefits to ratepayers that comes with.
It's a drag. That's where we're at. Anything else, Ms. McLaughlin?
That's it. Thank you, Dr. Bongiardina.
You may be excused, sir. I guess we'll start tomorrow with Ms. Anstey. And just a heads up to the parties, we're going to end it for a public comment hearing. And Mr. Zimmer or whoever is representing the company, if you could get those exhibits out tonight, especially the one on the disconnects, I'd love to see that before I talk to Ms. Anstey. So if you'd get that out tonight, that'd be awesome. And if council could get it to the commissioners tonight, that'd be great.
Understood, Chair Blank.
Anything else before we break for the day? Mr. Priolo.
Good afternoon. Frit Prelo for CEC. We had requested that Mr. Garrett get a date certain for tomorrow morning and just wanted to check in to make sure that's still workable.
Yes. Would you like to start with him first?
That'd be great.
Any objections from the parties to starting with Mr. Garrett? And I think it was just me, and I only have like a few questions for him, so it'll be quick.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Van Geem.
And we are also wondering if Mr. Lehrman could go tomorrow morning.
What's his, how early does he have to go?
By noon.
Does staff have an objection if Mr. or the company have an objection if Mr. Lehrman goes second? So it'd be Garrett Lehrman.
None from the company's perspective, Chair Blank.
That's fine with us. Thanks, Chair.
All right, so we'll do Garrett Lehrman.
Thank you.
Anstey. And then O'Neill. Anything else for tonight? We're adjourned. See everybody 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.